down the ground, but they got the 1 yard at the very end to win it. Ryan Day puffs up his chest. They've only played, this is news to you, John, they've only played one bad half the last couple seasons.
I'm wondering which half that would be. Is that the second half of last year's Ohio State game?
So they played a good second half.
They played their best game 2 years ago? I'm just trying to do the math.
Just trying to figure out where he's going with that. Anyway, let's go to the phones. Brian on a cell. Brian, you're on 97.1.
Hey, if you listen to Lou Holtz's comments, though, he specifically cited Ryan Day. He said if you look at Coach Day, he has lost too. So Lou Holtz chose to make it personal. I don't blame Ryan Day for taking it personally.
Well, hold on. Is it personal? Those are Ryan Day's wins and losses. It's his record. I don't think that's personal. I think it was factual.
Well, you could also point out he has the second greatest winning percentage of any coach in the history of college football after their first 5 years. You could also point out, Lou, that he beat Notre Dame last year. He's beaten Penn State every time he's played them. Those are physical teams. He's beaten Clemson. He only pointed out the Clemson loss. Lou Holtz was selectively targeting Ryan Day.
Well, yeah, it's because he's the opposing coach of the team that was.
Not.
Well, no.
He's a retired. He's been a national commentator more recently. He's not the Notre Dame coach.
I'm not saying he's the Notre Dame coach now. Clearly it was brought on to talk about Notre Dame, and it's the opposing coach of the team that Notre Dame was going to play.
So say that Ohio State is not a physical team. He said Ryan Day's teams aren't physical. That's what he said.
Well, I don't think. I think if you look at Urban Meyer's Ohio State teams, they were pretty physical.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, they were. Jim Tressel Ohio State teams were physical.
Yeah.
The criticism, this doesn't have to be like, oh, it's people on the outside. People inside the Ohio State family. Listen to Columbus Sports Talk. You think they've called Ohio State soft a couple times under Ryan Day of late? Mm-hmm. I think that was a lot of insecurity coming out from Ryan Day. Let's go to Jason in Westland. Jason, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys, I'm just really confused how you go from we're going to hang 100 on them to we had one bad half. And it was more than one bad half. You know, they lost Michigan twice. So, I mean, I don't know what you're really talking about.
Jason, I'm with you. Like, it's you look at what he has done in his time at Ohio State, and other than the Michigan game, they've been very dominant. No one's going to argue that.
Texter says, sounds like a guy feeling the pressure, talking about Ryan Day. To Ryan Day, quote, toughness is running a sweep on 4th and 1 and failing, and then squeaking across the goal line for a half yard against 10 defenders, Brad and Atlanta. Another person says, just like John Cooper, we all need to support Ryan Day.
Sounds like a guy struggling to score from third base.
Big leadoff.
Yes. Well, he did run into the blank space.
Okay.
I think Heather's had enough. She keeps, every time I say one, she's rolling her eyes and shaking her head like,
yes, enough.
It was maybe funny the 15th time, maybe not the 17th or 18th time, John.
Can't help it.
I want to get your thoughts on Michigan, but I just had a note from the MSU game. Okay, they lost, and they were not supposed to win, and I know they're going through a really tough time for their program, but I thought something Harlan Barnett said, the interim head coach, was a new low. He said after the game that he asked MSU players in the locker room if anybody felt like they wanted to leave. Said, quote, you can raise your hand, no love lost, and then you can move on. It's no problem. Nobody raised their hand. Nobody raised their hand, so that's a good sign, end quote. Am I piling on to bring up that that's a really embarrassing look for a coach? Hey, nobody immediately packed their bags and quit after the game. Good sign that nobody actively left right after the game. He asked them if they wanted to quit, no questions asked. Like, John, that's kind of a lame thing to do, right?
Well, I mean, Harlan Barnett is in as impossible a spot as you could be in as a head coach.
No disagreement.
Or as an interim head coach.
No disagreement.
And, I mean, all of the players right now, if you ask this question, I mean, maybe the day that Mel Tucker is officially fired, but you ask them individually or not in a, it's not a public setting, but it's public in regards to everybody is there. I wouldn't expect a guy in front of 100 of his teammates to raise his hand and say, "Yeah, coach, I'm gone." Like it's not going to happen in the open. It's going to happen behind closed doors.
Oh, guys will hit the portal, and I think one has already since the end of that game. Guys are going to hit the portal. I don't know why he asked, but that's his business privately. I don't know why he then volunteered publicly. Hey, it's a good sign nobody quit right after the game. Like,
I don't know.
Harlan,
I don't know. So again, I don't know what the question was that was asked of him.
He volunteered it though. No one asked. I mean, come on. He volunteered.
This was a statement.
That's the statement. You can raise. He said he asked MSU players in the locker room if anybody felt like they wanted to leave. You could raise your hand. No love lost, and you can move on. No one raised their hand. No one raised their hand. So that's a good sign.
So, but my question is, did he come out in the? I didn't see the post-game press conference. Was this what he led with, or was this?
I think this was later in the conversation.
You know, hey, how are your players handling this? Have you heard from anybody that they want to leave?
Well, you can make the comment that they didn't quit, because I don't think they did. They took dumb penalties. They turned the ball over. They made mistakes, but I don't think his team quit.
Right.
That's fine. You can acknowledge your team didn't quit, but to say it's a good sign that nobody immediately raised their hand after the game to quit, boy, that's a low bar, dude. It's kind of an embarrassing thing to, I don't want to say brag about, but to throw back out as a good sign.
Again,
things have gotten really bad.
Things are really bad in East Lansing, and I feel bad for the kids. And I'm not going to, and I feel bad for Harlan Barnett. Like, he's in an impossible situation. So I'm not going to sit here and totally pile on. While I may enjoy it, again, not publicly, but maybe behind closed doors, everything that's going on, I think I'm going to give him a little bit of grace, and definitely the players a lot of grace, because they didn't choose this situation. They chose to come play for Mel Tucker. They didn't choose what is going on right now. Going into this season, nobody thought that they were going to be a 10 or 11 win team. Maybe inside that locker room, you've got guys, players who thought, hey, I'm going to construct a plan that we can win 9-10 games. We could compete for the Big Ten East. Almost everybody else thought they're not going to be able to do that. And now you throw on top of this everything that's going on with Mel Tucker. I don't know what we are expecting of Harlan Barnett, but I'm not going to sit here and crucify him for saying something like this. Is it ideal? No. But I don't think it's a position that he ever thought he would be in as a coach.
Yeah, and I think it's an impossible situation for virtually every single person right now. I really do, because there's nobody's defending Mel Tucker. There's no other side of the story. Everybody sees the writing on the wall. These are kids that he recruited. Then you have two guys, Barnett and then with D'Antonio, that are kind of viewed as, okay, yeah, they love the program. There is no doubt they love the program. But they are dinosaurish a little bit in today's college football. And it just is this perfect storm for this to be a complete and total disaster. I heard some people after the game, heard these two things that Michigan State fans, like, I don't even care. I don't care right now. It's because there's, what are you going to do? It's so easy they're horrible on the field.
Yeah.
They're offensively 16 points at home against two teams that are not like awesome defenses. You know, they're maybe okay, but are they awesome? No. And I heard other people say, I'm not watching anymore. And that's where it's at. You don't care.
No, it's very easy to check out if you're a Michigan State fan.
Well, and here's the thing. And you go back to the impossible situation. Like, this happened 2 weeks into a season. They hadn't even gotten to the meat of their Big Ten schedule yet. And then everything is tossed up in the air, and Harlan Barnett is left to pick up the pieces. Yes, Mark D'Antonio is there, but it's Harlan Barnett is going to be the guy that every Monday has to stand in front of the media, answer questions. After every game is going to have to stand in front of the media and answer questions, and it's an impossible position for him to be in.
I felt this way twice as a Michigan fan. Once was the Rich Rod thing. I was never on board with it, and I just became apathetic the middle of 2008, and you still had half of his tenure there. But the other time, I think, was with Hoke, and when they went up to state and got clocked, and I'm just like, until there's a change, nothing's going to change. The problem was there was no portal then. There's a portal now, and this is just, it's ugly.
I think it's so much worse when your college team is in this position than your pro team. In the pros, there's a reward for losing at the end. You get a high draft pick. You maybe get some salary space.
There's
you
a
can
light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, there's a light. When this happens to your college football program, and Michigan fans have been there and State fans are in the thick of it right now, there's going to be more bad before there's good. There's going to be players that leave. The new coach is going to inherit a tough situation in a tougher conference. You're right. It's not an enviable position if you're Harlan Barnett.
You struggle to find the light at the end of the tunnel. I mean, what is that light? Like, so here's what it's got to be. It's got to be a good hire.
Yeah.
And a guy that can mine the transfer portal. And I don't think it's Deion Sanders, but you need a guy that comes in here with the swag, the confidence of a Deion Sanders so that you can get to the transfer portal if there's a mass exodus.
Is that another Taylor Swift song?
The way he delivered it,
No.
I was looking it up, is like light at the end of the tunnel, one of her new hits.
No.
248-539-9797. TJ Lang, 902. We'll get back into the Lions. It's 97-1.
Hey, when was the last time you enjoyed a game of tennis, pickleball, or golf? Or how about taking an evening hike or walk, but you were able to do it pain-free? If your arthritis, old sports injuries, or joint pain is preventing you from the activities you love, you need to call Straith Orthopedics for specialists in hip and knee joint pain. Straith provides affordable, minimally invasive treatments for joint pain, along with robotic hip and knee replacement. Listen to what Neil, a Straith Orthopedic patient, shared about his experience. Neil writes, prior to surgery, I was very limited. Standing or walking caused pain. I had total knee replacements at Straith Orthopedics using the robot-assisted procedure. Today, I am back to my daily 2-mile walk without pain. My doctor took the time to explain options and provided answers and recommendations to my questions. Neil, thanks for sharing your story. And you too can start living your life pain-free so that you can get back to all the things that you enjoy doing, your favorite activities, going for walks, playing golf, whatever it is. Just call Straith Orthopedics at 855-STRAIGHT or go online at straith.org. That's STRAITH.org. Straith Orthopedics is committed to you.
Oh, ticket texters aren't happy with me. They think I'm piling on, beating a dead horse. We get it. MSU is in a bad spot.
You like to kick people when they're down.
You know what it is, John?
I feel like it's a void that now that you're not able to slam Jared Goff on a daily basis, you're filling it with Harlan Barnett and the Spartans.
You're just too diplomatic. You're just a polite member of society. I'm saying what people are thinking. Harlan Barnett says after that loss, and I get he's in a tough spot, it's a good sign no one raised their hand and quit on the team. That's not a good sign. That's the default. And the ticket texter's point is, Jim, you're piling on in the era of the transfer portal. It is an ongoing conversation that he has to fight in addition to preparing his team. I just didn't like how it was framed afterwards to say, hey, no one took their suitcase, packed their overnight things, put the comb in the toothpaste, and the guys, that's not a good, the good sign is they didn't quit in game. The good sign is they hadn't entered the portal yet. I just thought it was a weird, defense of the program that no one had quit and left yet.
From a former player's perspective, I read that and I thought, it got uncomfortable because I thought, what does he expect the answer to be?
And no one's going to, in front of their teammates.
I guarantee you, if one guy put his hand up, at that point, everybody says, okay, well, now I can be comfortable in saying what I want to say, and you probably have 25 or 30 more hands go up.
There's going to be an exodus. I mean, that's just the reality when you lose a head coach in this way on a team in this position. Let me get to the phones and then maybe a thought on Michigan. TJ Lang at 902. Mike and Troy, you're on 97.1.
Good morning. It's painful to watch MSU. It's unfortunate what happened, but we've been ticket holders forever, and it's just another saga. They're not going to do anything. Right now, I'm sure they're working behind the scenes to find that, as John pointed out, they need that coach with a name that's going to bring the kids in. And when you take a look at, Oregon, UCLA, USC, Big Ten on the east side of the country is in big trouble anyways. But nevertheless, MSU is going to stay the course. But there's some things they can do. And what I want to point out is, and I don't know if you guys are watching this game, intently, but with the quarterbacking, platoon these guys. Noah Kim is their starter. The guy is throwing robotically. He is just missing guys. You bring in Hauser, and John, you played. There's that feel when you bring in another quarterback. There's a rhythm. There's a cadence, and it's got a different feel. And he's got, in my opinion, he's got better accuracy. And right now, their line is weak. And they've got a great running back with potential. The kid's only I'm talking about Carter. He's only a sophomore. There's great potential there. It'll be unfortunate to see the Rats jumped off the ship, but if they can stay on, we know that MSU has money. That's not the issue.
Correct.
It's just putting the equation together correctly. But do some things. I mean, why not? I mean, our best hope is to make a bowl. We got 8 games left. We have to win 4. If they can make a bowl, I'll call it a great season, because right now it's unfortunate, and that's really all I have for these guys. I mean, stay there, stick it out. Let's see what happens.
Mike, let me ask you this. Do you think after what you saw the last couple of weeks, you think that's a possibility that they can make a bowl?
My son, who's the graduate, says, God, Dad, what are you drinking? No, he says no. But hey, look, football is football. Look what happened yesterday in the NFL. I mean, it's every week is a surprise. It could be, but absolutely. I mean, they just have to do some things. There were some signs of brightness on Saturday. I mean, absolutely. I think there's always that possibility, and that's what I'm going for. If they can make a bowl game, then at least there's a little nugget out there that you can wave in front of some guys that are considering coming to MSU,
It's good stuff, Mike. Yeah, I mean, Kim threw a couple bad interceptions. It's worth looking at Hauser, but they're going at Iowa at night this week. Don't know if that's the spot you want to break in a new quarterback. I don't know, maybe you disagree?
Well, I mean, so if you're I don't like the thought of platooning, but I do like the thought of, if you're going to bring in a backup, then hopefully it sparks something. And all you need is something to happen on that either that next set of downs or the following set of downs for it to create a little momentum, create a little excitement, create a little belief. And I think really that's what this offense needs, and it will trickle over to the defense, is just a little belief that whether it's Maryland or whoever is next, that you can win the game.
All right. We got all week to talk a little more about Spartans and the Wolverines. TJ Lang coming up at 9:02. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, unfortunately, a man was fatally struck by a car on the Southfield Freeway Saturday morning. According to police, 2 vehicles were involved in a crash on the highway, and then the boyfriend of one of the drivers that was involved in the original crash showed up at the scene to help. And after parking his car behind the crash scene, he got out and he was walking in the traffic lane to go help his girlfriend, and that's when he was hit by a vehicle. The driver of the vehicle that hit him was actually picked up by another driver and then fled the scene. Police do say, however, that they did find that hit-and-run driver, and he is currently in custody.
Jeez.
The owners of the Pumpkin Factory in Belleville are looking to hire striking UAW workers to be part of their haunted house. So one of the owners of the Pumpkin Factory also works at Ford's River Rouge plant. And even though her plant isn't been part of the walkouts yet, she does understand how hard it is to make ends meet for a lot of people. So she has extended this invite, and she says so far at least 20 UAW workers are showing some interest in being part of the haunted house, and they'd get to be like the monsters in the haunted house. They'd have to dress up and scare people. Will be have to be available on the weekends. And she does know it's not a great salary. It's not like they're going to be making a ton of money. It's only $10 an hour, but it's just hoping that, hey, any little bit might help somebody who needs to make ends meet.
Are you a haunted house person, Heather?
Not really. Like, no, I'm going to say no. I don't really like to be scared like that. Like, I like different types of scared. Like, I like doing extreme things like skydiving, bungee jumping, parasailing, paragliding, that stuff. But like, I don't like the thought of like somebody maybe touching. I don't know. I don't like them. I don't really like them.
Me neither.
It's
fight or flight. I don't like flight, so I don't want to be in that situation.
Yeah, I'm not going to get paid to get scared. Sorry.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like it. This is pretty cool. You could spend the night in one of Michigan's most historic lighthouses if you find a message in a bottle. So there are currently 4 glass bottles with secret messages just kind of bobbing around the Great Lakes right now. And whoever finds them will be awarded a stay at White Shoal Lighthouse, which is one of Michigan's most remote lighthouses. This lighthouse, the caretakers there announced this contest to celebrate its 113th anniversary, and they put these messages in and they put them into the Mackinac Straits. They're just bobbing around, and who knows how long it will take somebody to find. They might come up on the shorelines, and maybe somebody will find it then, but kind of a cool little
That's cool.
giveaway.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like you're going to be staying in a 5-star resort. It's a
no,
lighthouse.
but it's a unique experience.
Yeah, exactly. Very cool. Well, the news that everyone is talking about and the news that everyone has seen, Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are just basically fanning the flames as rumors run wild that they are dating. We saw her. She showed up at Arrowhead Stadium on Sunday for the Chiefs-Bears game, and she was cheering him on right next to his mom. She was having a grand old time. Like, probably the most fun anyone's ever had at a football game, right? Like smiling, cheering, smashing on the glass. She had a great time, and who knows really what's going on? Clearly, she met his mom. They did leave the stadium together after the game. They weren't hand in hand, but they were definitely together, you know? So are they, aren't they? Are they just kind of
trying to make their own love story?
I think you've hit the quota. I don't think we...
I know. Every time you say a quote, we'll just keep calling you Janny.
Oh, that's not fun.
No, neither is a ton of Taylor Swift quotes.
3 hours and counting. Taylor Swift puns. Heather
Yes.
with the news. Thank you, Heather. I think TJ will behave himself. TJ Lang next,
Yeah, he
97.1.
always does.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. After people had a tiny amount of doubt cast over the Lions following week 2, their second game at Ford Field had a lot more optimism injected into the season. 20-6 over the Falcons, outgaining Atlanta 358-183. Desmond Ridder hit the turf 7 times. Campbell, Hutch, Barnes, Jones, Harris, and Aleem McNeil all got to the Falcons quarterback, the latter saying that they took some of the negative criticism last week to heart. Yeah, elsewhere, the Packers scored all 18 of their points in the fourth quarter versus the Saints and snatched their second win of the year. They're now tied with Detroit at 2-1, and the two teams will break that tie on Thursday, unless they tie, at Lambeau Field. Erod, Foley, and Lang combined to shut out the Athletics in Oakland 2-0, a split series, and at the end of their long 10-day road trip to the West Coast. They're off today. And Wings coach Derek Lalone thanked the fans and volunteers in Traverse City for their passion and hard work to make the training camp and Red versus White scrimmage successful over the weekend. Team Red beat Team White 6-4. They shed 11 players off their camp roster before tomorrow's preseason game. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Oh, here comes the Super Bowl champion himself, TJ Lang.
Morning, John.
Good morning. I'm told I'm not allowed to make any more references.
I love the Ryan Day talk this morning, man. What a Where's Lou Holtz? Like, Lou Holtz had his pudding and went to bed 4 hours ago, Ryan. All right? It's 11 o'clock at night. The guy's 104 years old.
Where is he?
Leave him alone.
Wake him up. Bring him out here in his nightie and I'll kick his ass on the spot.
Leave him alone. And it's like, dude, don't you get like the whole setting of Lou Holtz? It's basically a pep rally at Notre Dame.
Right.
Like he's trying to like pump his crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if Lloyd Carr came out in Ann Arbor and was like, I don't know, guys. Ohio State's pretty good. I don't know if we're going to win. Like, it's going to pump the fans up. Like, come on, right? Like, yeah. What do you expect him to say?
At least he'd done some research.
It looked like somebody told Ryan Day at halftime, if you lose this game, you're fired. Like, that's what his post-game press conference looked like. He looked so stressed out.
Yes.
It just
professed his love for the state of Ohio and the Ohio State.
It's always been us versus everybody.
I mean, hey, you got the win, right?
Yeah, it's a big win on the road.
Yeah, but it's like you're Ohio State. Like, you're a powerhouse.
They were favored.
Right? Yeah, right, but you're favored. You're a powerhouse. I don't know if that's really the time to, like, boast or kind of brag. Like, you won the game, right? But
yeah.
It's kind of like he didn't. It was just weird, man. Let's go after Lou Holtz. This guy's barely hanging on, man. Let him enjoy the rest of his life. Right?
However many days that may be. Yeah,
86 years old. All right, TJ. We spent a good chunk of the show talking Lions. Victory Monday. We talked on Sunday. A little nervous energy from the fan base. That was not a game you needed to be nervous about. That was a no-doubter. What did you take out of it?
Man, the defense obviously phenomenal. I certainly didn't expect that. Especially with how many missing guys they had. And Atlanta, first couple games, averaging, I think it was 180 on the ground throughout the first two games. That was just outstanding. Offensively, probably a C-plus type of game. They kind of hit a couple ruts there. I think it was 5 straight possessions there in the second and third quarter. One of them, another interception. But the defense, man, they hung on. Some great individual performances too. I know you guys talked about Brian Branch. That guy he's a football player, man. Like he knows where to be. He's physical. He can cover guys. He can hit guys. 3 TFLs, coming from the position that he plays is outstanding. The defense as a whole, though, defensive line, I thought made tremendous improvements. The interior specifically, Benito, Aleem. I know both of them got a sack on some play action passes, but making a difference, right? And man, it was a complete defensive dominating performance in my mind. And I know the big question a lot of us had was, hey, what's Bijan going to look like compared to Gibbs? And that's going to be a conversation that is going to be it's going to be going on for a long time comparing those two guys.
Bijan run?
Yeah. And man, I think it was pretty clear who the better player was, at least yesterday, right? Jahmyr Gibbs, especially in the second half, started making some plays. But the young guys they have, man, it's just Branch, Laporta, Gibbs. I mean, Jack Campbell playing a lot more yesterday. It's just that's encouraging, man. It's encouraging when you get that type of production from your young players. It's encouraging the depth that you have. Missing, what was it? I think 5 starters yesterday, and guys don't even blink. They come in and just take care of business. You're down at one point to your third right tackle. Sorsdahl, who's been playing guard most of training camp,
right?
And he comes in and plays. I think it was 35 plays, and nothing really goes off track. He does a good enough job. I mean, I think it just says a lot about the depth that they have on this team. This team last year, or obviously 2 years, they couldn't handle losing that many guys.
Well, TJ,
right? It would go from bad to ugly. This year, it kind of seems like, hey man, next player up, let's go.
2 years ago, they couldn't win with their starters, let alone the backups.
Right, yeah, and that's where it's just you think about how far they've come with the depth that they've built on this team. They can sustain the couple injuries that they have, and hopefully, Coach kind of hit at it yesterday. Hopefully, a couple of the guys that were out yesterday were close to playing. Hopefully, you get them back for Thursday because this is going to be a big game.
Guards kick out. They can play tackle, right? It's no big deal.
Yeah, tackle's a breeze, man. You can put anybody out there. Right tackle, especially. Yeah. Yeah. But the offense was
I love you, buddy.
You saw some, and even offensively, I saw some things that were really like the deep shots.
Yeah.
That's something we talked about the first couple of weeks. Didn't really see. I think the only time we saw it was the flea flicker against Seattle, right? And even the first one they took to Raymond, I've watched that replay probably 10 times now, and I think that
still doesn't catch it, does he?
I think he doesn't catch it, but I think it's a really well thrown ball. It didn't look like he overthrew him. It looked like maybe Khalif just kind of lost it for a minute, and you know what I mean. But it was a well thrown ball. And then a couple plays later, they come back and hit the deep shot to Laporta. That's something that, man, this offense, you feel like if they can start developing that and not just relying on the underneath routes and the quick slants and the crossing routes, that's gonna open up the playbook a whole lot more.
Well, and one of the knocks, obviously, on Jared Goff coming into the season was, can he really, if Jameson Williams utilizes his speed when he comes back, can Jared Goff even capitalize on that? And I think we've seen him overthrow a couple of guys. You want to make sure that those become connections. But I think over time, and hopefully by over time, I'm talking about over the next couple of weeks, you find a way to convert those into completions and big plays for your offense.
Yeah, and it's going to open up the run game a lot more.
Yeah.
And the run game wasn't bad yesterday, but man, there was still a lot left out there. Couple of times running backs, getting one-on-ones up to the safety and just not making a guy miss, or kind of reading the wrong play. Hey, it's a kick out. They try to bounce it. It's like, man, there's still a lot of meat left on that bone, right? But I think the way that they came out in the second half, especially that last scoring drive they had, man, you felt like they needed to do that because it was getting way too uncomfortable it's a 10-point game. Come on. It's just a matter of time before something breaks or kind of cracks on defense, and, you let them back in the game. The offense steps up at the perfect time and goes down and scores and really kind of sealed that thing. But I was still getting a little nervous there for a while, for even looking at the stats, and it felt like the Lions were, kicking their ass most of the game. You look up and it's like, God, still 10-point game, guys. Come on, let's not make this any closer than it has to be, right? But they stepped up and made the plays when they had to have them.
Goff throws that pick, still a 10-point game. You go, oh boy. Defense immediately gets a stop.
Yeah.
And then they have their best rushing drive of the game. Offensive line helps get them all the way down the field. That's the difference, I think, with this team as opposed to maybe 2 years ago, 10 years ago, all the other teams that have let us down. When something bad happens, they don't wilt in that moment. That Goff interception was a bad throw. He has not had many bad throws yet this season, and they immediately responded both sides of the ball. TJ, that part is different, right?
For sure. Yeah, I think so. And you saw that really during the Kansas City game, I think was the first time we saw it. Kind of a similar game. Defense just kept making stop after stop after stop, and offense finally got it going. Now we saw the bad side of it last week. When the offense hits some ruts and you turn the ball over and you go from up 4 to all of a sudden you're down 10. Right?
But even then, they responded with a touchdown.
They got to overtime.
You still respond. You still get it right. But that's what I'm saying is that this is probably the most complete game I think I've seen this team play under Campbell. And even though they scored 20 points, it's not, nothing to go crazy about offensively. But you talk about the three aspects and just picking each other up. And, hey, when one the offense is struggling, man, let's just keep going out there and doing our job. I mean, that's something that they've really come a long way with as a team.
248-539-9797. We'll be taking phone calls this hour. TJ Lang in studio, 9 to 10. Things we've harped on today. Stabilizing win for a fan base that maybe was a little too nervous after a loss the week before. The other thing is what it sets up. Thursday night, short week, first place on the line. Lions favored going into Lambeau Field. Want to get TJ's thoughts on that? We'll do that coming up next. It's 97.1.
Football season's here. Dive into the best pool in history, and that is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. That's Stadium Swim, and if you haven't seen it, you got to. You can look it up. It's awesome. It's America's favorite place to watch a football game. Swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, and one nonstop football party. Score the perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. Reserve your place today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Here's the thing about Gibbs is he needs to touch the ball more. We need to get more production out of him. He's a first-round pick, number 12 overall, and right now he's got 23 touches. That in 2 games.
Didn't Bijan have around 23 just on this Sunday?
Right, and whether it's and what Jahmyr Gibbs brings to this offense is the opportunity to be very creative, and that's where TJ and I talked about it yesterday on the podcast. Where's the creativity been in this offense? Last year with Amon-Ra St. Brown, we saw him line up in the backfield. We saw him line up everywhere. And we saw one play on a 4th down conversion to Amon-Ra St. Brown. One play that we look at and we say, okay, that's creative. We saw the flea flicker. That was creative. It created a touchdown.
He had one other play because I remember saying a Gator. I don't remember who
but
was
with
the top of my
Jahmyr
head.
Gibbs, I would expect to see more creativity with how you use him.
TJ said the most complete game they've played under Dan Campbell. You know what? The game plan was great. Stop the run, and then you get to go to Ridder like a piñata. Everybody gets a turn. Everybody take a swing. 7 sacks. And TJ, something we talked about before the game, just take the points.
Yeah.
Dan Campbell, mega, super aggressive, macho. I'll take 3. I'll build a double-digit lead, and I'll go win this game comfortably. I thought he made good adjustments to his own coaching philosophy to help him win that game.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that it was more of the flow of the game, right? I think sometimes he gets stuck in this mindset of during the week, hey, I've got to be aggressive, and then you get to the game, and it's like maybe the rhythm of the game doesn't call for that, but that's what he had been planning on doing anyway, so it's like, we got to do it. I told the guys I was going to do it. This week, it's like, hey, let's just feel the game out. Let's see how the defense is playing. Let's see if there's going to be a time to take our shot, a time to maybe we need to spark the offense a little bit. We'll try to go for it, try to fake. But yesterday, you didn't need that. I mean, the defense they dominated the entire game. And I thought the decisions that he made were all of it hard to disagree with, right? I think there was maybe one, and it was like it was a long third down. They ended up getting it back to like a 4th and maybe 4, kind of around midfield, maybe at the Atlanta 45-ish. And you're kind of looking and you're like,
is he going to do it?
What do we got? Like, come on, don't give him any momentum now. And he chooses to punt, and Jack Fox pins him, I think, inside the 15, and just let the defense keep playing. Man.
And know your opponent.
Made the right decisions.
It's not a shootout.
Exactly.
It's not Mahomes. It's Ridder.
And you're up 2 scores on those guys, right? And that was something we talked about the Seattle game. They just could never find a way to get up 2 scores to take Seattle out of what they wanted to do offensively. Yesterday, you got up 2 scores. You were able to do that against Atlanta because just nobody was afraid of Desmond Ridder beating you with his arm, right? And even Atlanta, they're down 10, and then they're down 17, and they're still trying to run play action passes, and it's like, please don't bite on this. It's a 3-score lead. Like they're not gonna be running the ball, And even the one drive they had late in the game, they took 6 minutes off the clock and they kicked the field goal, and it's like, great, thank you. I mean, kind of just ran yourself out of the game. But no issue whatsoever with Dan Campbell managing the game yesterday, and I thought both coordinators actually did a really nice job as well. Aaron Glenn obviously had his guys ready to go. He said last week, man, they were pissed off about how they played against Seattle and shorthanded, missing a couple defensive backs, and he had those guys ready to go. And
offensively, you kind of alluded to it in the first segment where you start the game off with Matt Nelson at right tackle, then you got to go to Dan Skipper, then you eventually go to Colby Sorsdahl. And here's what I liked about Ben Johnson was he saw there were times where Dan Skipper struggled. There were times where Matt Nelson struggled. But when you have a rookie in there in Colby Sorsdahl, he didn't expect him to hold up on a 7-step drop all by himself. There were, in everything that was called, there was a running back coming over, there was a tight end coming over, they lined up somebody there. They gave him help. They gave him a chance to be successful in his first, in his first plays in the NFL.
Yeah, and that's sign of good coaching, right?
Yeah, I thought so too. That's where I was going with it. Was Ben Johnson? I know he had a certain game plan coming in, but you've got to be able to adjust. That's a minor adjustment. Yeah. But if you put a tight end over there, if you're chipping with a running back, then it's a guy that's out of the route. It's a guy that or is delayed in getting into the route, but he understood the importance of for Colby Sorsdahl and his confidence, but also for Jared Goff's health.
Yeah, and we know that. Offensive lineman, John, a lot of times you take pride. You want to do one-on-ones. You want to beat the guys. But at the same time, if you're going against a guy like Calais Campbell and you've got a 5th-round rookie at right tackle, you take a little bit of help, right? And,
absolutely.
Jared Goff, man, Coach even said after the game, he played a tough game. Like, he took some shots early in the game. And, there was a couple leaks there in the second half with the pass protection. I thought Atlanta did a really nice job of kind of dialing up some exotic blitzes and getting free runners at him, but he did, man. I thought he did play a tough game. He took quite a few shots in there, and we know this about Jared Goff. I mean, he's not a guy that he's going to come out of the game, right? He's just a tough guy, man. Defensively, I mean, there were a couple personnel changes. I think the first third down, you've got Kaminsky and Hutchinson on the inside. You got Charles Harris on the other side. And then you got Derek Barnes rushing over the right tackle.
Right, and
he gets a sack.
Yep.
Yeah. Right, and then we saw that probably 6-7 times with Derek Barnes rushing from a defensive end spot. You saw Jack Campbell playing a lot on the end of the line of scrimmage. I mean, it was kind of like they tried to inject a little boost there to that pass rush by mixing some of the personnel up, and it worked, man, because a couple of those times those guys were getting home.
Well, Barnes did that at Purdue. Like, he was also a defensive end, and for Campbell, I mean, maybe the blueprint is everybody wants to have a Micah Parsons, but Parsons is a dude you can move around, and maybe Campbell as a plus athlete is someone that they can move around.
Yeah, and I think Derek Barnes has really been off to a hell of a start throughout the first 3 games. And there are a couple issues when it comes to the coverage aspect, but man, he's a guy that really seems to turn the corner, and the coaches trust him. And look, I don't know if that decision to put him at defensive end on the first 3rd down was maybe a message to the other defensive ends. Like, if you guys can't get home, I got to put a linebacker out here. How does that make you feel? But then Derek Barnes is getting pressure. He's getting sacks. He's getting hits. You're like, okay, all right, like, I like it, And that's just, obviously, anytime you have a player like that, and we're not comparing him to Micah Parsons.
No.
But if he can be one of those guys that you can utilize in different ways, it throws off the offensive line, because you're looking at it now and you're saying, okay, wait, is he a linebacker? Is he a D-end? The communication, it challenges what you want to do up front. It can challenge the scheme a little bit. I think that could be a strength for that defense moving forward.
Were you caught off guard at 3rd and 3, or 3rd and goal at the 3-yard line, and all of a sudden Jared Goff runs the read option?
I was. I think everybody was. I think maybe the first time in his career he's ran one of those.
First time in his Lions career.
Yeah, he was pumped about it too, man. He chucked that ball about 50 rows up. And you know what that's going to do, though? Every time they get down, around the goal line now moving forward, the defense is going to have to think about that.
Yeah.
So that's going to open
somebody
up.
Home backside.
You're going to have to keep somebody backside. And I'm not saying Jared Goff's going to do it once a game now, but that's going to affect the way that defenses have to play you down there. They've got to respect it, because you've shown it on film, and it worked for a touchdown.
They didn't need him, but the lead blocker on that play coming across the formation, Sam Laporta.
Yes.
They used him to dig out defensive linemen. He had the big game receiving, but like, 3 games? What have we seen? That looks like a real pick.
He looks like he's just getting started too. I mean, the long touchdown yesterday was just a fantastic design, I think, from Ben Johnson. You get the play action, everything's going to the left, and he kind of runs a post corner back to the weak side, which you don't usually see that with a quarterback rolling to his left. That was an excellent design. Even Sam Laporta's like, I was so open, I thought I was going to drop it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you got to panic. Like, there's nobody around you. I don't want to mess this play up. Man, he looks like a real threat, though. And him and Brock Wright took a huge step forward yesterday when it came to run blocking. There was a big issue in Seattle with the tight ends not being able to cut off the backside. A couple wham plays, trying to get them kicking out a nose tackle. Didn't work, right? It was just ugly. And those guys really took a step forward yesterday. But Sam Laporta, man, I don't want to get too ahead of myself here, but he looks like he's going to be a big-time player.
You know what that play was? Because you were there when they played the Jets. That was Zach Wilson running to his left and then throwing the ball backside. We call it throwback. Yeah, last year.
Yeah, I think it was – anybody remembers that Jets game. But he was wide open. Yeah. And it's just one of those plays that you don't see often. But, yeah, and actually San Francisco ran that about 4 years ago, going back to George Kittle. And it's like, wow, why don't teams do this more often? And then teams started to do it once in a while. But obviously the timing was right for that call. You got everybody on the Atlanta defense to jump up. And Jared Goff made the throw, man. But Sam Laporta, it's exciting. Every time he's out there, you can't help but I can't help but to watch him. I'm like, I want to see what he does.
Mm-hmm. TJ, start of the season, bit of a roller coaster. You beat Kansas City, Super Bowl contenders, lay an egg at home in front of those fans. No one's selling ski masks anymore. You bounce back, big win, defense 2-1. There's a bit of a roller coaster element to any NFL season, but do you hope like this stabilizes the fan base a little bit? Like, hey, Green Bay, short week. We don't need to panic after every game now. Like, we got a good football team here in Detroit.
Yeah, and I think that I needed to see that too as a fan, because last week against Seattle just felt way too deja vu to what we saw the first 7 weeks last year, where, man, we're close. If we don't make this one mistake, maybe we win the game. And it kind of felt like that. And this was the point last year where things started to go bad. Last year you started 1-1. You dropped a close game to Seattle, and then we just saw it just trickle, just loss. So that was something for me as a fan that was like, okay, is this team different, right? You got to see it. And obviously yesterday I think they proved that they are definitely a different team. So I know for me as a fan, I'm a lot more comfortable moving forward saying, all right, this is a team that when they play good ball, they can beat anybody, because they showed that against Kansas City. When you play dominating defense, your offense is good enough to beat anybody. And that's something they've done, obviously, 2 out of 3 games now. And I think that that's more who they are, I think, than what we saw against Seattle. So I feel a lot better as a fan watching that game yesterday.
Is this a copy and paste, short week, same game plan, stop the run in Green Bay, make Love beat you, start 3-1 first place?
I mean, they probably spent a little bit of time in training camp just kind of scouting Green Bay, and you always do that. You usually put aside a day or two during training camp just to focus on division opponents. So I'm sure they've got a couple practices and reps and periods where they've got that in their bank, right? They've prepared for Green Bay a little bit already. They probably even started, well, maybe not last week, but I'm sure there was part of them that, you're looking forward, and obviously you're a division team. You know each other. Although Aaron Rodgers isn't there anymore, it's the same coaching staff, same play callers. Matt LaFleur is going to try to do the same thing. This is a game, though, I tell you, I mean, last year against Minnesota, kind of about the same time. And you always look at these early season games and you say, all right, we still got a lot of football left. But at the end of the season, when everything shakes down, you usually look back to these games and say, man, that was either the one that we let go that kind of affected the rest of the season, or that's the one that really catapulted us into going on a run and having a great year. So this is going to be a big game. This is going to have implications when we get to January, and we look back at this game and we say, man, that was the one that got this team going, or maybe it could be the flip side. But no, I think those players understand what type of game this is. It's a primetime game. It's a division rival. I mean, both teams are 2-1. I still think it's too early in the season to scoreboard watch and worry about standings and where you are, in the rankings. But this is going to have big implications when it comes down the road.
Yeah, we may not be scoreboard watching per se, but when the Lions game is over and then they flip to the New Orleans Saints-Packers game right immediately following the game, and then you see the Packers, they make that comeback from being down 17. They score 18 in the fourth quarter, and the Saints in position to kick a field goal, push it right. You're kind of like, could have had one
thanks,
there.
Saints. Yeah, appreciate it. But no, I think Packers, they were down 17-0 going into the fourth quarter, I think, weren't they?
Yeah, 17-0. So if there's anything the Lions know is that, hey, you can't stop playing against the Green Bay Packers, because it was Atlanta the week before. Yeah. They were down big, and now this time against the Saints.
Yeah, and, maybe if Derek Carr doesn't get hurt, who knows? I don't think Jameis Winston was bad when you look at the stat sheet, but no, I mean, Jordan, I will just say, and we talked about this even in the preseason, John, I don't think anybody's underestimating Green Bay. I think us as the fans kind of looked and we just assumed, Aaron Rodgers isn't there anymore. This is our division to go take. I don't think that's the case. I think they still have a really good defense. Yeah. They still have some playmakers, on the offense. I mean, Aaron Jones hasn't played the last couple games. I would expect to see him back. I would expect to see David Bakhtiari back, who's missed the last couple games. This is a team that you cannot take lightly, and I don't think they are.
Do you expect Taylor Decker to be back? I want to get your answer. We'll get to that coming up next. We'll also mix in more of these phone calls. 248-539-9797. Lions victory Monday. It's 97-1.
Hey, when you've been injured in an accident, whether it's an auto, truck, or motorcycle accident, or slip and fall, attorney David Feminino is the guy that you need to call. And as I've told you before, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and get paid. David personally makes sure that you get every single dime that you deserve, and David will never take a fee until you get paid. So if you've been injured, or if you know someone who's been injured, you need to call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH, or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com. Here's the thing about Gibbs is he needs to touch the ball more. We need to get more production out of him. He's a first-round pick. number 12 overall. And right now, he's got 23 touches. That in 2 games.
Didn't Bijan have around 23 just on this Sunday?
Right. And whether it's, and what Jahmyr Gibbs brings to this offense is the opportunity to be very creative. And that's where TJ and I talked about it yesterday on the podcast. Where's the creativity been in this offense? Last year with Amon-Ra St. Brown, we saw him line up in the backfield. We saw him line up everywhere. And we saw one play on a 4th down conversion to Amon-Ra St. Brown. One play that we look at and we say, okay, that's creative. We saw the flea flicker. That was creative. It created a touchdown.
He had one other play because I remember saying a Gator. I don't remember.
But with Jahmyr Gibbs, I would
play
expect to see more creativity with how you use him.
I do want your answer. Taylor Decker, chances of playing this Thursday against Green Bay. You're around the team. You know the position. Both of you guys do. Like Taylor Decker, how close was he to playing this week? And TJ, how optimistic should we be about him playing against Green Bay?
Dangerous question because I felt pretty good going into the last game.
We talked about that on the podcast on Thursday. We're like, Taylor Decker, we think he's in.
I was like, oh, yeah, he'll be fine.
He's a tough SOB. They'll get him out there. Yeah. We left the studio, and about 30 minutes later, I don't think Taylor Decker's playing.
Oh, boy, made a mistake.
But how close was he?
I think he's close. I really do. And I think, look, the timing of, it's week 3. There's still a long game, a lot of season left. You got a quick turnaround going into a Thursday night game. I think from a coaching staff perspective and a training staff perspective, you tend to be a little bit more conservative this time of year with a guy that's maybe 80, 85%. Look, if this was week 16, 17, I think probably maybe 2 or 3 of those guys that were out yesterday are probably playing because it's just the point of the season. So I think he's going to be close. I think Coach even mentioned it yesterday that he's pretty hopeful to get Taylor back on Thursday, but obviously that depends on how the next couple days go. I mean, I think he was pretty close last week, but like I said, with everything kind of going into a quick week, they just kind of wanted to make sure that he's going to be all right moving forward. A guy like Dave Montgomery, who I think was initially listed as, was it questionable or was he doubtful?
Doubtful.
So that's not an out tag, right? So that lets you know, like, he's probably pretty close as well. So I think out of all the guys that were missing, I would say I probably feel more optimistic about Decker and probably Monty being able to have a shot to go here.
If there's one guy that could be back, I'm hoping it's Decker because you put Sewell back to where he's most comfortable right now. and then the only guy that you're playing with as a quote-unquote backup is a guy that's got a lot of time, and that's your right guard.
Glasgow, yeah. And he played really good yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a starter in this league, right? And that goes back to the conversation we had about the depth that this team has, and Graham being able to step in there at right guard, man, that solidifies the group. You don't feel like you're playing necessarily with 3 backups, right? You feel like you're still playing with 4 starters, and hey, we'll kind of figure it out at right tackle. So I'm with you, though. I would like to see Decker back at that left tackle spot, and let Panay move back to the right side and just kind of solidify that front even more. But I thought, look, everything considered, and I'm probably only about halfway through the game, rewatching it, but I thought the offensive line was pretty good. Yeah. I mean, we didn't see a lot of free runners in the backfield, especially on some run plays. Look, Calais Campbell, Grady Jarrett, those are good players. They're gonna make a couple plays every game, which they did. But overall, I thought it was a pretty good performance from the offensive line, considering you're playing with, really your 4th right tackle, your backup left tackle, so we'll backup right. You know what I mean?
Yep.
All things considered, I thought it was a pretty good job by those guys.
Let's get to the phones. Julian in St. Clair Shores. Julian, we've been talking about this Lions win. Stabilize the team, 2-1. Where are you at? You're on 97.1.
Good morning, boys. I'm in St. Clair Shores.
Good morning.
Where are you at mentally as a Lions fan? That's what I'm asking you, buddy.
Where in St. Clair Shores?
I'm doing amazing this Monday morning, this Victory Monday. I'm doing amazing.
Come on, give us an address, buddy. Where are you?
Couple of things I wanted to talk
Longitude and
about.
latitude.
Jesus, the Laporta touchdown. I saw it side by side. Almost identical play call that the JMO touchdown last year. I thought that was pretty cool. It looked identical. You guys touched on this a little bit earlier, the Goff touchdown run. So I've been screaming at my TV I want him to run a little bit more, even though I know he's not nimble like that. But the announcer was kind of yelling at the defensive end on Atlanta for biting on that. And it just made me laugh because he probably watched, hours of film on Goff, and he doesn't pull that run not one single time. So I thought that was pretty funny. And then Brian Branch, man, I've been talking about him since before the draft. It's not often that I get lucky and get one of these right, but I've been calling for him to be Defensive Rookie of the Year since before the draft. He's my favorite player in the draft, and I'm just really happy we got him, man.
TJ, I don't know if you heard earlier, we played a game with Brian Branch, and it was how far is too far? So, Defensive Rookie of the Year.
I see where this is going. All right.
Defensive Rookie of the Year. Is that too far?
No. I mean, we've got 3-game sample size, but I guess I'd have to kind of
right. There's a lot to be played, but you've got 11 tackles yesterday. Right, you had 3 tackles for loss, and you have the pick 6 against Kansas City. So he's building a resume where you could think if he continues along this line, that's possible.
Yeah, and I mean, are there any rookies, defensive players in the league right now that are lighting it up?
On fire?
Not that I can think of, right? I mean, I'd have to go back and check.
But defensive back won it last year, Sauce Gardner.
I don't think that's a stretch by any.
Yeah, so not too far.
Not too far.
I don't think so. No.
Best player on the defense. He was yesterday. Is that too far?
Yeah, he was yesterday. You're right. Gosh, I don't think that's too far, man. And that's not a knock on other players. I think he's just a hell of a football player.
One of his teammates, Josh Reynolds, said he reminds him of Tyrann Mathieu. Is that too far?
No. I actually thought the same exact thing yesterday. It's funny that he said that. Guy that's kind of smaller, flies around, always seems to be in the right spot. Great football IQ. I do not think that's too far.
Willing to deliver a blow when he gets there.
Yeah, not afraid to get in the backfield and make tackles.
Chase Lucas, who's in that same DB room, said, quote, "That boy's going to be an all-pro. Mark my bleeping words." Too far?
I don't know. I don't think so. No.
Wait till you hear the last one.
The last one.
But we'll let you go ahead and comment on the. So to be an all-pro, right?
Eventually,
you're going
all-pro,
eventually.
Right.
That was the qualifier I put on there as well. Like this, we're talking about 3 games. So if you're talking about a 3-game sample size, it's not a stretch to say Defensive Rookie of the Year, or you can make some comparables. But then to go all-pro, like, okay, you're going to, have to stay healthy. You're also going to have to continue to back this up week in, week out,
you're going to have
year in, year
longevity, out. Of doing this week after week after week and doing it year after year after year, right? But no, I don't think that's a crazy prediction.
All right, brace yourself.
The last one. Right. He's actually Ronnie Lott, guy on Twitter.
Like physically, he is literally Ronnie Lott.
That is literally Ronnie Lott.
Too far.
You think so?
Yeah, I think you broke me. Yeah. The first 7 were attainable.
Yeah.
But fans were excited before the draft. The caller brought it up. Like, it's one of those deals where fans, we don't, and Holmes made this point, we don't have the same access as a general manager does. But every once in a while, the fans, they get one right. This is a guy people wanted way before the draft.
Yeah, and I mean, I can only imagine there's 31 other teams kind of kicking themselves, right? And look, we're going into week 4, right, of a rookie year. Obviously, I don't think it's fair to judge a rookie class for at least 2 or 3 years. I'll put it that way. But based off of everything we've seen so far, yeah, I think that it's obvious. I think it's not too far to say, he's going to be considered one of the steals of this draft, probably when we start talking about evaluations in 2 or 3 years
right.
about this draft.
So, I mean, let's take the time element out of this. If you were to redraft the last year's class, looking at what you have in Laporta, in Branch, in Campbell, and Gibbs, how many first-round talents do you think they have?
I think you could argue all 4 of those guys. Yeah.
That was Holmes' point after the draft.
Well, and how many tight ends were taken? I think Dalton Kincaid was taken in the first round. Buffalo took him right. Yeah. He hasn't done really much in Buffalo. Now, not saying he won't eventually.
Right. Michael Mayer went to Vegas. He has not done much.
I think he was picked after Laporta, though. Mm-hmm. But no, I think, you go back and Sam Laporta, probably the best rookie tight end through 3 weeks. I don't think that's arguable.
Nope.
I think he is, right? Brian Branch, one of the best defensive back rookies. Yeah, I don't think that's right. You can't really argue that.
3 weeks.
Right. And then I get that. But
we can't talk about
I know,
where
but
we
that's
are here,
the
where we are
qualifier.
right here, right now, through 3 weeks, who are the best players. I think all 4 of those guys would probably be at the top of their rookie position.
We can't base it on 4 weeks or 5 weeks yet. We're not there. So we got what we got.
Right here, right now. But we played 3 games, and these guys are at the top of their class so far.
You called draft night. You called in. I was hosting to talk about the Gibbs pick. And I think you're trying to talk me off the ledge a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of panic there.
There's a lot of panic. I want to get your thoughts on Gibbs, the game he's played, and what's ahead for him. We'll keep taking phone calls and ticket text 248-539-9797. It's Lions Victory Monday, 97.1.
Snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed, and all you got to do is place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. 3 weeks are almost in the books. Don't want to miss out on week 4. The app is easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and so much more. So visit FanDuel.com/Jansen and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. At every time.
Love it.
You don't like the respect he's shown?
Oh, no, I think it's great.
Hate us because they ain't us, John.
You should bring in the Super Bowl ring for one of these.
What?
You heard him.
Oh, I thought he called himself a. You need to enunciate that. Ain't us.
Ain't us.
Yes.
Okay, I see where you're going. What did you just say before we flipped the mics back on? If Brandon Staley was the Lions coach?
Oh, my gosh. People would be having a heart attack in this town. Going for it 4th and 1 late in the game where you're on 25-yard line and not getting it. You're up. You're leading the game.
Yeah.
And then Minnesota was just kind of cue the clown music. They can't figure anything out, which is really sad to see, isn't it?
Oh, it's
Vikings
heartbreaking.
just
Heartbreaking.
winning,
Same with
not getting
Chicago.
lucky. Yeah, no. Oh, my Chicago.
Condolences. We'll send some cards.
Justin Fields is not an NFL
flowers.
quarterback.
Thoughts and prayers.
He's just not. It's people keep trying to defend the guy too. Like, what's this pass protection scheme's terrible? It's like quarterback, you have ultimate say over the pass protection.
Right. Yeah.
If you don't like something, if you see pressure the other way, you check it.
Yeah.
So. Right, like come
and
on.
he holds
it's
the
part
ball
of the
too
NFL.
long
It's
too.
It's part of your responsibility as an NFL quarterback.
I know I'm preaching to the choir, 2 offensive linemen, but he's also holding the ball too long. Like you guys can't protect forever when you're just patting the ball, waiting and waiting and waiting, like you're asking to get sacked.
I just don't think he sees the field very well. To be honest with you, but
damn shame.
It was great.
How about
That's what we
Kirk
said a
Cousins?
couple weeks ago? He was, I think it was week 1, and they were like, Justin Fields wants to be more of a quarterback and not run so much, and the coaches, it was music to their ears, and I'm like, I think that's music to 31 other teams' ears that Justin Fields isn't going to run the ball anymore.
Right.
Please throw the ball 40 times a game, Justin. Thank you.
Correct me if I'm wrong. That game was in Minnesota, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Did Cousin use the excuse that he couldn't hear the coach at home on offense at the end of the game?
There
I
was a
don't know.
moment.
Did he say that?
So they picked up, I think it was like a 4th down, and then there was like 30 seconds to go, and it took forever for them to get the play in. And it looked like he was gesturing like he couldn't hear. Then they throw a pick on the very next play. And they burned like a good chunk of time before they got the play in.
Yeah.
I didn't know if he made the excuse afterwards, but it looked like that's what happened.
Yeah. No, he did.
Oh, did he?
Oh, he did.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course
he
he
couldn't
did.
hear the coach.
Did you hear what Josh McDaniels said after the game last night?
We were talking about in the break. No, about kicking a field goal down 8 late in the game.
Yeah.
From his 8-yard line.
It's like, well, we needed 2
The Packers
possessions.
did that against the Buccaneers in the NFC Championship game a couple years ago.
Yep.
And they got crushed for that decision. So you would think, right, word kind of spreads in the NFL. You talk about another clown card team right now. The Raiders just can't seem to get out of their own way ever. Josh McDaniels, how long does he last if this keeps going on? I don't know.
I don't know when their bye week is. That's generally when
if you're looking at odds of, and probably too early in the season.
Who makes it longer, Staley or McDaniels?
I think
they
Staley
play each other
only
this week.
I think Staley only because he gets bailed out from his players. Like Justin Herbert is, you know what I mean? Like they've got guys that just can make plays and defensively Bosa. You got guys that you can ultimately bail you out. I don't really think Vegas has that.
Is he coaching when they come here for Monday night?
Well, that's what I was going to say.
Josh
If you
McDaniels?
look, I don't know if I'm sure these odds aren't out yet, but at some point in the season, there's odds of who's the first coach that's going to get canned, and I would be shocked if it's not if McDaniels isn't at the top of that list. They're just an abomination, man.
Some ticket text coming in about the Lions. Texter says no one has mentioned Dan Campbell's challenge on the almost interception. It was clearly a drop. It didn't cost us anything, but that was still concerning. A silly decision from our head coach.
I think he regretted that as soon as he threw it, too. I don't know if the TV showed his reaction, but as soon as he threw it, it was almost like simultaneously somebody in his headset was like, it hit the ground, and it was kind of too late because you could see his reaction. At least I did, and it was kind of like, God, he regretted it. So, I don't know. Challenges, they kind of are what they are. And even in the stadium, you can usually tell when it's not going your way because they don't show the replay too many times. But they showed one replay that looked like it was between his legs, and then the other replay was one where you're like, okay, clearly hit the ground. But in that split-second decision, maybe Dan thought he saw something that, obviously didn't go his way. But didn't hurt him, know.
Texter says, takeaway from the game. Goff didn't look good in that third quarter. Missing throws, out of sync, punt return. Team had too many penalties, 3 consecutive with a penalty. Ritter looked rattled the entire game.
Yeah, they were that third quarter, man. They just hit a just a wall, couldn't do anything. And a lot of it was, I think Panay had 2 holding calls in the game.
Yeah.
I think Frank had a holding call in the game. You had an illegal chop block, I think, at some point in the game. Just a lot of self-inflicted penalties there. And that was a big reason why they hit that stretch of, I think it was 5 straight empty possessions, because, they just got they got out of that comfortable range where, they had been living the entire game of, hey, 2nd and short, 3rd and short, we're good.
Yeah.
We can pick these up. You go back, now you're 3rd and 17, and
yeah,
it's a lot difficult to pick up. So, but no, I thought he definitely did. It felt like Jared Goff, the rhythm that he was in the first half was just a different level, I think, than we've seen him play, at least this year. There was even one deep out route down in the red zone, I think on their field goal, that made it 13-10, and Khalif Raymond falls down, but he still throws a perfect ball. Khalif gets up, and it's bam, right there, right on top of him. Jared Goff, I think in the first half, was lights out. Obviously missed some throws there in the second half. The one little Laporta, I think, was just a quick, kind of 5-yard out, kind of sailed it over his head. And the interception, I mean, that's one that you could just tell his instant reaction. He knew it was just a bad ball. But
that text was not for me, by the way. I think Goff has played well this year. I'm not trying to nitpick him.
No, I do. And we nitpicked a little bit last week. We did. And because, you go back to Seattle game and just a couple 4th downs, a couple big plays, last drive, right? There was just a couple of missed opportunities that could have made a difference in that game. Now, I'm not saying he played bad by any stretch of the imagination, but if, like you said, Jim, if you want to nitpick a little bit, there's always seems to be maybe one play that you're like, okay, man, probably bad decision or bad read or bad ball placement.
TJ,
but
that's not what I said. I said I don't want to nitpick him. I said he's made good throws
I'm playing
this year.
devil's advocate.
Okay,
here,
well, you don't have to do that to me, TJ.
Jared Goff has been good this year. He's been good.
Just got spicy.
Popcorn?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
How was your weekend, Gator?
This guy's getting guffy.
He's getting all sensitive over there.
I'm not attacking him.
He died, doesn't it? He's had a different vibe around him today.
It's a whole different aura around him, right?
Mm-hmm.
You start making demands and everything.
I know.
Just
there's a writer. Yeah.
No, look. Put him back in his place a little, Gator, will you? Bring him down a notch.
He will. You know he will.
Central held on, right?
They did 5 touchdowns from Jace Bauer, baby.
There you go. Great weekend of football, right? I mean, Saturday, Sunday, everything was just fantastic. There was some games on Friday night. Just great weekend of football. Look forward to talking about it all today, certainly. But Lions needed the win. We kind of said it was a sort of must-win game, more for the sanity than reality. And they passed the test. The defense was outstanding in that game. Absolutely freaking outstanding.
Lights out, yeah.
And, I was listening to you guys earlier today, but please, God, let Taylor Decker be ready to go.
Yes.
I mean, when you had to lean on your 4th-string right tackle.
5th-round draft pick.
Yeah.
This year.
Yeah. I mean, that was a little nervy there, and could explain some of the things. It's not on Sourcewell. It's just the right tackle situation yesterday. Right. Could explain away maybe why the second half wasn't as good as the first half looked for the quarterback. But I like where they're at. I mean, there's a lot to digest from yesterday's game. It feels a lot like after the Kansas City game. It's a good win, but there's a lot to work on for the next one. Yeah. Unfortunately, the next one's 4 days away.
And that's, I think, for me, the most exciting part is that this team, even in Kansas City, and certainly yesterday, this offense is not even close, in my opinion, of reaching their potential.
No.
And they're still 2-1. It was like last year you had to be perfect to win games. Now it's like, okay, you can afford the coach said last year we have a very small room for error, right, on this team. Obviously, I think this year it's a big gap.
You're
right?
playing with better margins.
You don't have to play a perfect game to still win games. I think that for me, that's the most encouraging part about this team.
Yeah, it's I think in due large part because the experience this team has with each other. Goff has familiarity with the receivers now. They've gone through their makeshift offensive lines in the last 2 seasons and had to do it again. They're used to it. What's surprising to me is that they're running the ball okay. It's nothing special. And yet we keep expecting this running game to get going, that they're going to put up 160 yards a game or something, and it hasn't happened yet. I understand why it hasn't happened. They haven't had the full complement of their offensive line for more than 60 minutes, it feels like. But I think that's something to look forward to as the season progresses. As the line gets healthy again, you get Montgomery back, Gibbs is already in the mix here. He knows what he's doing here. I'm waiting for the running game to just take off, and then this team can really dominate offensively.
And something clicked for Gibbs, I think, in the second half. Started being a little bit more patient, reading the blocks a little bit better, letting those develop, and you really saw him start to make an impact there in that second half of the game.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but is it because they went to the left side, and that's where you had the beef? I mean, you got 3 starters starting from the center going out to the left that have been they're really good NFL players. So you finally start to run to that side, as opposed to trying to go between the tackles or running around the other side, and it's gonna pay off.
Got Carson Anderson coming up next. Gator and Doug. It's 97.1.
This is going to be interesting. There's a chance that we're going to be on the Amazon pregame show for the Thursday game. Don't tell anybody, but there's a camera crew in here. Apparently looking for Lions talk. So we'll oblige. We'll do that.
Push the Tiger talk, guys. Push the Tiger talk.
I don't know, man.
I know, Gator. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Hey, what did Justice Bigby do Sunday?
Well, they didn't play. They got rained out, so they're playing today in a doubleheader.
Gotcha. What time's it start?
I think
Now?
5:30, but I'm not entirely sure.
God, you're sick.
What?
No, we all got our things.
I'm excited about the core that's coming up. But
Yeah,
no,
You're excited about every core that's ever been on the rise.
Well, I have not seen a core group of minor league hitters in the Tigers system.
Hold on. Let's change the subject before we lose the audience. Lions, huh? How about them Lions?
All right.
How about them Lions? Okay, so should I just get something out of the way right away? I'm going to get something out of the way I'm going to get this out of the way right away, okay? And then we'll move on to more locally centric stuff. I'm going to state for the record, and then we'll move on to more locally centric stuff. All right, you ready?
I'm ready.
Coming in 3, 2, 1. Tua looks fantastic. Fantastic.
It only took 70 points, Gator.
70 points and a half of football?
He looks spectacular.
You know, here's what you should have said.
For now.
The running backs really make Tua look good.
Yeah.
I mean,
no,
I'm giving credit. Between Mostert and A-Shane really make Tua
I'm going to
Tagovailoa.
give him credit. All right, let's get to the Lions, though. I want to get that out of the way. So, honestly, that's the team we expect them to be. Like, they're not flawless.
Oh, they have plenty of flaws.
Yeah, there's stuff that they need to clean up. But the bottom line is one of the reasons why I really wasn't I wasn't dissuaded from my 9 months of belief that they're still going to be a good football team. And it's the loss really got to people, man. That loss to Seattle really got to people. Some of the calls we took last week, when you start thinking back about, like, one of them was, we're really overrating Brad Holmes' work. We took a couple of Brad Holmes calls. The rookies were spectacular yesterday. Sam Laporta on offense and Brian Branch on defense really stood out. Both of them stood out. And, just a deep breath. They're going to lose some games. They're going to lose another game. Just a heads up. They're going to lose another game. Try not to panic. I mean, I guess you could do whatever you want. I hate telling people how to feel. But I guess that's why I'm not going to panic if they lose to Green Bay. It would be awfully nice to beat Green Bay because early in the season they'd be in the driver's seat in the NFC North, important tiebreaker ramifications of winning that Green Bay game. It'd be really nice. But you know what we got? We have ourselves an early season showdown in the North. And, it's not like the be-all, end-all, but for week 4 of the season, it's a big game coming Thursday. This is a real big game coming Thursday. And I'm stoked. I'm fired up. Glad the Lions took care of business and did what they should do against Atlanta.
Well, we're going to look back at the first 4 games of the season, and we're going to really, I think, appreciate what it does to set this team up for the rest of the year. And it's not because necessarily of what the wins or losses could be. I mean, starting off, if they went 3-1, of course, it'll look fantastic. But even if it's 2-2, it's okay. And I say that because it's preparing them for the road ahead. They started off the season taking on the Super Bowl champs on Thursday night to start the NFL season. Not to start the Lions season, but to start the NFL season. The most watched game of the year, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was a great game. Both teams battled. The Lions won in hostile territory and put the rest of the league on notice. Well, then that came the second week of the season. And they had to play what we're calling now it's a rivalry game because Seattle has had the Lions number. Yep. And they put a bunch of points on the board against the Lions. It was a game that meant something. The crowd at Ford Field was fantastic. It came down to overtime, and they lost. And it's painful. But they've experienced that pain already. Then comes yesterday. It had a must-win feel to it. Like, you got to get the fans back.
As much as we know that's ridiculous in week 3. It's ridiculous. It was for our own sanity they needed to win that game.
And I think for their own as well. I mean, Dan Campbell said afterwards he did not make practice easy on his team. He was not a well-liked person at practice last week. He pushed the guys, challenged the guys. He said some things to them that really upset them. And that's coaching, man. That's how he would say it, too. That's coaching, man. That's how you get things done, and you inspire, and you can celebrate afterwards. But that's the third week of the season, right? They get a little bit of, not a crossroads, but early issues, and they take care of business yesterday. And now, short turnaround against your division rival on Thursday night at historic Lambeau Field. It's another big game. The first 4 games of this season, I'm telling you, Doug, the way that these games have to be approached and were approached, it's going to set them up for having all the experience they need later on in the season when you got to dig deep. Well, what do we got? We're without alignment. You're already done that. Been there and done that. We're going into hostile territory. You guys went to
Kansas City
and Green Bay. You're okay. You've got all this. You're ready to go. keep it up and let's see what happens on Thursday night in Green Bay. But I really like how the schedule. I hated the schedule to begin with, but now that we're getting through it, I think it's going to pay dividends.
All right. So here's the deal: 248-539-9797. Lions fans, what's your biggest takeaway? What really stood out? What impressed you? Maybe even worried you? Whatever it is, the emotions with the win, sure. But what do you like most moving forward? Or what are you still worried about? Like if you look at the overriding emotions after that game, you got the win, and then what's the sub-headline, right? What's the sub-headline? Lions win 20-6. Sub-headline is what? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson on a Monday. Champ and Chump. We'll have our Champ and Chump nominations today at 10:35 if you're new to the show. Champ of the weekend and Chump of the weekend. Who had the best weekend and deserves to be praised for it and who needs to be called out? That would be the Chump.
That would be.
Get them in. We post on the website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
It was another big weekend here in Michigan for football, and listeners are loving the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in Michigan. Odds, bets, slots, and games. Download the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now and play all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook are right in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and my personal favorite, Wheel of Fortune. New slots like Atomic Meltdown and Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, and baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Great offer for new users. Download the Playgun Lake app right now and get up to $1,000 in casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app, it's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. Website, playgunlake.com for details. Must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Here's the thing about Gibbs is he needs to touch the ball more. We need to get more production out of him. He's a first-round pick, number 12 overall, and right now he's got 23 touches. That in 2 games.
Didn't Bijan have around 23 just on this Sunday?
Right, and whether it's and what Jahmyr Gibbs brings to this offense is the opportunity to be very creative, and that's where TJ and I talked about it yesterday on the podcast. Where's the creativity been in this offense? Last year with Amon-Ra St. Brown, we saw him line up in the backfield. We saw him line up everywhere. And we saw one play on a 4th down conversion to Amon-Ra St. Brown. One play that we look at and we say, okay, that's creative. We saw the flea flicker. That was creative. It created a touchdown.
He had one other play because I remember saying a Gator. I don't remember who
but
was
with
the top of my
Jahmyr
head.
Gibbs, I would expect to see more creativity with how you use him.
Dan Miller on the call. Carson Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Lions win 20-6. Atlanta was 2-0. They were 2-0. Detroit moves 2-1 with the win. And before the game, the story was who wasn't playing. You start looking at the inactives.
Oh, yeah.
And it was a little scary. Like on paper, no Mosley, which we didn't expect. David Montgomery's out. Kirby Joseph out. Taylor Decker out. Hal Vaitai out. We already know that C.J. Gardner-Johnson was going to be out. James Houston was going to be out. Josh Paschal was going to be out. Jamison Williams suspended. I mean, that's 9 guys that could have started for them.
Yeah.
That you just start rattling off, and it really speaks to the depth. And you start looking at depth guys that made plays. I don't like seeing C.J. Gardner-Johnson getting hurt, but we said it last week. If there was a position that they could maybe absorb the loss, it was safety because they had Tracy Walker.
Except that they had lost both of their safeties.
Well, that's where Fatu Melifonwu came through and made plays for them. So then the defensive line, Benito Jones steps up, has a sack. Charles Harris has a sack. Cody Sorsdahl had to play in that game when 2 offensive linemen went down after 2 were already hurt going into the game. So, again, foreshadowing the champ of the weekend, Brad Holmes' depth guys came through.
They had 7 sacks in the game by 6 different players. That's impressive.
Yeah.
What this team has been able to do to kind of cobble things together and restore faith in the fan base after what happened last week, and they did it quickly. And last year there were some more than whispers. There was lots of talk before the halfway point of the season last year. What are we doing here? This is the worst defense we've ever seen. They make a change to the coaching staff. Aaron Glenn takes over, and everything changed with the defense. It's like they can make these adjustments now. This is a different Lions team that wasn't able to do that stuff before. Now they're able to adjust, and not just adjust, but flourish with the adjustments. The defense yesterday was outstanding. They give up 245 yards in the game. That's it. They absolutely shut down Bijan Robinson. The big talk was Robinson and Gibbs, the first 2 running backs taken. Hey, the Lions liked Gibbs. They could have taken him at 6 if they wanted to, but let's trade back and get him. They liked him better than Bijan Robinson. Head to head, it's one game. Yesterday, Gibbs was the better back on the field yesterday. Who knows what it is for the rest of the season? But for yesterday, that's what mattered. And you brought it up earlier. The rookie class on this team was outstanding. They just showed up. The best player on the field was Brian Branch, and I think by a long shot.
I didn't even notice him. Was he there? Right, I thought he was one of the inactives.
Who sees him? Who's this guy? Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's like we talked going into the weekend. I heard Mike and Enrico talking about how Bijan Robinson's going to be the best player on the field, and watching yesterday, and the top 10 players on the field were all Lions, and it was Brian Branch running away. All due respect to Dan Miller and the play-by-play of the game with Hutchinson sack there.
Yeah,
Brian Branch was everywhere. 3 tackles for loss. He was breaking up passes. And, oh, by the way, he's got to cover this guy that's one of these next-generational players in Kyle Pitts, and did an amazing job.
248-539-9797. Let's talk to the people. We go to Justin. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Justin? Justin, are you there? Justin?
Yes, sir. Muted. I'm sorry.
All right, go ahead.
How dare you?
Good morning, gentlemen. Great morning. First and foremost, I want to shout out Odyssey. I'm in Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin right now for work.
Nice.
And I'm sitting in the hotel room watching that game. And I told myself, if Green Bay wins and Detroit wins, I'm buying a ticket, man. I got to. So I'm going to be here next week. We're going to be going to the Green Bay game. But, I mean, Gator, you already hammered it home. I was going to say the rookies, this rookie class, absolutely stellar. I want everyone who called in after the draft, who bashed in the front office, call back right now. What do they got to say right now? After the looks we got yesterday, absolutely love it. Looking forward to the rest of the season.
Justin, we took calls last week from people doubting Brad Holmes and saying we've overrated this rookie class. And look, 3 games in is far from time to do a victory lap, but it was like, hey, relax, okay? There's going to be ups and downs. Some of these guys are kids, and they're going to be relied on, and they made huge plays when they needed to.
Absolutely.
They needed to. I mean, Brian Branch, you've gone over the stats. Heat-seeking missile, man. Heat-seeking missile in his 3rd game of his career. And you said it, best player on the field.
And it wasn't even close. Whether he's playing nickel corner, if he's playing safety, whatever they needed him to do yesterday, he did it. You need to support the run. Boom, he comes in and like a missile, as you said, and the 3 tackles for loss were great. Sam Laporta offensively, I don't even think of him as a rookie anymore. Like, to me, he's a 5-year veteran in this league. And he's done what no tight end has done in the National Football League history, which through 3 weeks have 18 receptions.
Do you know, I mean, is he already better than
rookie tight end?
Is he already better than TJ Hawkinson?
Yes.
And not TJ Hawkinson's rookie year, but TJ Hawkinson now. And he's doing it for roughly $40 million less. Now, I don't know. I mean, that might be a grand overstatement, but suffice it to say,
own it.
Who would you rather have? Sam Laporta over the next 4 years for $9.5 million?
You can't.
Or TJ Hawkinson for $51 million. And look, I'm a Hawkinson fan.
How about keep money the same?
I mean, Laporta looks great.
Laporta looks great.
That was as much a business move. They knew they weren't going to be able to afford Hawkinson. They didn't want to pay him what he was going to. So they moved on. They got draft capital, and they went out and they drafted a guy that I'll comfortably say looks comparable at this point and might be better.
Yeah, and Goff was saying after the game last night that as good as he's been, his ceiling is so much higher because he's still making some tiny rookie mistakes that he's got to iron out. He's like, but he's been amazing so far. They've built that rapport, and they've got the trust built up, and it's huge.
248-539-9797. Let's go to James on a cell. You're next. What's up, James?
Hey, it's funny you bring up Hawkinson because he's my chump. Dinking one off your hands to the other team on the goal line for the win, which I thought he was going to do against the Lions last year. I kind of said something when you had a bold predictions back then, but you probably don't remember. And my champ, and I know Branch had a better game, but I'm going to go with Malafatu for a couple of reasons. Number one, for my entire life, the Lions' weakest point was the middle of the field, and he kind of blew up the middle of the field a couple times. Actually sent a couple guys to the bench on some hits, which was pretty cool. And I'm guessing I'll have about another 14 or 15 weeks to make Brian Branch my champ. So I'm going to go with it.
Fair enough.
You know, it's the middle of the field has always been there. I still have nightmares about Tom Waddle converting every 3rd and 8 against the Bears decades ago, but you have no idea what I'm talking about. But anyway,
I remember Waddle.
Yeah, Waddle was.
Yeah, I remember Waddle. Yeah, he's a pain in the butt.
So the year after we beat Dallas in that playoff game, the very first game was against the Bears in Chicago. Barry had one of his greatest runs in that game, and we took the lead with up by 2, and then they had Chicago down 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9 every time, and then Tom Waddle would come across the middle and catch it for the first down. Want to smack that guy? I think he's on the radio now. Anyway,
I think he is.
I got off tangent. Anyways, you guys have a great day.
Yeah, you too, James. 248-539-9797. 1 week later, Lions fans feeling much better about their football team heading into this Thursday night showdown with Green Bay. Champ and chump votes get them in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Dan Campbell following the Lions 20-6 win over the Atlanta Falcons to improve to 2-1. Now we got a short week, big game, Green Bay, Thursday night. 248-539-9797. We'll have our champ and chump nominations in a moment. But, I was happy because Dan Campbell had a decision to make at one point. There were no fourth down crazy gambles this week. There were no trick plays, but there was like 5-6 minutes to go, and he had a 4th and 7 just in Atlanta territory. And we talked last week about the stats, how Atlanta they had 2 drives of more than 67 yards for touchdowns or scoring drives. Make them go the length of the field. It's early in the season. You don't know what stats are real and which ones aren't. But punt and play field position. Please punt and play field position. And he did. And I was like, thank you, Dan Campbell.
Yeah, if I'm not
Actually,
mistaken,
it was third quarter. It was
okay.
5:30 to go, third quarter. Lions had a 4th and 7 from the Atlanta 45 with a lead. And I'm like, don't go for it. Don't go for it. Don't go for it. Make them go the length of the field. And they punted, and it paid off. I think they got a 3 and out, or was that when they got the ball back? Whatever. It doesn't matter. They came through, and Campbell, I was like, thank you. No need to take a chance with an offense that hasn't done diddly squat against your defense.
No, I think, and look, it's subtle, right? But you find out that Jack Fox, the punter, is a weapon.
Right.
And Jack Fox was killing it yesterday. I mean,
he does more than just throw passes.
He does more than just so perfect times. Yeah.
Yep.
He was great in the game yesterday. I mean, the defense was really the story, though. I mean, they're challenged. They were challenged by the coaching staff, and they showed up. The 7 quarterback sacks was huge. 245 yards allowed was huge. And I guess if you take away the sack total, there's like hardly 180 yards in offense.
And I don't know if the story's going to get, a week later is going to be reshaping of what people thought of Atlanta. All last week we heard with Aaron Glenn's defense, they won't be able to handle Atlanta's weapons. Atlanta offensively, they looked inept. Credit Detroit for that.
Yeah.
Ritter struggled. Credit Detroit for that. The receivers weren't getting open. Credit Detroit for that. But I feel like there's probably going to be some reshaping by people going, hey, I don't think Atlanta's any good. Even if true, I'll take it. The fact that Detroit on a football field on a Sunday is just clearly better than the other team is something I hope we get used to.
Well, we talked last week that one of the big issues for the Lions is it reared its ugly head against Seattle is they couldn't cover the tight end. Seattle had 3 tight ends that had over 130 yards receiving. And it's the age-old problem with this team. What happens now? They're going to take on Kyle Pitts. How do you cover him? Well, they put 32 Brian Branch on him, and he did a hell of a job. And the other issue that Lions fans have and that we've had with this team is, can you stop the run? They've been susceptible to giving up big yards against the run. You got Bijan Robinson coming to town. Good luck with that. They handled Bijan Robinson. I don't know if the game plan was specifically, let's stop the run and what happens in the air happens in the air, but it worked. Whatever it was, they limited that team to less than 3 yards a play throughout the game. They ran, I think, 65 plays and averaged less than 3 yards a play. That's a hell of a job by the defense.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Brian's in Ann Arbor, and he's on 97.1. What's up, Brian?
Just the thing I liked the most was just that the team kind of rallied after a tough loss last week, decimated by injury, relied on the depth that's been built on the team, and found a way to get it done. And that's what winning teams do. You find a way to get it done. Next man up, if you want to use cliches. Don't say, oh, we're injured, blah, blah, blah. They got it done. I mean, even in the game, we watched them patchworking in an offensive line. Yeah, they didn't play as well as they did with a non-patchwork offensive line, but they found a way to get it done. And then my other biggest takeaway, like everyone is saying, is Branch. I mean, every year there's that guy in the draft that is a consensus first-round pick that for whatever reason they fall, and it's not due to talent, it's not due to off the field, it's not due to anything, just a confluence of events, and the guy falls. And this year the Lions got that guy. I mean, when he was sitting there at the end of the first round when they picked Campbell, I remember thinking, I was like, man, they could grab Brian Branch here, and I'd be all about that. When they got him in the second, I was shocked that he was still there, and I was shocked that they got him, and I was shocked Green Bay made that trade. But they got him, and man, did he look good yesterday.
And you know what? Gator just brought up Aaron Glenn. Did Aaron Glenn build his entire defensive game plan around a rookie safety / nickelback that is playing in his 3rd career game? Was that the game plan built around Brian Branch?
certainly might have been. And I'll tell you my favorite play that he made the whole game was, if you remember, there was a play when Algiers kind of ran through him and Anzalone.
Yep.
And I want to say it was the next play or 2 plays later, they blitzed Branch and Branch just lit him up. And I was like, okay, that's what I like right there. Said, you know what? Run at me again. See what happens.
Branch said after the game, stuff like that can't happen. When Algier ran through, I mean, he looked like he didn't wrap him. He just shouldered him. But, yeah, he definitely responded.
But he certainly got him on the next play.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, that did.
Well, when you have a lot of injuries on defense, you just got to lean on a rookie like Brian Branch, right? No, but and I'll kind of say it, Doug. I don't think Atlanta's a very good team, and I don't care because good teams handled their business. The Lions handled their business. They made Atlanta look like the team we probably think they are, not that good. Look around the league yesterday. How many upsets were there? This is the NFL. It's totally cliche, but it's true. There are no easy wins in the NFL. You think how does Cowboy fan feel today? How does Jacksonville Jaguar fan feel today? You got to take care of business when it's right in front of you, and that's what the Lions did. And I expect kind of the same thing in Green Bay this week.
Champ and Chump, we said we get to our nominations. I will start. Gator, my champ of the weekend is Brad Holmes, the rookie class. Branch, Laporta, Gibbs, Sorsdahl had to play. Campbell came up with a sack. Its early returns are very good. I'm going with Brad Holmes, my champ of the weekend.
Yeah, hard to argue. I'll get a little more specific with it. I'll just go with Brian Branch. I mean, he was the best player on the field yesterday. 11 tackles, had 3 tackles for loss, had 2 pass breakups. He was all over the field making plays, and he limited Kyle Pitts to really being just an average player in that game. And Brian Branch was fantastic.
My chump of the weekend, I hate to do it because I like this guy, and I find him to be easy to root for, but Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame, you really got to work on your penalty kill. When you are shorthanded, you have to do a better job. And we knew we're one guy short. The last 2 defensive plays, they played with 10 players, and that feels very Brady Hoke, Rich Rodriguez-y. I remember, I swear Michigan ran a defensive play with 9 guys on the field back in one of those eras.
That's not going to be good.
No, and at that time in the game, I don't know how that happens, but 10 guys on the field for the end of that game.
Well, you mentioned like some hockey terms. They're shorthanded and all. Then the penalty kill. Does that mean they need to go to the Detroit Tigers and take their GM away?
Tougher on the blue line.
Yeah,
Notre Dame's got to get tougher on the blue line.
My chump of the New Orleans Saints. I don't care that your quarterback got hurt after the third quarter. Don't care. You had a 17-0 lead. Your defense was doing great. How do you blow that lead against the Green Bay Packers and Jordan Love? Why are you giving Jordan Love any kind of air whatsoever? I don't like it. I don't like it at all. We've talked about it on the show. Do we need to be worried that Green Bay may have gotten it right again with the quarterback situation? I hope that's not the case. We're going to find more out on Thursday. But for right now, thanks for nothing, New Orleans.
I will tell you, anybody that is a longtime Lions fan that watched the game, and this goes back to we're not sure how to act when our football team is supposed to be good and is good.
We don't know where to put our hands.
We don't know what to do with our hands. Yeah. Because when that game ended, when the Lions game ended, they went to Green Bay, New Orleans, and I was as vested as I've ever been watching a division rival play. Then, when that game ended, they went to the Chargers and the Vikings. Again, division rival. Ending of these games was like watching the NCAA tournament with the staggered finishes, and all of those games both meant something to us. And I'm watching like it's our team playing because these games matter. I mean, I want to say more now than ever. They've always mattered, but it's just a completely different perspective when you expect your team to be there in the end. And so I just found myself, again, don't know what to do with my hands. What do I do with my hands? 248-539-9797. Jim in Clawson says, great win yesterday. Champ of the weekend, Brian Branch. Chump of the weekend, the Denver Broncos. From DB Cooper.
He's been missing for a while.
He texts in Champ Brian Branch, Chump Sean Payton. From an unnamed texter, Champ Miami Dolphins, Chump Mel Tucker. 248-539-9797.
Tuck's running for like 3 straight weeks.
Strong candidate. Ryan is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good.
So my champ and chump of the weekend, I was kind of debating on the chump. I'm going to go with Michigan State as a whole for my chump of the weekend. They just look like they don't know how to play football anymore. They need a lot of work.
They need work, but I thought they showed a pulse on Saturday.
Okay, a pulse maybe
there's
one.
some positive.
Like,
Look, they lost, they got smoked, but there's some positive out of it. But I hear you. No reason not to jump them. Yeah.
Fair. And then my champ is for sure Travis Kelce. I mean, he's winning, getting yards, touchdowns on the field, and then he's going home, winning off the field. You know what I mean? Getting Taylor Swift coming to the game. You got to go with him absolutely for the weekend.
Wait, what? Who was at the game?
You didn't hear? You couldn't tell after the 13 times in 5 minutes they showed her?
Taylor Swift was at a football game this
Yeah,
weekend?
that's what I heard.
I know, right? Isn't that crazy?
You'd think it'd be on Twitter or Instagram or something like
I'm
that.
going to alert our social media here at 97.
We should get on that. Maybe we might want to talk about that. 248-539-9797. Lions fans, Lions win the game 20-6, but what is your sub headline? What do you take away from that game? As much as anything, hey, sure they got the win, but what bodes best for them moving forward in your opinion? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, are you ready for some football? Monday Night Football doubleheader tonight at Twin Peaks. Get in the front row for action of not one but two Monday night games, and there's no better place to watch football than Twin Peaks. They got the wall-to-wall TVs, minimum requirement 50 out of Twin Peaks. They got the best scratch, handmade bar food in the state, the coldest beer in the country, and the most beautiful Twin Peaks girls. So why go anywhere else? If you like the heat, be sure to try the new wing sauce. It's called Hot as F. Perfect on the hand-breaded to order boneless wings. They've also enhanced the recipe for their brisket. It's amazing. The double-stack nachos, take advantage of that. It's the best viewing experience, and check it out at Twin Peaks tonight. To find the location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. If you're a fan of Twin Peaks, sign up for the Eat Club so you know about this stuff. It'll be in your inbox every single day. Go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started on that. And, oh, by the way, you can win free stuff. twinpeaksrestaurant.com.
Luke walked in, and I think this is interesting. And it's going to be, I'm going to make you a deal. Now, I'll make you a deal that I will give you this coach right now at Michigan State, but you have to forego all other possibilities. That means we just did the hot board, the hot seat, or whatever the hell Rico called it. What if one of those names became nope? Oh, this NFL coach has gone public and said it's his dream to coach and nope. What if a name that's not even out there becomes the new hotness? Nope. I will offer
Pat
you.
Narduzzi says, I want to come home.
Go to hell. Show me you don't know anything about anything. Have Pat Narduzzi on your list. So here's my point. Luke waltzed in and brought up a name. And it has nothing to do with the name. I think this person actually has the right age, sub 45 years old. He's got the right pedigree, meaning the stops along the way are proper. He's been a coordinator. important to me. He's gone to some of the best places in the world and been a coordinator, important. And now is in the steps of building a program. But he hasn't built it. He's building at a non-traditional school, a place that's very difficult to win.
So coming out of a win over Atlanta, it feels like it's like Tuesday or Wednesday already because the Lions play the Thursday night game against Green Bay. And the obvious question is, how will the Packers approach dual threat quarterback Jared Goff?
That is the obvious question.
Like that's something that's probably going to keep them awake at night.
Yeah. He had his first 2 carries went for 6 yards. Okay.
Yep.
Enough said. Enough said. And then they took like 3 kneel downs to lose the yards. But
I've talked about this at length, that I have a paranoia, a growing fear that the Packers have done it again and just handed the car keys to the next great young quarterback. It's way too early to believe that. I mean, he struggled some Sunday, but of course they came back and won the game. But it's a paranoia. It's a paranoia that maybe they've done it again. But Aaron Glenn and this defense, short week, first-time starter quarterback, what are they going to? I'll feel a lot better if the Lions go out and hold Green Bay to 6 points just like they did Atlanta on Sunday, because it'll just be a bit of a sigh of relief. It won't completely define who Jordan Love is as a quarterback, but I really don't want that to be the reality.
no, I don't either. And I feel like this game already is starting to come down to which team's going to be healthier, because both teams have a boatload of injuries they're dealing with to key players, offensive linemen, big-time offensive linemen. You have Bakhtiari for Green Bay, Decker for the Lions, and there's more than that. If the Lions get Decker back, I will feel so much better.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because everything shifts back to normal, right? Sewell goes to the right side, Decker's on the left side, and then Glasgow is a replacement for Vaitai at guard, and we feel better about what's happening. If Montgomery can play, I'm going to feel better about what's happening. Watching the game yesterday with the Lions and Jahmyr Gibbs getting the lion's share of the carries there for running back, wanted to see it, right? But he's a guy who gets that speed from the outside, not necessarily between the tackles. They needed at times yesterday to get yards between the tackles that they just couldn't count on from Jahmyr Gibbs, that I feel like you can count on from David Montgomery. So it'd be nice to have both of those guys back. But, the Packers, they're not forgetting this game. They're not forgetting what happened at the end of last season. Even though it was an Aaron Rodgers team, Lions knocked them out of the playoffs. Lions embarrassed them at Lambeau Field, the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field, all the mystique, everything on the line for the Packers, and they came up with bupkis. The Lions sent Aaron Rodgers off on his way as a loser at Lambeau Field. That was fantastic. But that was last year. Packers aren't going to forget that. They're going to want to gain their measure of revenge. And the Lions can no longer rest on the laurels of the fact that they beat Green Bay. Again, they beat them twice last year, but beat them on the road when it mattered.
Is it petty of me that still makes me smile?
No.
Does that make me a small person?
No. Doesn't at all. Makes us Lions fans, right? Because it does put a smile on your face that they crushed the dreams once again. Like Aaron Rodgers and his RELAX. Relax, we got this. No, you don't. What you got is the rest of the year off.
But the problem was the Lions had the rest of the year off too, and that's a nice memory to hold on to. But we're looking forward now. We're looking to create our own memories and our own playoff runs, right? And so that was Aaron Rodgers' Packers. This is Jordan Love's Packers. And I mentioned last week, is this upcoming game against the Falcons a Aaron Glenn scheme game? Remember?
Yeah.
He schemed up a good defensive plan, and I expect the same thing against Jordan Love, because he's another young quarterback in this league, just like Desmond Ridder. You make it difficult for him. You give different reads, right? You bring the blitz from different angles. They actually blitzed a lot more than they have, I think, in a while. They're usually a play coverage team, but he saw that they weren't getting to the quarterback. A lot of pressures, but no sacks. But this is what happened this past Sunday. A lot of sacks.
And who the Packers played this year? They beat the Bears to start off the season. Yep. Bears are rough shape. They lost at home. They lost on the road, I should say, to the Falcons, who the Lions just beat. And then they just came from behind 17 points to take out New Orleans, but New Orleans had lost their quarterback after building up a 17-0 lead. This may be a little bit of false hope what the Packers have. I'm not saying it fully just yet because I'm a little leery of what they're doing with Jordan Love. Jordan Love made plays with his feet yesterday, and he was able to throw the football pretty effectively too when their back was against the wall. They end up winning that game. So it's one of these games that feels already like it's another big game for the Lions, and it's week 4.
And it's against a team that has basically run the division. It's against an organization that, as Lions fans, we've always looked up to. We've had no choice. And now...
Yeah, not admired.
Maybe. What's that?
Maybe not from admiration.
No.
But looked up to because they're literally
looked up to
in
them
the
in the
standings.
standings, yeah. 248-539-9797. Justin on a cell. You're on 97 won a ticket. Hi, Justin.
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
How you doing?
Hey, so the game yesterday, fantastic. We're going into Green Bay, like you guys were saying. We're hot off the win from last year, from this week. We're definitely coming into Lambeau, striking some fear in the heart of the pack. Make Jordan Love feel the heat. Aaron Glenn definitely brought it yesterday. I mean, you got to think about it. You've had 4 years to sit, well, probably about 4 years to sit behind Aaron Rodgers. You shouldn't be a bad quarterback, but let's expose them like we exposed the Falcons. I mean, they're 2-0 in an NFC South division where they just barely got a win over the Packers. They played the Panthers, I believe, in the first week. So I think we're coming in hot, and I think we're going to put that question mark back into the heart of all of these Packers fans thinking, maybe we aren't who we thought we were.
Well, a quick cursory glance at this matchup, and I think if you were to try to game plan against the Packers, you got to stop the run. They've been able to run the ball this year, 137 yards a game, and that's what Atlanta had been able to do. It was only a 2-game sample size, but they had averaged 170 yards a game. The Lions give up 72 yards a game rushing. Now, again, small sample size. It's only been 3 games. But this is how Green Bay gets things going. They get it going on the ground with A.J. Dillon and Aaron Jones. Can they step up and render the running game useless again? Because if they can, I feel great about their chances. Just go ahead, Jordan Love, take your best shot. Because once they become a passing team and they have to throw the ball, that's where you bring the pressure. That's where Hutchinson and company will make their mark.
248-539-9797. D in Detroit, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, D?
What's up, DK? Good. How y'all feeling, man?
All right, good. How are you?
Hey, man, check this out, bro. Before I get to my main point, all I've been hearing about Jared Goff is he can't throw the deep ball. Bro, yesterday I saw 2 or 3 deep throws from the guy. So we need to throw that out the window, bro, and get that man a contract, bro.
So there was question. Yeah, there was question about Goff's arm strength, and he overthrew Khalif Raymond on the one deep shot he took. But then there was a completion to Sam Laporta. I mean, this probably won't be answered. Probably won't satisfy some people until Jamison Williams is back, running straight down the field, running away from everybody, and Goff lays one out there for him to just run under.
Well, and he threw that perfect pass at the end of the first half against Seattle to Amon-Ra St. Brown that he caught, took 2 steps, and then fumbled it. But that was another deep shot he took downfield. It feels like through 3 games he's taken more deep shots this year than maybe he did all last year.
That's what I'm saying, Gator. And like I said, for some reason, a lot of people say, "Oh, he can't throw the deep ball." That's BS. Now, my main point, real quick, fellas, Derek Barnes, his physicality, bro, the way he's fighting off blocks, the way he coming and cleaning up tackles, bro. The thought of him and Jack Campbell being a linebacker for the future, 2 physical linebackers, it gets me hyped up, bro. Gets me hyped up.
Yeah, they've got very physical linebackers, and Derek Barnes was he was in the backfield early in that game. He had the sack in the game. I like how this is not how I envisioned the linebacker room to look. No, when they drafted Jack Campbell, I thought he was going to get all the playing time, and Jack Campbell is the one actually who's kind of the odd man out. He's gotten very few snaps, but Derek Barnes has earned them.
Well, hold on. Jack Campbell had 38 snaps yesterday. Malcolm Rodriguez had 20.
Well, okay, let me say this. I think the difference in that is because the way they schemed up, they needed more. Jack Campbell lined up outside as a pass rusher more than he did as an inside linebacker.
248-539-9797. Paul is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Paul?
Thank you for taking my call. Great show as always. And you pretty much said everything I was going to say, but I haven't seen that much physical play in the Lions in many, many years since Night Train Lane and Carl Brettschneider. Each player was out on that field trying to physically beat the player in front of them. And God, that's what we needed. And I think they learned that from Seattle the week before. I hope they carry it on, and we can send a message by beating Green Bay this Thursday.
Oh, Paul, you're right. I mean, think about it. If they win this game Thursday night, they will have gone on the road to Kansas City and beat the defending Super Bowl champs and followed it up by going on the road to Green Bay. If they do it, if they win this game, that's. I mean, it's almost unthinkable that the Lions could have done that a few years ago. And they have an opportunity in front of them to go to two of the most hostile places in the NFL and walk away with a W.
I agree with you 100%. We got to continue to be physical, and I'd like to see our running game get a little bit better. I'm a little bit concerned about that, but when we get that wide receiver back, we're going to be a team to look forward to.
We hope so.
Well, the tailbacks averaged over 4 yards a carry yesterday. But I agree. I think that's an area that this team would like to improve on. But I think that comes when the offensive line gets healthy.
What does he mean get the run game better? Did he not see Jared Goff?
Right, you're right. Great point. He clearly didn't.
248-539-9797.
He hasn't seen a dual threat like that since Jim Thorpe.
You know, I remember when I was covering Denard Robinson.
Hey, man, you mentioned Dick Night Train Lane. Someone's going to throw Jim Thorpe at you.
Joe Cap.
Yeah, right.
248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback. Speaking of Goff, there is an incredible breakdown of his runs in his career that's pretty funny that we will get to next hour. You will want to hear this. ESPN's research is amazing. We'll get to that at 11:20. 97.1 The Ticket.
Here's the thing about Gibbs is he needs to touch the ball more. We need to get more production out of him. He's a first-round pick, number 12 overall, and right now he's got 23 touches. That in 2 games.
Didn't Bijan have around 23 just on this Sunday?
Right, and whether it's and what Jahmyr Gibbs brings to this offense is the opportunity to be very creative. And that's where TJ and I talked about it yesterday on the podcast. Where's the creativity been in this offense? Last year with Amon-Ra St. Brown, we saw him line up in the backfield. We saw him line up everywhere. And we saw one play on a 4th down conversion to Amon-Ra St. Brown. One play that we look at and we say, okay, that's creative. We saw the flea flicker. That was creative. It created a touchdown.
He had one other play because I remember saying.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The 24-hour celebration rule may be a lot shorter than normal for the Lions, who now have a short week with a division tilt versus the Packers in just 3 days. Defensive leader Cam Sutton was already getting them ready for it in the locker room. Audio Audio from the Detroit Lions. They also get wide receiver Jameson Williams back in the facility with 2 weeks left in his gambling suspension. However, he still cannot practice or work out with the team, but he can receive treatment and be in team meetings. Week 3 of the NFL will wrap with 2 games tonight, an undefeated matchup of Eagles at Buccaneers, and 0-2 Cincinnati will host Matthew Stafford's Rams. We'll have the call from Tampa on the Bet 1270 at 6:45 p.m. Early lines for Michigan and Michigan State for next weekend. The number 2 Wolverines will have a large spread again, favored by 18 as of this morning per FanDuel. The Spartans will head to Iowa City on Saturday night and are 11.5-point dogs to the Hawkeyes. And the Red Wings have one final practice this morning in Traverse City before returning to Detroit. They trimmed 11 off their camp roster and will take the ice at LCA tomorrow night versus the Penguins for their first exhibition of the preseason. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Thanks for being with us on a Monday. Champ and Chump votes rolling in. Lions with a bounce-back win over the Atlanta Falcons, and good for them. What's with the confused look?
Well, I just went to Twitter, and Dan Wetzel has a column. Apparently, there's a picture.
Yeah.
Apparently, Taylor Swift was at the Chiefs game.
Oh, she was?
Looks like she was in a box with Travis Kelce's mom. Huh.
Travis Kelce, do you think there's something going on there?
I mean, there should be some reporting on it.
One would think.
I'm just surprised.
Yeah, okay. Oh, that's cool.
I guess that happened.
All right.
Did Villar mention in his update? Should I tell him?
Maybe, yeah.
I should tell him.
Yeah.
Breaking news.
Seriously, Keg came in and sat down and goes, dude, it's only been 12 hours. I'm already sick of this story.
I mean, people keep coming with the puns in the songs, by the way.
Yeah.
Those are it's just my side splitting.
Kang, just shake it off. It'll be okay.
Yes.
That's all I have.
You sure?
I'm absolutely sure. I know nothing else.
Do you know the Jansen had a funny line today when the Steelers plane had to divert to Kansas City.
Mm-hmm.
So they were in Kansas City, and Taylor Swift was in Kansas City, and John said, "We are never, ever, ever getting back to Pittsburgh."
I actually chuckled at that.
I did.
All right,
because
that one I get that reference.
Well,
okay.
because it was Janny that said it. So to hear him,
some caller called
Janny,
some caller called him Janny today.
He was so pissed.
He didn't like it.
He didn't even say a word.
Which, by the way, he should have never let it get out there.
Yep. Some guy called him it was a Michigan fan talking about, yeah, Janny, I was late at the golf course for the tailgate, and Jansen didn't even say anything. I think Jimmy Costa took over and started talking.
If I had heard that, I imagine I could almost hear the smoldering come from between the ears. Like the plume of smoke starts to come up because he's just getting pissed.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Bill. You're on 97 on The Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Morning, guys. How you doing?
Doing good.
Well, I think it was a really good win. To keep our sanity, if anything else, for sure. The subplot definitely was the coaches, the way that Campbell talked and the way Aaron Glenn schemed. I think and people the rookies again played out of their mind, but I think I'm going to give it just to the way the coaches had them ready to go. That's my subplot, and my chant this week was actually the weather.
Great
had
weather.
a lot of 40th high school reunion, particularly yesterday. One of my classmates, his daughter's one of the people that tragically got shot and killed at Michigan State. We dedicated a tree to her yesterday. It meant a lot to a lot of people. I didn't mean to put a damper on the mood, but I just wanted to say that. And the chump is, geez, man, I guess whoever's the defensive coordinator for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, that was it was alarming to see that game get out of hand. I mean, I'm up in the press box yesterday, and it's like 42-10 or something, and I'm like, oh wow, they got 42 up there. Then it gets to 49, and then I didn't pay attention for a little bit, and I come back and I'm like, they've got a 50 burger on them. Now we've joked about the terms that you can.
50,
yeah, I know. We've joked about what do you call if you put 40 points up there, 30 points on them, and the 50 is always the burger. But what about 60? And then I'm in the press box. We're waiting for Dan Campbell to come and speak, or the press room, and I my eyes bulge out, and I go, guys, Miami just scored their 70th point. They are up 70-20, and there's 8 minutes left.
We've never even had to consider what you call a 60 burger or 70 burger. Like, are you kidding me? 70?
That's just gluttony, man. I mean, with 8 minutes left, Doug and I were talking this morning, to get that many possessions in the NFL?
Yeah. To score that quickly, it's incredible.
I feel like Tua's pretty good, Doug.
He is. I will grant him. He is playing exceptionally well.
No, but that was ridiculous.
I mean, they had 376 yards passing, 350 yards rushing in the game. And did they punt? They actually punted once for 48 yards.
Wow. 248-539-9797. By the way, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. More and more people are doing that. I love getting the calls from out of town of people, Lions fans and Michigan and Michigan State fans. And, of course, we'll get into Red Wings, Pistons, Tigers. When those fans call from other parts of the country, it's great. But just because you live around here doesn't mean you don't need the app, because there'll be a day where you're driving up north and you want to hear what's going on in Detroit, or there'll be a day where you're on vacation and somebody will make a big trade. That's when you'll say, oh, what's the name of that app? Well, do yourself a favor, download it today, AUDACY. Doesn't cost a thing. It's free. And then you can stream the station from anywhere in the United States and Canada. Also stream to our website, 971 The Ticket, where we have exclusive content, including Birchie's got a story with a great Brian Branch comparison. The exclusive story there. We'll get to that a little bit later on. Also stream with video. Go to youtube.com, search up 971 The Ticket. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. And if you've been watching the video, yeah, Amazon was in today. For the first hour.
Doing some shopping.
Yeah.
Was it Amazon or was it Peacock?
I can't avoid Amazon even at work.
Was it Peacock?
No, it's Amazon.
It's Amazon?
Amazon, yeah. They're carrying the game Thursday.
Somebody.
You already subscribed, Gator.
Don't.
You do. You have Prime.
I do.
You have Prime.
I do.
It's for the Thursday night pregame show. There's a chance that you'll see either Gator or myself or Kang. Maybe you'll hear your calls from the first hour. And it is indeed Amazon.
Good.
Yeah.
I just
Do you have problems with the streaming this
No.
weekend?
No, none.
You didn't get peacocked?
I didn't get peacocked.
Okay, good.
Yeah, those services are working fine.
Good.
Free press.
Glad to hear.
On this computer only.
Oh, you still can't get on the free
I'll
press
try
website?
later on, but I mean, I noticed it was on my.
Because you are actually subscribed, but for some reason the computer, even though it greets you, says you're not subscribed.
Right. I did notice yesterday I was scrolling on my phone and came across a story on the news, Detroit News, and I went to it and it said, "Oh, need to be a subscriber." And I'm like, "I am," but it didn't have me logged in. So I went to log in and I got the story just fine. Free press, we'll see.
All right.
I am.
He is subscribed. I really wish I was in that day. 248-539-9797.
You were last week. You heard the same thing.
That's true. Let's go to Greg in Dearborn. Hi, Greg.
Man, there's nothing worse than being peacocked. I'll tell you what.
No.
But I was calling the champ and chump. I was going to chump Aaron Glenn last week. I got to make him the champ this week. I mean, I know players make plays, but he really got those guys in position to make the plays. Barnes, I'm so happy he's come along. I was so excited when we got him from Purdue. But just having him come along has been great. And then, of course, Branch, just a rocket out there. And so I'm really excited for the game this week as well, to see what he can do. And hopefully it's just, a Seattle problem that he has basically. And on to my chump, Ryan Day. I mean, he went all WWE after the game, talking about Ohio against everybody. Dude, last year they let your team into the playoff without winning your division or your league. So, I mean, just get out of here with that. And, I mean, honestly, I didn't know Lou Holtz was still alive. I'm sorry, but I really didn't. It's like if you're that mad about that old man getting after you, okay, buddy.
Look, when you're a coach of a team, you're doing anything you can to try and help your team win or to boost their confidence or whatever. I'll just say this about Ryan Day's post-game rant. I think it's something that man so desperately wants to be true. That's how I interpret that. He so desperately wants it to be true.
Well,
and there's examples of toughness in that game. There's some examples of toughness that they showed, sure. And then there's some examples of maybe not so much, but he desperately wants it to be true. And he wants his players to believe it's true.
They wanted to win a big game. And that was a big game.
Yep.
And to do it on the road at Notre Dame, national television at night, it was a big win for him.
Yep.
But to be that triggered by an 86-year-old man was kind of weird. Like, you could celebrate, hey, that is a huge win. You're right, Gator. On the road, Notre Dame. He could have done all that without that rant. And, he could have.
He was really upset with Lou.
He was very upset.
Maybe he was hurt. I think he was hurt by Lou. We thought Lou were friends.
But it was more than that too. It's been second guessing and doubting and
yeah. I mean, look, we asked the question last week, the college football questions. If they lose, should he be on the hot seat? Right?
Yeah. The answer to me is no.
Of course not. But Ohio State fans are crazy. So I think that was for all of Ohio State Nation to get that win. It was big. Look, and that wasn't even the best one. The better rant was the one that the Oregon coach had. Getting his team all fired up beforehand. We're not about clicks. We're about wins. Mm-hmm. And, for just playing nice all week in front of the media and then letting his team get inspired by his words beforehand and the way Oregon showed up against Colorado, which I think we kind of expected Oregon was the better team, but my goodness, they poured it on. They were great.
All right, we got start times, college football start times released for the weekend of October 7th. Michigan State has a bye, but I got a Michigan-Minnesota start time. We'll get to that coming up at 11:18, plus a great analysis of Jared Goff's ability to run at 11:20. 97.1 The Ticket. Aiden Hutchinson following the Lions' victory over Atlanta, 20-6, 2-1. Big game with Green Bay Thursday.
I have a request I'd like to make of Aiden Hutchinson.
Okay.
I could have brought it up yesterday when it was at the podium, but I didn't. But this is a sincere request.
All right.
Please, for the love of everything great and small, change your post-game sack your post-sack celebration. Not because it's awful, but because I thought that you hurt your Achilles. Oh, no. The way he shakes the leg, he goes down like he's hurt, and then the leg starts to shake like an Elvis kind of dance move. Please change that. Because my heart sunk for a little bit. I'm like, no, don't be hurt. Not you.
No, not now. No, not now.
Don't do that. Just like Goff got crushed on a play after he threw the pass. The guy landed on top of him, and he got up kind of slow. I'm like, no, get up.
Yep.
So that's just a humble request.
Just go easy, is what you're saying.
Celebrate all you want, but don't like feign that you have an injury and then.
Well, he was doing the stanky leg.
I know. I'm just saying, don't do that. Because it looks like you're hurt.
I thought you were going to say don't do it because you might get hurt. Just
that's another one. Yeah, we've seen that, Stephen Tulloch.
Exactly. I don't like. That's why I don't kind of like. I might, whether you're a fan of the dance or not, just anything not to get hurt.
Yeah. We're just
we're all excited, yes, but within reason. Okay, so week 6 Big Ten football schedule is out. Michigan, Minnesota will kick off at 7:30 p.m. Night game up in Minneapolis on NBC.
That's what happens. See what happens when PJ Fleck loses? They put you at night.
Maryland and Ohio State in Columbus is the big noon kickoff on Fox. Rutgers at Wisconsin is a noon Peacock game. Howard at Northwestern's on the Big Ten Network at 3.
Not exactly a great schedule for the Big Ten that week.
Purdue plays at Iowa on Peacock at 3:30. Michigan at Minnesota at 7:30 on NBC. There is a Friday night Big Ten game. Nebraska at Illinois is an 8 o'clock start. Now, I will say, as we inch closer, we all go back to the beginning of the season when Brett McMurphy put out sources tell the Action Network, this is the schedule for NBC, unless games get flexed to different networks. That original tweet that had Michigan State as a 7:30 start on October 21st, which, some people might like the idea of it being a night game. Others may not. He said it was going to be 7:30. And as each week the schedules come out, this is back-to-back weeks that he has been wrong. These games have been flexed out. Illinois at Purdue was supposed to be a night game on September 30th. It is not. The October 7th night game was supposed to be Purdue at Iowa. That's a 3:30. Michigan, Minnesota is. So I think this was a tweet that it might have been true at the time. They might have said this is our tentative plan, but another week and another game that's not as was expected. So hopefully for those of us that don't want Michigan State to be a night game, more evidence that it perhaps won't be.
Well, I don't know why it just doesn't consult your schedule that you put out last year. It's a noon game.
Is that what I said?
2023 is a nooner. So is 2024.
Which one's in London?
2032 is in London.
Right.
10 o'clock in the morning. London.
Do we still have that pinned?
Yeah.
We probably shouldn't.
We should.
No.
Why? Why not?
Because people might take it seriously.
Well, if they do, they're,
All right.
Just how about this? Don't take it seriously.
There you go.
We're covered now. I said it. Don't take it seriously.
All set then.
It's a joke.
Yep.
Can you edit that?
Why would I want to? Why would we?
On the new X.
Do we have any new any night games in the future? Michigan State, according to my
2026 is a 7:30 game, and 2030 is a 7:47 game.
Oh, that's a weird one, Doug.
Oh, things will change by then.
They'll be streaming something, right?
It'll probably be streaming. Yeah, it'll be on some network that we don't even know about yet, like
Hulu Prime Cock. Right?
Yes.
It's one word. It's one word.
Like whoever imagined, you think about all the things that changed. We haven't even really talked about that Amazon was a shopping service.
Yes.
We now have accepted, there's games on Amazon. Like Michigan State 2026 on the Meyer Network.
If the Lions lose to the Packers on Prime, I'd like to return it.
Wait a minute.
Get the barcode and drop it off at
Doug,
Whole
you know how?
Foods.
Yeah, can I give it to you to return, Doug?
Yeah.
You would think that Jeff Bezos would be a billionaire by now. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
He might be a trillionaire.
Okay.
How much is Amazon worth?
If you have to ask, you can't afford it.
But before I Google it here, what do you think the net worth of Amazon is?
Almost as much as T.J. Hawkinson's contract. I don't know. It's got to be billions.
I think he's worth so much we're going to be calling it Bezos pretty soon.
Yeah.
Like that's the money.
As of September 22nd, 2023, the net worth, the way they have it written is interesting. It's 1332.23 billion. I don't know why they just don't say 1.3 trillion, because it's what it is. They're worth 1.3 trillion with a T.
Great.
Sell. I'm out.
Sell? You're getting out?
I mean,
you would have sold way
what
before.
What could you possibly do? There's nothing you could do.
What, to spend all that money?
It'd be like, I don't want the headache. When we ask people to come back to work, they don't want to come to work 3 days a week. I don't need the headache. I'm selling. Who wants to buy it? Which conglomerate wants to buy it? I'll give you a deal. Look, it's worth 1.3 trillion. I'll take $1 trillion.
We got comps at 1.3 trillion, but I'm going to go.
Wow, that's amazing. That's money.
How many Emperor Penguins is that?
That's a great question.
All right, we're short on time to go to the analysis of the Goff run threat. So we'll get to that coming up. In the meantime, let's take phone calls. We go to Kurt. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kurt.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
Do you think that the Lions are going to start implementing the Wildcat?
Oh, with Jared Goff?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but seriously, my question is, I know Derek Barnes is playing pretty great from the statistics, but why is Jack Campbell only getting 18 snaps, I think you said?
Well, that
38.
was, he had 38 this past week, and a
38,
lot of them he was
okay.
lined up as an outside linebacker, like pass rusher, because Barnes and Anzalone were in the middle.
Okay, so do you not there's no problem there with Jack Campbell, right? Because I know the first 2 games it was a bit of an issue raised.
Well, look, I mean, it's funny because I do this too a little bit. I'm a big Jack Campbell fan, but But at the end of the day, whether he plays or not, to me, is way secondary to how well is the defense playing. And if the defense is playing fine with him playing half the snaps, great. Try and figure out what skill set, what he can bring to the table. Credit Derek Barnes for basically keeping
really good.
Yeah. And if Derek Barnes emerges, I mean, look, I still like the pick. And I think a 30,000-foot view, it's going to be good in the end. But as it stands right now, I'm less concerned about Jack Campbell's snaps and most concerned that the fact that they held him to 6 points.
Yeah, fair point.
Yeah, but I will bet. I mean, it's up from last week. I don't remember was it?
It's like 20-something last week.
22 snaps, and he had like 6 tackles.
Yeah,
which is a pretty good rate.
Look, I think it's going to be a week-by-week thing. It depends who you're playing against, what the game plan is. I think they were forced to do some things they didn't necessarily expect to do yesterday because of, the defensive ends being out, with Houston being out, and, Julian Okwara is still out, and they had to find another guy to step in there on that outside. But plus, with the safety issue that they had, with only one healthy safety, really, starting with Tracy Walker and then bringing in Melon Fonwu to play every once in a while, and Bryant Branch was playing it. They had guys all over the place. They just had a different-looking defense.
I think actually that right now they're like at a 4-man rotation with the linebackers, right? Anzalone's going to play every snap he possibly can play. And Derek Barnes has been really good, so he's going to get a lot. I think it just should be between Barnes, Anzalone, and Campbell. I think Rodriguez's snaps actually should keep lowering because I think Campbell's doing great when he's out there. Maybe this is the plan to slowly kind of incorporate him into the defense, but to me, I think you can go 3-man. Campbell can rush. Barnes, as we can see, can rush as a defensive end, apparently. He got a sack yesterday, so I think I like to go with the 3.
All right, we will get to this fascinating analysis of Jared Goff's runs in his career. That coming up today at 11:31, plus more of your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump, get those votes in, 97.1.
Luke walked in, and I think this is interesting. And it's going to be, I'm going to make you a deal. Now, I'll make you a deal that I will give you this coach right now at Michigan State, but you have to forego all other possibilities. That means we just did the hot board, the hot seat, or whatever the hell Rico called it. What if one of those names became nope? Oh, this NFL coach has gone public and said it's his dream to coach in nope. What if a name that's not even out there becomes the new hotness? Nope. I will offer
Pat
you.
Narduzzi says, I want to come home.
Go to hell. Show me you don't know anything about anything. Have Pat Narduzzi on your list. So here's my point. Luke waltzed in and brought up a name. And it has nothing to do with the name. I think this person actually has the right age, sub 45 years old. He's got the right pedigree, meaning the stops along the way.
Okay, so ESPN's research department is really good. Dan Miller on the call, by the way, at Alliance Network. Gator, follow along.
All right.
Jared Goff has 219 carries in his career. 78 of those are kneel downs.
Okay.
90 are scrambles where he went forward only because nobody was open or the space in front of him was too wide open. Again, this is according to ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
11 more come via the aborted snap. So, like...
Oh, we got to take off.
Yep. 14 were quarterback sneaks.
Short yardage situation,
Yep.
yeah.
So that leaves 26 of his 219 carries, yesterday we saw the 26th designed run of Jared Goff's career. Of the 26, 11 were zone read plays, like the one they ran. Correct me if I'm wrong. They ran one in the opener against Kansas City where he handed it off and then followed through like he still had the ball, like a quarterback will do. He's run that play. He has kept the ball in zone read plays twice in 3 seasons with the Lions. Once was last year when he went for 17 yards against the Packers, and the other was yesterday where he kept it for a touchdown. He now has 4 touchdowns, and this includes his time with the Rams. 4 touchdowns on 5 zone read keepers inside the 5-yard line.
I mean,
it's been effective.
It's in the playbook for a reason.
Dual threat. And don't try and convince me otherwise.
I will not. That's in the playbook for a reason, clearly.
I mean, I'm not going to call out Ben Johnson for not using Goff enough in the run game. I will stop short of that. It was great to see that.
He wasn't untouched. He didn't go untouched in the end zone. That defensive end had a hand on him. Goff was too strong to just blew right past.
Too fast?
I got this. Too fast, too strong. Too strong. Broke out of the clutches.
I kind of want to know, I mean, as far as we know, we're talking tomorrow with Jared Goff.
We'll see.
We haven't heard otherwise. It's weird, short week. Sometimes they move the schedule around, but we haven't been told by the Lions it's not happening. I want to ask him about this part of his game, the zone read, where he fakes the handoff and keeps it and goes around end.
Can you guys also ask him that? Did you guys see his attempt to jump into the crowd after?
Yes, I said to Doug during a break. It was so pathetic.
Oh, my God.
I wanted to ask him after the game yesterday because somebody asked him about the throw into the stands, and he goes, he goes, 2 worst throws I've had in my career are the one I threw in the stands and then probably the interception I threw in the second half. Those are the 2 worst throws. And I wanted to say, what about jumping up into the Lions leap, whatever it is?
Didn't work out well, huh?
I mean, it didn't work out well. He didn't jump nearly high enough the first attempt. Then the second attempt wasn't much better, but the fans are like reaching over and trying to grab him and pull him up as if, oh, you got this. It was just a real failed attempt all around and kind of funny in retrospect. But when you pair all that up with the spectacular information you just gave us about his running career,
yes,
it all seems to make sense.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Luke here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Luke?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just want to talk about, I think they're using Jahmyr Gibbs the wrong way. He's not a power back. He's not David Montgomery. I thought they were going to use him more in the passing game, running screens, running routes. But he's not a run-up-the-middle type of guy.
Well,
So
he,
do you think
he was running a bunch of routes yesterday.
And do you not think that yesterday he was used that way in part because David Montgomery was out?
Well, I understand they had to use him up the middle because David Montgomery was out. I mean, Donovan Knight did a good job running up the middle, too. He had a couple. Jahmyr Gibbs had a couple breakaways up the middle. But I think we need to be using his speed more in a better way, running to the outside.
Well, I think even when you
we'll pass the note along.
Being pressed into duty yesterday like he was, they still had him as a wide receiver a bunch. He lined up outside all the time. And he still carried the ball 17 times. I think had 4 receptions. He had like 100 yards in offense. I expect more. They want to get more explosion plays out of him, I would imagine, and they will. They will. We saw him break one yesterday for 21 yards. I think it was 21 yards down the left side. But rest assured, young man, Luke, they'll be fine.
I don't like this Jahmyr Gibbs slander, by the way, about running in between the tackles. First of all, obviously David Montgomery was out, so someone had to carry the load between the tackles, and that was Jahmyr Gibbs, right?
Yep.
Of course, we want to see him do outside stuff and line up in the slot and more explosive plays, but someone had to take Montgomery's role on yesterday. And Jahmyr Gibbs did just fine. He averaged 4.7 yards a carry, which is probably what Montgomery would have averaged as well.
Hey, look, first of all, game plans are week to week, okay? Game plans depend on a ton on the defense you're facing, who's healthy and who's not healthy. And I don't know. I expected Jahmyr Gibbs to get the bulk of the workload yesterday, which includes, he's going to have to run it up the middle. They can't just, toss sweep student body right and left the whole game. So, I mean, of my takeaways, I got to be honest. In my notes, they're using Jahmyr Gibbs wrong.
Yeah, I mean, seriously. He's not Derrick Henry. We get this. He did just fine between the tackles. And when Montgomery gets back, hopefully, right, then you can start seeing Jahmyr Gibbs used elsewhere, things like that.
Look, they tried. There really weren't big running lanes to go through.
Yeah,
yesterday.
exactly. I don't know. Were we hurt some defensive or offensive linemen yesterday? Were some offensive linemen down?
When you're on your fourth right tackle, seriously, their fourth right tackle is who they went to. They had to go to backup to start, and then they went with fresh off the practice squad, who not even off the practice. They just signed Skipper to the practice squad, and then they go with Kobe Sorsdahl after that, the rookie. I'm okay with it. And then eventually they started to wear down Atlanta's defense, and the Lions went to the other side. They started rushing on the left side, and that's where they got their yards. They're going to be okay.
I have a new stat for you, Gator. You know Doug's great stat? Games he's watched?
Yes.
Games I've watched, yeah.
In plays I remember, they kept running to the right side of the line, and I'm like, dude, stop running to the right side of the line. That's where the backup linemen are. With all due respect to the fourth tackle, run to the left side.
Yeah.
And I remember they had success one time to the right, but they had Penei Sewell. He was pulling, so they opened up a hole. But, why would we keep running to the right side?
I think it was a ploy. Honestly, so later on in the game when you said, you know what, now we're going to go left side, that they were a little thrown off. And I don't know why you wouldn't have run left all day with that sort of strength is with Sewell, Jackson, and then, Ragnow as the center. But
yeah, in plays I remember, they kept running to the right.
In plays I remember, they kept running to the right side as well.
So the snap counts for offensive linemen. Glasgow, Jonah Jackson, Penei Sewell, and Frank Ragnow played the whole game, all 70 snaps. And then, so Matt Nelson got the start.
Yep.
He lasted 18 snaps. Dan Skipper came in. He lasted 16 snaps. Cody Sorsdahl then had to go in, and he went 36 snaps.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. And
it's half the game.
Another one of the rookies that impacted this game.
And hopefully Matt Nelson did not snap his ankle.
Yeah. Hopefully the guys they sat out this week, they get back. We talked about whether or not the decision on Sunday is impacted at all by having a game on Thursday, and that they're like, okay, you could come back, but we'd really be pushing it for you coming off an injury to have a quick turnaround game, that if we can just sit you a little bit longer, we'll have you for Thursday. I am crossing my fingers that guys like Decker and Kirby Joseph and David Montgomery could be up and ready to go for this one.
Yeah, I'm not going to be surprised, nor should you be, or anybody else be, when you find out today in practice, tomorrow in practice, that there are going to be a bunch of guys not practicing.
Mm-hmm.
Just got to, take care of this. They heal up.
LP is okay this week. LP is good.
Limited practice is great, but I'm saying NP. We're going to see a bunch of NPs, and it's
You're
okay.
Probably right, which is no practice.
It was
non-participant. I don't know which it really is, but either way, it means they're not out there.
Yes. The receiving corps for the Lions, it's funny when you look back at it, Josh Reynolds and Marvin Jones, non-existent in the game, which was okay. It worked. I mean, they were on the field, but all the receptions and all but two of the targets, I think, went to Gibbs, Raymond, Laporta, and St. Brown.
Hey, I mean, it's weird. There's a rookie tight end right now.
He's so good.
That looks like he is Jared Goff's favorite target. Maybe not. Maybe it's Amon-Ra. Maybe it's Amon-Ra.
Yeah, but they were there right there with each other. Targeted. St. Brown was targeted 12 times. Laporta was targeted 11. And it's a high rate, a hit rate, 9 out of 12 and 8 out of 11.
248-539-9797. Hey, snap into action this NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app, so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, which include spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems, call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
Are proper. He's been a coordinator, important to me. He's gone to some of the best places in the world and been a coordinator, important. Mm-hmm. And now is in the steps of building a program. But he hasn't built it. He's building at a non-traditional school, a place that's very difficult to win.
Here's the thing about Gibbs is he needs to touch the ball more. We need to get more production out of him. He's a first-round pick, number 12 overall, and right now he's got 23 touches. That in 2 games.
Didn't Bijan have around 23 just on this Sunday?
Right, and whether it's and what Jahmyr Gibbs brings to this offense is the opportunity to be very creative, and that's where TJ and I talked about it yesterday on the podcast. Where's the creativity been in this offense? Last year with Amon-Ra St. Brown, we saw him line up in the backfield. We saw him line up everywhere. And we saw one play on a 4th down conversion to Amon-Ra St. Brown. One play that we look at and we say, okay, that's creative. We saw the flea flicker. That was creative. It created a touchdown.
He had one other play because I remember saying a Gator. I don't remember who
but
was
with
the top.
Carson Anderson, 97, to take a Dan Miller on a call yesterday. Let's get back to your open line calls. 248-539-9797. Hey, thanks everyone for listening. Wherever you are out there, whether it be over the air, Odyssey app, streaming on Twitch, streaming on YouTube, or through our website, 971 The Ticket. Let's go to Sean next on 97.1. Hi, Sean.
Hi.
Hey. Hi.
I'm really excited about this team. Last year's draft picks are starting to play together, and then this year's draft picks are really added a lot of juice to this team. A lot of excitement with this team. And I also want to point out one other thing. Since Sheila Ford has taken over ownership of this team, I think it's done nothing but get better. The organization as a whole has gotten better. You got Kelvin Johnson back on board. You got Barry Sanders. And you got a lot of great coaches on this team.
Well, let me start with the draft. The last two draft classes, yesterday in particular, the rookie class really stood out. And in a lot of ways, I mean, I think it was a Free Press has a story saying they don't win this game without their rookies, that these guys stepped up and made huge plays. And Brian Branch obviously did. Jahmyr Gibbs carried the load in the backfield. Sam Laporta was a weapon in the pass game. Cody Sorsdahl played a big role. Jack Campbell had a sack right before the half. It's definitely an encouraging sign. Yeah,
it's very exciting, and I think Sheila. Nice. I think Sheila deserves a ton of credit for what she's done. And it's not just the last. Look at all three of his draft classes, right? You got the first draft class he had with Penei Sewell, Aleem McNeil, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Derek Barnes all playing major roles on this team. And you're still waiting to see if Onwuzurike is going to click. Belen Fonwood played a little bit yesterday. Then you follow that up with Hutchinson and Jameson Williams in the first round. Still, jury's out on JMO. But Kirby Joseph, who's a starter now. James Houston, before he got hurt, was a real nice pickup, and we're still waiting to see the returns on Josh Paschal as well. James Mitchell, kind of a nice tight end. But this draft class is the one that really sparkles because they were all over the field yesterday, everybody making plays, and yet there's still even high ceilings for guys that haven't played yet. We haven't seen Broderick Martin yet. I don't know what he is, but I feel like there's a ceiling there, a high ceiling. But Hendon Hooker, we may never see him play. If they sign Goff and Goff stays healthy, then maybe you don't even see Hooker. But I'm excited to see what he can do if they have to press him into duty at some point. It's a great job he's been drafted. Great job he's done drafting.
248-539-9797. Tony's next. What's up, Tony?
Hey, how are you guys?
We're okay.
All right. Hey, I just wanted to say I thought Tracy Walker and Iffy did a great job filling in. I was definitely nervous going into the game with those guys coming in, but I would definitely like to see Tracy maybe work on the jug machine with St. Brown after practice a little bit because he could have had a couple picks and just off.
No, you're right. You're right. He had one in particular.
Right in the chest.
Yeah, like, you gotta catch. And you're right. Look, we said at the beginning of the show, it was an impressive win. They won relatively comfortably in the NFL when you win by 2 touchdowns, but the reality is there's plenty that needs to get better.
Yeah, it's strange to be at the end of the game and not be, nervous and wondering how they're gonna, what's gonna happen. So it was a pleasant surprise for sure.
Tony, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Don is next. What's up, Don?
Hey, how you doing?
We're good. Make sure you turn your radio down there, Don.
Okay, it's
there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep, gotcha. Go ahead.
Hey, I would just like to say that the defensive back Brian Grant, whatever his name is,
Branch.
That boy should have got game ball yesterday. He should have got game ball yesterday. That's one pickup. The draft that the Lions got, they got it right on that boy. That boy is all pro.
He can play.
Sooner or later, he's all pro. That boy is all over the field. All over it. Dominated that game. And that's what the Lions need. That's all I wanted to say.
Well,
thank you very much.
It's worth emphasizing.
Brian Branch is his position playing that well is so valuable in today's NFL because you pretty much have to run a nickel defense now because it's a passing league, right? But with that being said, when you put a defensive back in there, you're worried about the run game. Brian Branch can stop the run. He comes up, he's physical. He's kind of like Honey Badger, but maybe even, dare I say, better. He's not scared of contact. He can cover a tight end or a receiver. That nickel position that he plays, and he's playing it so well 3 games into his NFL career, it's a game changer.
Yeah, it remains to be seen. I mean, he's got the pick 6, which is great, because I heard the guys in the morning show talking about his potential, and is it too crazy to think that he can be Defensive Rookie of the Year? And I was thinking to myself, well, you got to have stats to back that up. You're going to have a bunch of interceptions, pass breakups, stuff that's tangible and people can see so they can rank it against others. And I'd forgotten at the time, like, wait a minute, he already has a pick 6. picked up 3 tackles for loss yesterday. He's had a couple more pass breakups. He's put the league on notice. People know who Brian Branch is, and there's probably 20 teams that drafted that are going, damn it, we messed up,
right?
Because he has shown up, and it goes to show that 40 time isn't everything, right? That was one of the knocks on him. He doesn't have this great speed. Well, watch him play. You watch him play at Alabama, he just made plays, and that's what he is. He's one of those guys that fits the bill for exactly what Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell are looking for. They want football players. Brian Branch is a football player.
248-539-9797. Mo is on a cell. And next, what's up, Mo?
Hey, guys, how are you?
Well, good, thank you.
All right, so I was at the game yesterday, and, I heard people in the third quarter, they were talking about Gibbs is going to be a bust. He's no good. And then the fourth quarter comes around, he had a couple of those big runs, and they're like, oh, yeah, there's the potential. But I just wanted to say people are too quick to, judge a player. It's his third game, and the offensive line is now whole. I think he's going to be a stud. And then, you compare him to Bijan Robinson, and there's really no comparison. I mean, he took over the game. Bijan couldn't get going. So it just shows you one game is not everything, but I think people are just too quick to judge in the city.
Well, that's true. I mean, it's kind of, I don't think it's unique to this city. I just think people typically do it. But Mo, TJ Lang said something about how as that game went on, he could see Jahmyr Gibbs doing a better job of setting up blocks, being patient, waiting for holes to open up, and that he was just getting more comfortable to the game being played at this level, the speed of the game, and letting the game come to him and not being, being too fast to the hole, letting the play develop before he'd make his cut. And TJ Lang saw it, and I think it's a great observation.
Yeah, I mean, I would see him, he would run straight in, the first 3 quarters, just try to hit the hole. But then the fourth quarter, he would run and he would do those cutbacks. And that's what he does well. And then when he had that 20-yard run, it was really it was on our side, so you could see it. I mean, it was a beautiful run. And then that's kind of what, that's what he does. And that's what we like to see.
Hey, thank you. 248-539-9797. Marcus is next. What's up, Marcus?
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
I just wanted to say, basically, the atmosphere in Ford Field yesterday, I never felt that since the 04 Pistons, the Going to Work Pistons. It was just crazy. You felt the goosebumps as soon as you walked in there, and I'm just thankful that they're starting to turn things around. And the second thing I wanted to say was when y'all was talking about Brian Branch, he had the slow 40 time or whatever, but seeing him play live, he was flying all around the field, and I think he had 10 tackles. So that was just my take on it. I'm just happy that we going in a positive direction, and I just want us to keep going and hopefully make a good run in the playoffs.
So, look, you mentioned maybe you don't have a fast 40 time.
He ran a 4.58.
If you do work in a film room, you know where the football's going, and, I mean, in some ways, what you do over 40 yards is less important than what you do over the first 5 yards, right? If you have quick acceleration, that can be more useful than what you do over the course of 40 yards.
If you have good technique.
Most plays, I mean, maybe for the secondary it's different, but most plays don't happen 40 yards downfield.
He was special yesterday, and I hope that that's what they have with him is he could be a special player. And knock on wood, just stay healthy. Everybody, just stay healthy because that's what this team needs. And in the previous call, I mentioned that the atmosphere going to the game, I thought it was decidedly different from the opening day.
Yeah.
But once the game got going, the crowd was deafening at times. It was really, really loud again. It's a home field advantage for sure to have the fans cheering as loud as they can.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Lions with a win yesterday over the Atlanta Falcons to improve to 2-1. And I heard the morning show use the term, Gator. It was a stabilizing win. It makes Detroit feel a little bit more stable about the football product that they have. Atlanta came into Detroit 2-0. Last week, there was a strong push by some listeners. Well, there was a bunch of stuff that was said that we tried to tell people to relax a little bit. One of them was that Atlanta had a ton of offensive weapons. And I give Detroit a lot of credit for making them make mistakes. Like, I think Atlanta was forced into making mistakes. The receivers weren't running open. Ritter got hit so many times. I think he was probably delivering the football a little bit earlier than he wanted.
Oh, yeah. They rattled him.
I think the atmosphere was a good one for a guy just making his third road start of his career. Credit the fans. But there was also some quick triggers. Aaron Glenn should be on the hot seat. The one that got me the most was Brad Holmes' drafts are overrated. We got a few calls and texts on that, and I'm just like, whoa.
Take a look again.
Now, then the other things were, and the ones that needed to, without question, get addressed and did, was where's the pass rush? Well, between the pass rush, 7 sacks, I think it was 11 tackles for loss. I mean, that is getting teams behind the chains, which is so advantageous, making third down. I mean, third down, your conversion rate on third down efficiency is frequently impacted by third and how much. 3rd and 2 is a lot different than 3rd and 9. And so when you're winning on 1st and 2nd down, that's what makes a team. I think Atlanta finished 4 for 14 on 3rd downs.
So do the Lions.
Yeah, I did notice that, which is something they got to work on.
It is. Well, there's plenty to work on for the Lions, obviously. And we said that was the good news coming out of the win against Kansas City. Aside from the win, is there's plenty to work on. Unfortunately, they followed up by losing to Seattle in overtime. But this one feels different. Because this one they were dealing with so many injuries in this game, so many guys out, and then as the game played on, and then you lose both of the guys who were plugged in at right tackle, and you're going to your 4th string right tackle, and yet you were still able to do things. You were still able to sustain drives, get points when you needed to. They got a 4th quarter touchdown that they needed, but the defense is what shined. And yesterday was an example where you need to lean on your defense a little bit. 20 points is fine in the NFL, but it's not great. It's below average. The Lions happen to be a team they're on a streak now of it's like 13 straight games they've scored 20 points or something like that. But you certainly want to see them score more because the offense is capable of it. But you can understand right now with the injuries they're dealing with. Could they have had more? They left points on the field for sure. Without a doubt, they left points on the field. But the defense stymied the Falcons. Falcons came into this with a great running attack with the rookie running back and Robinson, who everybody is praising, and there's reason to praise him because he is tough. He hits hard. You don't believe that? Go back and watch what he did to Malcolm Rodriguez on a play where he just ran him over and kept going. And the one thing about Rodriguez I've always thought is if he gets his hands on you, he's taking you down. He did not on that particular occasion. But they handled him. Kyle Pitts and Drake London should be mismatches for a defense against a defense, and it wasn't. The moment wasn't too big for the guys to rise to it. Jerry Jacobs made some plays yesterday. He was much maligned last week going into this game. So lots of improvement happened, and there's still more improvement to come. And hopefully we'll see this team get healthier going into the Green Bay game. And then you get some real time off before you play game 5.
248-539-9797. All right, so what does it mean? They're 2-1, which is fine. They're the huge game for early season game. It's for an early season game. This is big, and it's Green Bay on Thursday. Who came from 17-0 down, and look, New Orleans had the lead. They blew it. New Orleans had a very makeable field goal at the end. They missed it. And so, all right, Pack found a way. Give him credit for that. But this is an early season showdown for division supremacy. Chicago and Minnesota, I mean, at 0-3, they're not technically out of it, okay? But
they're really behind the 8 ball, and maybe this thing comes down to Detroit and Green Bay, and maybe we know that already. But Green Bay, think of it if you're Green Bay. You got the Lions coming in. You're upset about what happened a year ago, and you're thinking, we got to hold serve at home. We got to hold serve at home and win this game.
Yeah, the Vikings are better than the record shows, but like last year, they weren't as good as the record showed.
You know what's funny is the Vikings are suddenly
karma.
They're suddenly finding a way to lose.
Yeah, exactly. The games that they won last year, with like 11 of them were one-score games they were able to win. This year, they're not finding that way to win those
They're
games.
0-3 in one-score games.
And it's okay. I'm okay with it. I suspect that they're going to win plenty of games this year. Well, not plenty to get into the playoffs, but they'll win some games here. The Bears are a different story. The Bears have no identity right now. They're a team in chaos. They're not really believing in the quarterback.
They got housed yesterday.
Yeah, embarrassed. And so what are they going to do moving forward? I mean, there's talk that hey, Bears get one of the top picks are taking a quarterback, like they're going to give up on Justin Fields already. They've got to figure that situation out and take your time, Chicago.
So then you take a zoom out a little further. The NFC, look, it's top heavy. I think, you got Philadelphia and San Francisco at the top. They look every bit as strong as they were expected to be. Dallas took one on the chin yesterday. You don't lose at Arizona, one would think.
Dallas looked like they were one of those teams, and then that happened.
Maybe Detroit, Dallas. I don't know if anybody from the NFC South is really all that great. Maybe Detroit, Dallas, and Seattle are kind of the next level of teams. Yep. So in the NFC, Philly and San Francisco are up top. Detroit, Dallas, Seattle. Is that who's battling to be the next challenger? Could be. I mean, Green Bay, I guess we got to include Green Bay. But if Detroit wins this game Thursday, man, it's already short week. Feels like we're already at a Wednesday because I'm looking forward to that game, and it's right around the corner, and it's a big one, man. It's a big one.
Can't wait.
I think we got a random tweet last week asking, have the Lions and Green Bay will play twice this year, both on Thursdays. Has that ever happened before? And I don't know. I suspect it hasn't, but I have no reason. Lions don't get a ton of primetime games.
Well, I'd rather play Green Bay at Lambeau in September than to take them on later in the season at Lambeau. Although the Lions handled it just fine last year.
Because they struggled last year later in the season? No,
well, typically it's a house of horrors for the Lions, but somehow the last few years they've been able to cobble together some wins over Green Bay.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming in. RC from Tecumseh says, Brian Branch is the champ. Sean Payton is the chump. Eric and Celine, champ Brian Branch. Chump Ryan Day for his rant after the game. Unnamed texter, champ Brian Branch, 11 tackles. Chump Ryan Day running his mouth about Lou Holtz. OSU didn't exactly dominate. Matt in East Lansing, champ off script, but the MSU hockey program, they landed another top recruit for next season and already have a stacked roster this year. MSU is becoming a hockey school once again. Chump Zach Wilson, my God, is he awful. Ryan at work, champ Brian Branch, dude is going to be a problem for a long time. Chump is the Broncos DC Vance Joseph. Just oof. Jacob in Milford, champ Jordan Love and the Packers for that miraculous comeback. Chump Sean Payton and the Broncos. Yuck. Throw it in the garbage. 248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in. We tally these things up and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select champ and chump of the weekend. So the headline is Lions 20, Atlanta 6. What's the sub-headline? What's your biggest takeaway from this game? As the Lions bounce back a little bit, calm the fears of Detroit fans, at least for the next 2 days, 3 days here. That's what it's like, man. That's the way it's going to be most likely. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Jahmyr Gibbs, I would expect to see more creativity with how you use him.
Hilarious. But awesome at the same time. Dual threat quarterback. Needs to be accounted for. 248-539-9797.
I just love the dual threat talk.
Let's go to Greg. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys, man, just really appreciate you guys. You guys have made me an educated fan instead of an emotional fanatic. So I really appreciate you guys immensely.
Thank you.
Just one, a couple of things that I felt, I said, man, boy, we missed Jamal Williams. In those goal plays, man, we missed Jamal Williams. But Jared Goff could have had 2 touchdowns if he hadn't stumbled on that one. That was just great to see. And this is the nature of my call, guys. And I want you guys to use your pool because this is what I would like to see happen. As I was coming up and I would go to the Tigers games, whenever the Tigers hit a home run, you would hear the roar of the Tiger. And I was wondering if you guys can go to the powers that be. Whenever we make a touchdown, can we hear like a 20-decimal Lions roar?
They used to do it.
They had the Lions roar in house.
Yeah, they used to. I remember at the Silverdome, it was hilarious. My brother and I used to joke that it sounded like the tic-tac-toe dragon. It was roar.
Oh, really? Well, now with today's technology, huh?
What do you got going on, Greg? Wait, hold on.
With today's technology, I'm sure it would sound like a real lion.
You're probably right, but who was yelling at you?
Can you guys use your?
Yeah, we'll pass it along. Who was yelling at you in the background, Greg?
That was a fan of who we played yesterday. He's upset. I'm like, well, what are you? He's an Atlanta fan.
Oh, really? What are you at work or something?
Yeah. This guy's an Atlanta fan, so I don't even acknowledge him today. Yeah. So, if you guys can put your pool in, I think that would just be so awesome.
Well, you just made the suggestion.
20-decimal Lions roar.
It can make it louder than 20 decibels.
Yeah, how about 100?
Yeah. But the Lions, they got their ears on the station.
Yeah.
So that maybe they heard you.
Let's get back at it.
Yep. 248-539-9797. DJ in Detroit. Hi, DJ.
What up, Dove? How y'all doing today?
We're good, DJ. We're good.
All right. So I kind of changed, so I might have messed up the call log thingy or whatever, but I'm going to switch it a little bit. My champ of the week is obviously Brian Branch. That kid is looking like how Sauce Gardner was last year. I'm saying he just looks like one of the best young defensive backs, period. Sauce is a corner. He was locking down. Brian Branch is just looking like just a great defensive back this year. You get what I'm saying? So he's definitely the champ. He can tackle. He can cover. The kid looks really good. The chump of the week, which is getting to my point, is Pete Carroll. Because Pete Carroll obviously just got our number, man, because our Detroit Lions is who we thought they were when they beat Kansas City, and we won yesterday. We are a good football team, but for some reason, that chump Pete Carroll is our kryptonite. That's what I was thinking yesterday. Like, we really are a good team. But Pete Carroll knows how to scheme against us or something, guys, because he literally makes Geno Smith look like, I don't know, Peyton Manning, be making us look bad. We're really good. So I can't figure it out, man.
I know. You're right.
Well, he's a hell of a football coach, and for what it's worth, Geno Smith threw for 296 yards and a touchdown yesterday, and the Seahawks ran for 146 yards in the game as well. So they took it to Carolina, who's not a bad defensive team.
Before y'all let me go, guys, I'm gonna let y'all in on some. Me and my college teammates, we got a little group chat. We finally came to the conclusion of Pete Carroll was all. Russell Wilson was all Pete Carroll. I'm on board with that now.
Oh.
I'm here to say Pete Carroll, the way he's done with Geno Smith, he got Geno Smith looking like Russell Wilson. Now Russell Wilson in Denver looks like he can't halfway play football.
Well, Russ didn't play bad yesterday.
I know that's an aggressive take, but it's looking like Pete Carroll really did make Russell Wilson maybe a little better than what he really was. It's looking like that.
Well, I would say this. Russell Wilson did not play a bad game yesterday, but he's also older. Sometimes you're not the player you were.
Well,
Russ was unbelievable in Seattle.
It's funny when you talk to former players, they will tell you that a lot of it is fit. Your skill set fitting with the right scheme. And that might be true. I mean, Sean Payton's had success with quarterbacks in his career, but maybe he needs a different style quarterback. Maybe it is just the age thing with Russell Wilson. I'm Glad that's not a contract we have here in Detroit.
Yeah, there's a lot of contracts in the NFL you're glad you don't have.
Yep. 248-539-9797. And I mean, if you look at, we made this comparison earlier, but not everybody listens all 4 hours every show. Right now, the Lions have a tight end that has so far been every bit as productive as TJ Hockenson. He's just doing it for $40 million less over the next 4 seasons, including this one, than what TJ Hawkinson's going to get paid. They moved on from TJ Hockenson last year in part because of what the contract demands would be to keep him, because he was due a contract. He got the $51 million or whatever it is from Minnesota. 53.792 is what he's going to make over the course of Laporta's contract. Laporta's going to make $9,465. TJ Hawkins is going to make $53,792,000. $53.792 million.
Oh. And see what Laporta signs for when he becomes a free agent.
That's fine. We'll worry about that in 4 years.
They're going to have a lot of guys they're going to have to worry about.
But
which is a good problem and a bad problem to have at the same time, which
right now
may dictate what they do with a quarterback.
I will say this with a degree of certainty without doing the research. I don't remember a time where the Lions didn't have a few contracts that you were like, oh, that hurts. Do they have any contracts right now that we can't wait for them to expire?
No.
Any contracts that seem totally top heavy?
No, which scares me because a couple of years from now, you're going to have offensive linemen that are going to deserve the next contract. You've got a quarterback you got to make a decision on.
We're going to be
you're getting into the next year for Amon-Ra St. Brown. You're going to have to pay. You're going to have to pay for him in a couple of years,
but you know what? It's
a lot.
Potentially, we're going to be that team that can't re-sign. I'm just going to throw out some examples, okay? I have no idea, but we can't re-sign a Malcolm Rodriguez or a Jonah Jackson or a player that we have drafted, cultivated, but because we have to pick and choose, there's going to be a player or two. I've seen this happen with great teams that get onto the open market because you just can't afford to keep everybody. Now, that's if everything goes right. And right now, things look decent.
Yeah, I'm not going to think about the future payroll of the team. I'm worried about Thursday night.
Yeah, that's right. 248-539-9797. We go to Ralph on a cell. Hi, Ralph.
Hey, fellas. How y'all doing?
We're great.
Hey, I just wanted to make a point. This is going back to last week where, everybody was complaining that we didn't have a pass rush. And if you kind of know football, and it goes back to this Pete Carroll, what y'all was just discussing and how good he is, he lined Geno up in the shotgun most of the time, and he just two-step drop. I don't care how good your defensive line is. Off of a two-step drop, it's going to be hard to get that pass rush. Now, Atlanta, they wasn't doing that. He had 3- and 4-step drop, and we developed a pass rush. It wasn't that it was our defensive line. It was the fact of Pete Carroll scheming them two-step drops. How many times did he throw the ball more than 15 yards? Everything was short and quick, because he knew we had a pass rush. And I just wanted to say that. Then I want to do the champ. I have 2 champs. I ain't going to chump nobody. But we got to get Laporta in there with Branch. I mean, Laporta haven't missed nothing in 3 games. And I'm not going to count that one that Goff threw at his feet yesterday as a miss. But other than that, did Laporta, has he missed the ball?
Yeah, he did the first ball thrown to him in the preseason on that 4th down.
Yeah, I remember that. Across the middle.
But you know what? This is one of the things about it was 1 ball, and it was in the preseason. And, in retrospect, who cares? It's always, and I remember we took calls after that.
It's interesting. They had these stats, the pregame notes from yesterday. And so this is going into the game yesterday. What percentage do you think the Lions were in shotgun in the first 2 games of the season? Now, the NFL average is 67.8%, almost 68%.
So roughly 2 out of every 3 snaps is from the shotgun in the NFL. What percentage were the Lions?
Yeah.
I bet they're less than that.
You think? Okay. They were. But 56.2%. It's considerably less.
Okay.
How many times that means that would mean that they line up under center 41% of the time, which is much higher than the league average, which is just 27%. That I found interesting for a team that passes the ball as well as they do. The other one that I thought was kind of interesting, play action percentage.
Yeah.
The league average for play action is 22.5%. The Lions are under that at 19.4%. Jared Goff is devastatingly good when they use play action, and they don't do it as much as most teams do.
Interesting.
But it is early in the year, and it depends on who you're playing and things like that, and what
this
they
is 2
scheme
games.
up.
Yeah, this is. I don't know what the numbers
2.
are for yesterday, but
it's scheme. Back to the Laporta real quick. Jared Goff mentions when we talk to him, and when he talks to the media and the scrums after practice, he's always mentioned, I think maybe under the radar, that he really trusts Sam Laporta.
Yeah.
And remember when he mentioned to us how he trusts Amon-Ra St. Brown early in his career?
Yeah. Yep.
When he builds a trust with you, when he believes you're going to be where you're supposed to be, he's going to throw you the ball. Sam Laporta is getting a ton of targets. He right now, very early in the year, leads all tight ends in receiving yards. And I expect that to continue because Jared Goff just trusts him. And when you build that trust, you're going to get targets. You're going to get looks.
Well, it's another looks like another Brad Holmes hit. Time will tell, but boy, that rookie class helped carry the team yesterday. 248-539-9797. Some interesting Brian Branch comparisons. We'll get to that today at 12:35 here on Carson Anderson 97.1.
Luke walked in, and I think this is interesting. And it's going to be, I'm going to make you a deal. Now, I'll make you a deal that I will give you this coach right now at Michigan State, but you have to forego all other possibilities. That means we just did the hot board, the hot seat, or whatever the hell Rico called it. What if one of those names became nope? Oh, this NFL coach has gone public and said it's his dream to coach in nope. What if a name that's not even out there becomes the new hotness. Nope. I will offer
Pat
you.
Narduzzi says, I want to come home.
Go to hell. Show me you don't know anything about anything. Have Pat Narduzzi on your list. So here's my point. Luke waltzed in and brought up a name. And it has nothing to do with the name. I think this person actually has the right age, sub 45 years old. He's got the right pedigree, meaning the stops along the way are proper. He's been a coordinator, important to me. He's gone to some of the best places in the world and been a coordinator, important. Mm-hmm. And now is in the steps of building a program. But he hasn't built it. He's building at a non-traditional school, a place that's very difficult to win.
So on our website, 971theticket.com, the Birchie Kid did a story about Brian Branch, and he was talking with Josh Reynolds. And Josh Reynolds, quote, he reminds me of Tyrann Mathieu. He just seems to orbit around the ball, wherever it is. Whether it's in the air or on the ground, he's just a good player, man. You see it. The way he carries himself, the way he practices, he's going to be a good player in this league for a long time. Tyrann Mathieu, the Honey Badger, we've talked about him when he became available in the NFL. And the Lions were never able to go get him. It's better to draft a guy that's like him than to sign a free agent or trade for one because it's more, cost prohibitive. Another caller called the morning show today, I heard, and compared him to Bob Sanders, who was one of my all-time favorite, Big Ten Iowa guy, Indiana. Safety, played with the Colts.
Yeah, Indianapolis,
and
I should say.
They had injury issues, but Brian Branch, two great comparisons. And, you hope it's not just a flash in the pan, and there's reason to believe it's not. There's been nothing but praise of him, started in training camp, and it's carried over into really two of these three games where he's had massive impacts. And every week's going to be different. Game plans are going to be different. It felt to me, and I don't know that Aaron Glenn has been asked this, but it felt to me like the Lions' defensive game plan was built around Brian Branch, dealing with Pitts and blitzing him a lot. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm overstating the case, but did they just build their defensive game plan around a rookie?
Well, that was a totally different looking defense. They had the one high safety really throughout, and occasionally Melanfon would come in and be a second safety, but Branch was basically playing the other safety position for a lot of that game. They put Branch wherever they needed to, and they adjusted with the linebackers too. I mentioned before, they had three linebackers on the field a lot with Jack Campbell and Anzalone and Derek Barnes. And, I think as time has gone on, I'll apologize to Alex Anzalone because when they signed him a couple years ago, I was like, okay, somebody's going to show the rest of the guys the ropes, but I don't think he's anything special. Last year comes and goes. I'm like, all right, they're bringing him back. Okay, whatever. And then watching him play this year, he's a playmaker now on this team, and he deserves some love, I guess. We did the thing a couple weeks ago, which player deserves the love, and you mentioned Collie Freeman.
Yeah.
I feel like Anzalone's the next one on the list.
You want to start an Alex Anzalone appreciation thread?
Yeah. I think he deserves it. I think he's played really well this team. I think he's been a great example for the younger players in this team, and I think the players really like him, and he's he's showing up.
He made that tackle on the first possession of the game to basically force a punt when it looked like he had a 3rd and 3, completed a pass.
His closing speed is like at times it looks like it comes from out of nowhere.
Is it the hair?
The
hair makes him look faster?
The hair makes him look so much. The hair's actually probably slowing him down.
But it looks faster.
It looks good. Way to go, Thor. But
he's got too much drag.
But it's 2 games in a row now where he's made this crazy out of nowhere play. And, the one you're talking about is example of that. Just shooting across the field and cleaning up and forcing the quarterback out of bounds before he can pick up the first down. I can't say enough good things about what I've seen from Alex Anzalone.
I think, Gator, a lot of times we make this mistake, myself included, media, fans. We don't think like a player can get better. Like Anzalone wasn't the same player now as he was as a New Orleans Saint. Maybe he just got better.
Well,
Maybe more coaching, more plays.
He gets more playing time with the Lions than he did with the Saints, that's for sure. I mean, he's played every snap of every game, it seems like, for this year.
So we always forget that guys can get better. He's not ancient. It's not like he's 38 years old and he can get, this is it. He's only going to get worse. No, he's actually still in the prime of his career. And so, I think we always forget that you can get better, and he's gotten better for sure.
248-539-9797. The story that we just mentioned from our website about Brian Branch has been tweeted out from our Twitter page at DougandGator971. Check it out for yourself. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Mark on a cell. You're on 97.1. What's up, Mark?
Hey, guys. As a 40-year-plus Lions fan living in Atlanta, I just want to let you know how nice it was to sit at the Twin Peaks here in a bar full of Atlanta fans and just see the dejection on their face, and it was Detroit Lions that were doing it. When he hit Laporta for that 47-yard strike, that was fantastic. I think the subtitle is not the same old Lions with a little bit of Mike Tirico's asterisk there. But if they beat Green Bay coming off a short week, that's going to speak volumes. That I think Gibbs is a little bit small, but, he looked all right. I like to see him air out the ball more after they hit that strike to Laporta. I like to see him go for the throw more and, throw some more deep passes and end it early. But it was really, really nice to sit there, and I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. I'm watching the Lions, and this whole bar was quiet except for me.
Well, first of all, thank you for listening, Mark. And secondly, we have, it's a long-suffering fan base. There's a lot of stuff that I feel like we're experiencing almost for the first time, and that because the one thing that really hit me yesterday was as soon as the Lions game ended, they went over to the end of the Packers and Saints, and the Saints were down a point with the ball driving and got deep into Green Bay territory and missed a field goal, and I was genuinely pissed. Yeah. Then they went to the Chargers-Vikings game, and that was winding down, and Minnesota was in the red zone trying to score a winning touchdown.
Yeah, the Chargers going for it on 4th and 2 from their own.
Yeah, they didn't cut to the game before that. When we joined them, they had already done that. And when the Vikings blew it and threw the interception right at the end, I was genuinely stoked because we have a legitimate vested interest in what's going on in the division. And look, you don't want to win the division because the division sucks, okay? Lions got to go to Green Bay. I mean, I'll take a division champ. Hold on. It's better if the division doesn't suck and the Lions win the division. So they're about to go to Green Bay and take one of the first steps towards distinguishing themselves as the class of this division.
They'll prove what a good team they are by what they do outside the division. They've already beaten Kansas City. They're going to have other tough games outside the division that they can prove themselves with if people don't believe in the North, and there's no reason to believe that the North is going to be ultra competitive. But Thursday night's game feels already like it's a pretty big game.
Well, because it seems like this is it. It's between these two teams for the division. You look at the Bears; the Bears look awful. The Vikings haven't won a game. I mean, if you go by historically, they're not going to make the playoffs. 0-4. I told you guys the 0-3 stat. If they go 0-4 or whatever, they're definitely not going to be competing for the division. This seems like this Thursday night game is for. Now, it's not a must-win, but these are the two teams that are going to be fighting it out for the division, right?
Yep. 248-539-9797. We go to Cedric next up. Hi, Cedric.
Hey, I just want to comment about past Sunday's game. Jared Goff, my champ,
I'm gonna give all the guys a break. I'm not gonna give a chomp this time because I think they're all trying to make it. I'm an old school guy, like 6 to 8 cycles. But anyway, going forward, Thursday night, Green Bay Lions both competing for first place. The Lions got to be physical, but they got to control their emotions because we can't live with the penalties. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Well, they went out. I mean, the last time they played at Green Bay, they went out and executed. They did what they were supposed to do. They won that game. They didn't get wrapped up in the emotions. They didn't get they went and won at Green Bay not that long ago with many of these same players, right?
It's true.
So I don't think this is too big for them.
No, it's definitely not too big for them. There's a big unknown. We don't know how good Jordan Love really is. Has he been tested? They played the Bears defense. They played the Atlanta Falcons defense, and then they just took on New Orleans. And New Orleans was the first game they played at home so far this year. I don't know how good Jordan Love is. He made a couple runs yesterday. He threw for almost 250 yards, had a pick, had a touchdown. I don't know. You can't judge him yet, and I'm certainly not saying he's the next great quarterback with Green Bay. We'll see what happens Thursday night.
A few thoughts on the college games over the weekend coming up today at 102. More of your phone calls and feedback, 97.1.
Here's the thing about Gibbs is he needs to touch the ball more. We need to get more production out of him. He's a first-round pick, number 12 overall, and right now he's got 23 touches. That in 2 games.
Didn't Bijan have around 23 just on this Sunday?
Right, and whether it's and what Jahmyr Gibbs brings to this offense is the opportunity to be very creative, and that's where TJ and I talked about it yesterday on the podcast. Where's the creativity been in this offense? Last year with Amon-Ra St. Brown, we saw him line up in the backfield. We saw him line up everywhere. And we saw one play on a 4th down conversion to Amon-Ra St. Brown. One play that we look at and we say, okay, that's creative. We saw the flea flicker. That was creative. It created a touchdown.
He had one other play because I remember saying a Gator. I don't remember.
But with Jahmyr Gibbs, I would
expect
expect to see more creativity with how you use him.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Talk some college football from the weekend. What a weekend it was. Coming up today at 1:02. In the meantime, let's get back to your phone calls as we go to Michael in West Bloomfield. You're next. What's up, Michael?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Happy Victory Monday.
Yes.
I got a few points to make. So the subtitle for the headline would be Goff Steady as Lions Rookies Shine.
Yeah.
That would be the subtitle for the headline.
Yep.
Number two, the thing that really impressed me about the game yesterday was the fact that the Lions didn't shoot themselves in the foot with offensive illegal procedure or false start penalties or offside penalties on the defensive side, considering all the replacement parts they had in place. I thought that was excellent. Kudos to the coaches. Kudos to the players.
Well, they did have over 100 yards in penalties.
They did spend, but I will say this.
Yeah, but
they overcame any mistakes that they made.
They overcame them, but they were there.
You sit down before a game, you read the pregame stuff, you talk about it all last week, and as we sat down when the inactives came out, Michael, my thought was the story of this game right now is who's not playing. I mean, there was as many as 9 starters/regulars out. From Jameson's suspension all the way down to Decker and Kirby Joseph and David Montgomery, who were announced before the game. And I'm thinking, okay, we always talked about their depth. Can they overcome all this? That's when depth matters the most. And they did. They passed with flying colors.
And if this was the SOL Lions, there would have been issues, but they're not. So, and I'm okay with aggressive penalties. I mean, that penalty on Brian Branch was on the hit on Bijan Robinson. I thought it was debatable. The officials called what they called, but Bijan Robinson lowered his helmet was below Branch's helmet at the hit. So I didn't get that whole thing, but I don't mind the horse collar. I don't mind that. I mean, they're laying it out on the line. They're playing hard, and it's the ones, the false starts and the offsides are the penalties that are killers. So that was good. And then my champ and chump for the week, Brian Branch got to be the champ, and I got to go Cowboys for the chumps for letting the Arizona Cardinals step on them. That was
fantastic.
It was fantastic.
I hate the Cowboys, so I'm glad to see the Cowboys lose, but wow.
Yeah, a 13-point favorite in the NFL. When you're a 13-point favorite and you lose by whatever it was, 10 points, wow, what a swing. Anybody see that coming?
Well, one of my plays this week was picks on Friday was the Cardinals plus 13.
Well, taking the points, sure. But, I mean, did you see Arizona?
You know what? Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes, I did.
There you go.
I think my direct quote on Friday was, I don't want the points. I don't need the points, but I'll take them. No, I didn't say that. No, I didn't see it coming. I thought 13 was too many in the NFL.
Too much? All this?
Yep. But did I see them winning the game? No. Am I ecstatic about it? Yes.
Of course you didn't see them winning the game. You thought they'd go 0-17.
That's true. I did say that too. But I did think they'd stay within the number. That worked out. The Tua thing maybe isn't working out for Doug, but that's okay.
I think I had 2 ties.
You had 2 pushes?
Yeah.
That's hard to do.
It is. Well, when you're good. Am I?
Let's go to Keith. You're next. Hi, Keith.
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, Keith.
Hey, since we're having kind of a Brian Branch love fest, which is, well-deserved. I mean, that kid seems like he's in the right spot. He's making so far he's doing all the right things. But what I really liked about him, like the last caller mentioned, the physicality, man, the way he hit that guy. I don't care that he got a penalty. If I was his coach, I'd have been slapping him on the back, saying, clean it up a little, but great hit. I mean, he brought the wood. And I think it's funny that kind of reminds me, I was thinking about an old Lion that had the initials BB that used to patrol the middle, and the receivers were, feared him, Benny Blades. Now we got this new kid, Brian Branch, and I think it's going to be the same with him. I think opposing receivers are going to be kind of looking over their shoulder when he's around. So that's not a bad thing, as long as he keeps it clean,
Is it time that we start talking about his mouth guard? I remember the first game in the preseason, I'm like, so he's got his mouth guard stuck in his helmet hole. And I don't know that he's ever put his mouth guard in his actual mouth.
Does he have one in his mouth and he just puts that one in his helmet? Because I actually asked TJ Lang this morning about it. I'm like, hey, just to be sure, is that his mouth guard in his helmet, Brian Branch? And as far as he knows, yes. It starts the game. He starts the game like that and obviously leaves it in the whole game. It's not like a green dot, like he's got the mic or the headset in his. It's his mouth guard and it's green, so we can see it. It's clear. It's his thing, I guess. And I think Gator, you always feel like this. I kind of feel the same way as you. Is I actually don't like it when the players don't use a mouth guard.
I hate when
it's there for your protection, man, and it helps with concussions.
It helps with concussions and everything.
Yeah, wear it.
Yeah. Plus, I was flagged for not having my mouth guard in when I played football, and it cost us an onside kick.
And Gator wants all the rules to apply to everybody the same way.
Even when he was in high school till now.
It goes from back then all the way up to this day.
He's the freshman who kicked that onside kick, and we were all excited. Yeah, we got it. We're down 56-6. We just recovered the onside kick. And the referee threw the flag.
Here we come.
Right, here we come with 40 seconds to go. Referee throws the flag. And I'm like, what's the flag for? Didn't have your mouth guard in, son. Are you kidding? We're down by 50 points, dude. There's less than a minute to go.
Rules are rules, Gator.
Exactly. Rules are rules. So, I can't believe I didn't have my mouth guard in.
You big dope.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Bridge. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bridge.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Bridge.
Hey, so I got a champ and a chump, and I got a prediction for the Green Bay game. My champ, of course, is the Lions for all the reasons that everybody called out this morning, except for a few little ups by our friend Jared Goff. The interception, and he had a few bad throws. But the Lions, of course, they're champs all day long.
Yep.
Chump, New Orleans Saints. You called that earlier, and I said, hey, Gators got my chump. But 17-0 this quarter, and 18 points. Who does that? I mean, and then on top of that, they give up a 2-point conversion. So that's my chump.
Yeah, Green Bay going for 2 when they were down. It was 17-9. They just scored the touchdown to make it 17-9. Mm-hmm. They go for 2.
Yeah,
that's a saucy call.
Yeah,
that's a really saucy call to do it, and they get it, and then they end up winning with a touchdown at the end.
I'm winning by that 1 point. Yeah,
unbelievable.
But anyway, so Green Bay Lions 24, Green Bay 13.
Wow, early call. Early call. Bridge with
solid,
the
solid game.
First prediction. I don't have it done. No, Bridge, what'd you say, 24-13?
24-13.
All right.
There it is.
Big game.
Big game.
Big game.
Big game. Game day.
It actually is a big
game. Week.
I don't know. I mean, it's
I think it's a big game.
Well,
man.
I think it's a big seriously?
Game. Like it matters if I treat it as a big game.
Yeah.
Like I'm suiting up or something.
Gators locked in already, people.
Yes.
And Green Bay's got to be thinking we got to protect serve at home, right? Got to win this game at home. Lions, meanwhile, if going into this year, many people suspected they were the best in the division. We can't eliminate the Bears and Vikings, who are both 0-3. But, you know, the stats are one of the last 99 teams that have started 0-3 have made the playoffs. One.
So, I mean, they could do it. I mean, it's probably more likely the Vikings than the Bears if one of those are going to make the playoffs. The Vikings have the NFL's leader in passing yards. You have the NFL's leader in receiving yards. And they have the NFL's leader in sacks. Hunter has 5 sacks.
Wow.
I mean, they're putting up numbers.
They're doing stuff.
For what it's worth. Yeah, they're out there making it entertaining.
Yeah.
They're just losing these games.
Well, they're winning a lot of important battles, but losing a lot of wars.
The game-winning touchdown for the Chargers came off a deflection from the defensive player that went right into the arms of the receiver. He walks in the end zone. And then at the end of the game, T.J. Hockenson, ball goes off his hand and into the hands of the Chargers defender.
Hit a helmet. And then
So, I mean, it's just crazy how it works. That's luck, right? That's football luck. And now the Vikings fans are probably going, we don't get any luck, man. No bounces go our way.
When's the last time we won a one-possession game, right? One-score game.
But
wait, last year when we went like 11-0.
That's the karma of a year prior, right? They got all the breaks a year ago. They're getting none of the breaks so far through 3 weeks.
248-539-9797. Wild weekend in college football. We'll touch on Michigan and Michigan State and all the other happenings straight ahead, plus more of your phone calls and feedback. 97.1. Okay. Obviously, the Lions game is the above the fold headline today, and it was a huge deal. Michigan beat Rutgers. Look, I think this Rutgers group's improved. They always play Michigan tough, and they did it again. And for the second straight year, Gator, a pick six in the third quarter broke the game wide open. Last year was Mike Barrett. This year, Mike Sanristel.
Sorry, who?
Mikey Sanristel. Sorry. My bad. In the meantime, Rutgers ran one play inside the Michigan red zone all day. It was a 4th down play. And you know, they had the 69-yard touchdown pass to open up the game and a slip and my guess is a bad angle. Michigan's defense looks very good. Michigan's offense looks just regular old good. Seems like the running game gets a little bit better and a little bit better each week, but there haven't been huge jumps forward. Weird thing is, last year in the Big Ten, I went back and looked. Michigan played 9 regular season Big Ten games. 7 of the 9 were 1-score games at the half. They played a lot of games that were close first halves and broke them open in the second half. Penn State being an example, Michigan State being an example. But with that said, I think the fan base is getting slightly uneasy because they so desperately want to see them look like a playoff team, look like a team that can win big games every week. And they look good. They don't look exceptional at this point. Oh, defensively, they do. Defensively, they look, but there's huge games coming up.
They look solid, is what they look. I don't know if I would say that they're bored. I think some people might say that until you play a big game. Rutgers, even though it's a Big Ten, still is not a big game. What they have upcoming at Nebraska, again, not really a big game.
Big atmosphere.
At Minnesota, is that a big game? Mm-hmm. It's a night game. So really, and then Michigan State, it's a rivalry game, so you have to say it's a big game. But in the grand scheme of things, it's a mismatch. But it's a rivalry game. So they don't have a big game really until they play at Michigan State. And then things get hot and heavy. Of course, you finish up with a couple of your last games there being Penn State and Ohio State. That's real talent, and those are real matchups that they're going to have. But I do think Michigan's they're really good. They're really like you said, defensively, their defense is going to win every game for them, except for the games against Penn State and Ohio State, which we don't know yet. But I feel like every other game on their schedule, the defense wins those games because the offense doesn't have to do much because the defense is so dominating. Teams just don't score. I mean, Rutgers gets that first touchdown early, and I'm sure some people are like, ooh, look at they threw that pass.
They got a touchdown and a 3-and-out.
And then, what does Rutgers do the rest of the game? Not too much. So it's a good football team. I would tell people to relax a little bit in Ann Arbor.
Yep.
They'll be fine.
Seasons are long.
Yeah.
Michigan State down big at the half. I mean, the story of that game is, to me, a dropped touchdown pass, dropped interceptions, throwing interceptions that cost them. And yet I was watching with Stoney, and we were like, they're still in this game. They're still in this game.
Yeah, it's missed opportunities. They had a chance to score. Does it look good? 31-9 looks terrible. They got down 21-0 on the first 3 possessions, I think, that Maryland had the ball or something. It was, or 3 of the first, 4 possessions. But then they woke up. The defense started playing defense. Chance Rucker at cornerback was making his first start. He's a true freshman, and he looked really good. Jordan Hall, the true freshman who's been playing linebacker, who's getting the start, and he looks good. The defense started to play after that 3rd touchdown, and they played well. And all of a sudden, Maryland couldn't move the ball. And in total, Maryland didn't have this dominant offensive performance. They had 350 yards in offense, which for a Maryland offense you would have expected more. Michigan State did a decent job against the run, which was good, but it's their own mistakes. You mentioned the interceptions. You can't have those interceptions. You got to hang on to a pass when it's thrown perfectly for a touchdown, and they didn't. And because of those mistakes, it was too much. They had the mishap on special teams where they allowed a fake punt to go for a first down. There was another return that they had. It was, Harlan Barnett said today, was 1 block away from being a touchdown. So it's the things they got to concentrate on. But the growth that you saw from the Washington game to the Maryland game, I thought was pretty substantial, but they've got a long way to go still. And they've got this game upcoming at Iowa. Maybe it's a good thing to get away from East Lansing for a little bit, playing on the road, galvanize the team. But from everything that's being said in-house, it sounds like this team is still playing together. They're still playing for each other. That they're galvanized. That nobody is jumping the ship yet. We'll see what happens by the end of the week. If it becomes official of Mel Tucker's firing from Michigan State, that could trigger a bunch of potential portal entries, because if your coach is fired during the season, then you have a chance to go ahead and enter the portal again. I don't know. The players right now have said that that's not going to happen, but we'll see. Actions speak louder than the words.
Yep. In the meantime, there's the Notre Dame-Ohio State game, which I feel like is one of those games that warrants here a long discussion. And, I feel like both coaches, Marcus Freeman not having 11 players on the field for Notre Dame's last two plays defensively that's a moment where the bloom starts to come off the rose a little bit. He'll survive that, but that kind of one of those deals that goes on his permanent record. I remember in the midst of Rich Rod and Brady Hoke, where that stuff seemed to happen way too much at Michigan. And I think Michigan actually ran a play with 9 guys on the field at once. And then Redface Ryan after the game, look, I get what he's trying to do. He's trying to instill belief in his team and get that narrative, get them to think that they've killed the narrative. I think it's something he so desperately wants to be true. But they did struggle still in that game on 3rd down and short, 4th down and short. They got the yard when they needed against 10 guys over the empty spot on the Notre Dame defensive line, which if Notre Dame had managed to get the stop there with 10 guys, they would have said Jesus was the 11th defender, right, and he made the tackle, put him in the stats. But, I think it's a viral moment after the game. And but they did. I will say this, that Kyle McCord kid stepped up and made some do or die throws. And he was under heavy scrutiny early, but give him credit for the throws that he made.
Well, I think it gets lost in what happened there because the defense having the 9 players on the field for those 2 plays, but don't discount the fact that there was a 15-play drive with 2:45 to go. I mean, they mounted one hell of a drive at the end there, and they won the game. It was a tight game. Look at it from any aspect of it. It was a pretty well played game, aside from the brain fart of not having the 11 guys on the field. There were no turnovers. Notre Dame played efficient. Ohio State played pretty efficiently. An evenly matched up game. And look, these two teams are pretty well ranked there, 6 and 9 going into it, and that's about what you expect. That's a classic battle between two Midwest powers. It was. So, in the end, Ohio State gets the win. It's a good win for Ryan Day. I think he needed that for his sanity and for his fan base's sanity.
And to shove it in Lou Holtz's face.
And to shove it right in Lou Holtz's face. But it would just slip right off because of all the slobber. But Notre Dame is a good football team. They'll overcome it. It's a bad mistake that they had, but now they go to Duke, and game day is going to be at Duke. Game day. So it's going to be a big-time atmosphere to see how good Duke is. But I love watching the game. It was a great matchup.
The other big game in the Big Ten was Iowa at Penn State. Iowa's offense has been under a ton of scrutiny. They had 76 yards of offense. They ran 33 plays.
Oh, what?
They ran 33
That's
plays.
it?
The most savage take that I saw post-game was an Iowa fan tweeted out a Twitter poll question. Which was your favorite first down? The first one or the second one?
Oh, my God.
They were dreadful. Credit Penn State's defense, too. And it was raining. Like, it was bad weather, but still.
4 first downs in the game total.
Yep.
That is unbelievable.
You said 33 plays they ran?
Yep.
The Dolphins had 30 first downs Sunday.
Wow. Just wow.
Yep.
Oh, my God. Have you seen the time of possession?
Yeah, Iowa had the ball for like 14 minutes.
14 minutes and 33 seconds. 45 minutes of time for Penn State. That is unbelievable. And it's, wow, that's incredible.
Yep.
Iowa's defense, our offense is pathetic. Their defense is good, but the defense is just on the field too much. Eventually, Penn State's going to wear you down. Penn State's got a really good football team.
Yep.
Yep.
And that atmosphere at night, interesting at Penn State when they do that whole whiteout thing.
33 plays. Wow. All right, let's get back to some Lion stuff. If you want to keep talking college football, feel free. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson here on The Ticket. Hey, Hall Financial, the mortgage lender that saved Michigan residents millions, now has an exclusive no-fee home loan. Whether you're purchasing a new home or refinancing, the no-fee home loan is undeniably the most cost-effective home loan in Michigan. This brand new mortgage option will save you thousands of dollars in closing costs you normally pay. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. Call Hall Financial right now to learn more about the no-fee home loan. 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. That's callhallfirst.com.
Luke walked in, and I think this is interesting. And it's going to be, I'm going to make you a deal. Now, I'll make you a deal that I will give you this coach right now at Michigan State, but you have to forego all other possibilities. That means we just did the hot board, the hot seat, or whatever the hell Rico called it. What if one of those names became nope? Oh, this NFL coach has gone public and said it's his dream to coach and nope. What if a name that's not even out there becomes the new hotness? Nope. I will offer
Pat
you.
Narduzzi says, I want to come home.
Go to hell. Show me you don't know anything about anything. Have Pat Narduzzi on your list. So here's my point. Luke waltzed in and brought up a name. And it has nothing to do with the name. I think this person actually has the right age, sub 45 years old. He's got the right pedigree, meaning the stops along the way are proper. He's been a coordinator, important to me. He's gone to some of the best places in the world and been a coordinator, important. And now is in the steps of building a program. But he hasn't built it. He's building at a non-traditional school, a place that's very difficult to win.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. Derek is in Wyandotte. He's on 97.1. Hi, Derek.
Good afternoon. I'm calling my champ and chump of the week.
Sure.
So my champ has got to be Aaron Glenn. Chump is the Denver Broncos with Sean Payton.
Yeah.
I mean, that was terrible. That team gave up on him. And then my, predictions for Thursday night, I got Lions 17-13.
You know what? It's great. We're not even asking for it. People are already moving on to the next one. I love it.
Why so low scoring?
Yeah.
You know what? Because both teams got good defense. Or Sean Gary, he's lighting it up, and it's just going to be a low-scoring game, I think. But that's it. So
I mean, here's what you got to remember about the NFL, too, is that I think we get a little – it happens more in college games because style points can matter. In the NFL, it doesn't. In the NFL, just find a way to win the damn game. And, yesterday the Lions played – they didn't look like an offensive juggernaut, but they did plenty. And I thought, and I credit Dan Campbell for playing the score a little bit more. Third quarter, Lions had a lead, 5:30 to go. 4th and 7 from the Atlanta 45, and I'm going, oh, my God, punt. Please punt. Make them go the length of the field, something that they haven't done a ton in the first 2 games. Even though they won, they hadn't had to go the length of the field very often. They hadn't done against the Lions yet, and he did exactly that. He punted and played field position.
Because it was, what'd you say, 4th and 7?
It was 4th and 7, and the Lions were up 13-3.
Yeah, if it's 4th and 1, 4th and 2, it's a different story. Maybe he does something different. But there weren't I guess my point to that is that there weren't really any opportunities for Campbell to gamble, right?
That would have been one of them where they were.
Oh, that would have been with 7 yards to gain.
Dude, I thought it was ridiculous going in his own territory. So to me, I looked at it as exactly the same. Is both instances, I was like, you got to punt here. And they did. And I'm giving him credit here, Gator. Let me give the man credit because I thought
But we're giving him credit to do something on 4th and 7. I just think
never mind then. I won't give him credit.
Well, I don't think he deserves credit for that. I think it just is.
He went for it in his own territory
the week before with a lead.
I don't care.
It's a major difference. You're talking a 5-yard difference.
But he was in his own territory.
So what?
That matters. That matters.
What really matters is the yardage you have to gain on 4th down.
Never mind. You dictate how I feel. I won't give him any credit, Gator.
Boy.
You got it.
Oh, boy.
You got it.
All right.
You got it.
All right. Someone got hurt. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I want to give the man some credit.
I'm sorry.
I want to give the man some credit.
I just don't know if that's anything worth giving credit for. That's all.
With him, I'll give him credit for that. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, plus your champ and chump votes. Get him in.
Doug, I'm sorry.
It's okay. The other thing is, Goff made a pass. I'm going to give him credit for this pass. I hope you don't mind.
Yeah.
Because nothing came out of the drive. He threw a 20-yard down and out to Amon-Ra St. Brown, where coverage was draped all over him. It was low and away. It was an unbelievable pass. He threw it before Amon-Ra made his cut. He put it 20 yards downfield on an out cut on the sideline, low and away where only his receiver could get it. And I'm like, that's an incredible pass. They didn't score on the drive. And so it's probably lost in the wash of the game. I'm like, that is amazing. That is an amazing throw. Now, he also went through a weird stretch in that game, about 3 or 4 throws in a row where he overthrew receivers. The last one resulted in an interception. But the one that got intercepted was after a couple in a row that were overthrown. And I thought, wow, what's going on? His calibration was suddenly off.
It was suddenly off. And that was later in the game. Second half of the game, and I don't know if maybe you feel I don't want to make excuses. They were bad passes, but you've got your 4th string right tackle who's in the game at this point. Maybe that changes the sense of urgency when you're going to have to throw the ball. Just like Desmond Ridder, second half of that game, it felt like every pass he made was high because he was rushed, because he was getting he was under so much pressure.
He got impacted by the Lions pass rush, for sure.
Well, Goff is throwing picks again, guys.
Don't
tell me you didn't think about that call.
100%. It came up right. I was walking from one area. I was walking from his suite up to the press box at that time, and when he makes the interception, all I'm thinking is, here we go. Here's the start, because that caller wants to say it. Even though I didn't feel the game was in any danger at that point.
No, I never felt that way either.
Never felt like, the whole time, like, they got this.
Yeah.
But that pass, and it's when he said afterwards it was one of the worst passes he's ever thrown. And he's like, I can laugh about it now because we won, but that's terrible. You can't have that. He's got to clean that up.
For people who don't know what the call was, we got a call last week after Jared Goff had gone, was it 383 passes?
Yeah.
Without throwing an interception.
It's the third longest streak in NFL history.
And somebody called last week and said, look, now that Goff is throwing interceptions again, and we're like, is this agreed upon? That he's going to start throwing interceptions? And then when he did, of course I immediately thought of that guy.
Well, the Lions have turned, it's been 3 games, and they have turned the ball over more than you'd like. And I mean, from a statistical standpoint, it makes you a little uncomfortable to see that many turnovers and that few takeaways. I think they have 2 takeaways in the 3 games, and they've got, 4 or 5 turnovers, something like that?
Yeah, they're not winning the turnover battle like they did last year. Because last year, were they +7, like 3rd in the NFL when it was all said and done? And right now they are, I mean, again, it's a small sample size.
Fortunately, it just didn't matter yesterday because they were so good defensively. I mentioned earlier about Michigan, like their defense can just win games. Their offense only has to do a little bit. That's kind of how the game went yesterday. The Lions' defense was so good against Atlanta that their offense just had to do a little bit.
The Lions are -3. Here are the other teams. Do you have the standings in front of you by chance? I just want to do a quick little experiment.
Sure.
These are the other teams that are -3 or worse. All right?
Okay.
Washington, what's their record?
Foot Commanders are 2-1.
Okay. Chicago is -4.
0-3.
Denver's -4.
Denver is awful. They are 0-3.
Cleveland's -5.
Hello, Cleveland is 2-1.
The Giants are -5.
Giants are 1-2.
Vegas is -7.
Vegas is 1-2.
And the Vikings are -7.
And they are 0-3.
Yep.
Did you by the chance see the play, the Deshaun Watson?
The backwards throw?
Backwards
Did he think the game was it 4th down and no time left in the game?
I mean, if you're a Browns fan at that moment, I'd love to know, what their thought process was. Like, are you kidding? We traded all this to get him. Then we gave him this giant contract, and this is what we're seeing. Eventually, they won the game, but that was a snapshot in time. It's hilarious.
I didn't see it. I'm gonna look it up right now.
You gotta look it up. It's $230 million guaranteed.
Oh,
guaranteed. Okay.
What did he do?
Yeah.
He's going down to be sacked. He spun around facing his own goal line.
He saw a guy.
Yeah.
He saw a guy.
Yeah, complete the pass. Go. There's nobody behind you.
You know what?
That's right. They're all in front of him.
You watch football long enough, you'll see everything once. I have never seen a quarterback throw a ball directly north when the team is going south.
And complete it.
He didn't complete it.
Or sorry, just threw it. Yeah, it ends up being long because it's a fumble.
Picked it up 25 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
He should have just punted it from there.
That would have been funny.
Oh, yeah, right? Oh, hell.
It would have been legal too, right? Yeah, you can punt.
Sure. 248-539-9797.
It's a funny play.
It's funny. Dave at Ipsy on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
Hi. My champ is the Arizona Cardinals because they beat the Dallas Cowboys, who I thought was one of the four best teams in all of football. And I'm not going to give you my chump until I have a couple of questions about the Miami game.
Yeah.
In the Miami game, did they rest their starters in the fourth quarter, and did they take out their starting quarterback and give him a rest when they knew the game was a sure victory?
Well, let me. The problem is that they have 2 running backs, and both running backs had 4 touchdowns. So it's like you take out Raheem Mostert, who's their starter, and then you put in Devin Achane, and he rips off a couple of long runs and has 200 yards rushing. I think they stopped throwing a ball after 3 quarters.
Yeah, they had Mike White on the field with 4 possessions to go. Mike White, the backup quarterback, played the last 4 possessions for Miami which resulted in their first punt and then touchdown, and take a knee.
And he went 2 for 2 for 67 yards and a touchdown.
So why didn't they put him in a little earlier, the backup quarterback? I mean,
they
the
gave
starting
him 4
quarterback
possessions.
already had 3 concussions. He's already. I mean, why risk the starting quarterback?
They gave him 4 possessions. That's a lot.
Okay. All right, then.
They could have brought him out a possession or 2 earlier, but I don't know. Are you worried about it?
I was gonna say that my chump was going to be the Miami Dolphins because I thought I didn't actually see the game. I thought they deliberately ran up the score, and
they couldn't help themselves.
Actually,
it's like, it was really they broke plays. They broke long plays, and Denver had an interception, which led to a goal to go situation for the Dolphins, and 2 plays later they score.
They had a 4th and 14. Okay, from the Denver 27. They were up 70-20. They had a 4th and 14 from in field goal range. The NFL record is 72 points. They could have kicked a field goal to set the NFL record. And Mike White took a knee. On 4th and 14, they took a knee. So I think that they showed a bit of mercy there.
Some, but I mean, it is unbelievable. That score just got out of hand. I mean,
I don't know what you're supposed to do at this point. Like, right? When you have 60 points or whatever, do you just take a knee?
I mean, they're up 49-13. Denver throws an interception, and it's 1st and goal from the 8. They run the ball. They get nothing out of it. The second play, they throw it to the running back. He goes and gets a touchdown. Now it's 56-13. 3 and out for Denver. 3 and out for Miami. 3 and out for Denver. And then 3 plays culminating in a 68-yard touchdown play. Mike White went deep, though. He did go deep and threw it, and it ended up being a 68-yard touchdown play. Makes it 63.
It's unbelievable.
And then they get the ball again and go 2 plays for a touchdown because Devon Achane went 67 yards on a run.
Boy, he looks good.
Well, the one thing we knew about Achane is that he has speed like nobody else. Yeah. And it was on display. 203 yards rushing in the game. He had 4 touchdowns. Mostert had 4 touchdowns. Both of these guys. I mean, that team is sick with offensive talent. That's without Jalen Waddle. Waddle was inactive.
Carson Anderson, 97-1. Did you see the point spread for USC Colorado?
Here's the thing about Gibbs is he needs to touch the ball more. We need to get more production out of him. He's a first-round pick, number 12 overall, and right now he's got 23 touches. That in 2 games.
Didn't Bijan have around 23 just on this Sunday?
Right, and whether it's and what Jahmyr Gibbs brings to this offense is the opportunity to be very creative, and that's where TJ and I talked about it yesterday on the podcast. Where's the creativity been in this offense? Last year with Amon-Ra St. Brown, we saw him line up in the backfield. We saw him line up everywhere. And we saw one play on a 4th down conversion to Amon-Ra St. Brown. One play that we look at and we say, okay, that's creative. We saw the flea flicker. That was creative. It created a touchdown.
He had one other play because I remember saying a Gator. I don't remember.
But with Jahmyr Gibbs, I would expect to see more creativity with how you use him.
You and I were just talking during the break about the Pac-12 and what's going on with Colorado. They got smoked by Oregon. Oregon's a really good team, all right? And, Colorado, it's a great story to watch and see what Deion Sanders is going to do there. But there's a difference between playing teams like Oregon, USC. I don't know if they have Washington on their schedule this year or not.
They don't.
Utah, Washington State, who just beat Oregon State in a big battle out there over the weekend. Those are really good teams. Colorado they're good, but they're limited because they're so thin. You knock out their best players, and now all of a sudden, what do you got? Dylan Edwards isn't, Dylan Edwards, you got problems. Travis Hunter, you got problems. And defensively, they weren't special to begin with. They had a special corner, but that was it. So, I mean, they need some more building to do, but I don't think it takes away what Deion has done over there. I think the hype comes off a ton because, okay, you just got smoked by a good team, but don't forget what they're trying to do and what they are doing.
What's interesting is they have been given the biggest stages for the first like month of this season.
Yeah.
And they got smoked at Oregon as a 21-point dog. They're a 21.5-point dog against USC in Boulder this coming weekend. If they lose that, have they completely lost the stage? Or will the network still put Deion on the big stage?
It depends on the ratings. I mean, if you get 8 million people tuning in to watch Colorado and Oregon, I don't know what the ratings are for that. I think, King, if they've come out yet. But if you get another giant number like that, and of course people are going to see what they do against USC. And, they might be able to put some points up against USC because USC's defense isn't anything special. And it could be an interesting high-scoring game. And it's Caleb Williams, and you might say, well, that's the real attraction of it is the Heisman Trophy hopeful. It's the game after that. Who do they play after USC?
They've got, I think, Arizona State, then Stanford, two of the worst teams in the Pac-12.
So there you go. That's where you're going to see, is there still a lure? When you play the not-so-good teams of the Pac-12, are you still drawing 4 or 5 million people to the game? Because if you are, then yeah, you keep putting them on national TV. Why wouldn't you? It's making money.
They got, what is it, $8 million for Colorado State, so
yeah,
maybe they will. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Joe is next. Hi, Joe.
Hey, guys. My chumps are the Spartans, who are getting to be pathetically unwatchable. My champ is the Lions and their quixotic coach, Dan Campbell. He is making these other teams prepare an inordinate amount of time for all the souffle and quiche, pardon the expression, but they can play a meat and potatoes game. And if they ignore the Lions' meat and potatoes, they're going to get whooped on. Because I didn't think that Detroit could play like they did yesterday, and I want everybody else worried about the trick plays and the unpredictability, and let us just take it to the basic level and grind people up.
Well, it's going to be intriguing to see how much, outside the box stuff Dan Campbell does moving forward. He's done some things that many wouldn't. He last year was third in the NFL in fourth down attempts. It's game to game. That was the one thing that Ben Johnson said that I thought was pretty telling last week at his news conference. He said, look, all this stuff is game to game. We treat things differently depending on a lot of things. And so I thought that was a little bit telling. In this game, they didn't have to really do or try anything outside the box. They played it pretty much the way just about everybody would. Standard game plan, didn't fake anything, no crazy go for it.
No, there really weren't that. I didn't see any opportunities for Campbell to gamble.
I clearly did.
Every fourth down is a chance for him to gamble, right, Doug? Are you worried about it?
I'm starting to think.
Well, if you look around the league, coaches were making crazy decisions all over the place. It's not just Dan Campbell. I mean, did you see Coach Staley for the Chargers go for it on their own 24-yard line?
Boy, that was
that's beyond dumb, and it damn near cost him his job. Because I bet you had the Vikings come back and won that game,
yeah,
I think Staley would be fired today.
And then
he still maybe. I mean,
Well,
That's
they won.
insane
So.
when they- yeah,
but
I
he's
mean-
kind of like that, though. If you follow his career, he's one of these younger, progressive type, analytical, go for two when you don't have to.
Look, I'm enjoying the roller coaster ride with Dan Campbell when he goes for it. But if you're going to do it from like your 25-yard line or wherever the hell it was from in that game, we got to part ways.
But, Doug, this is the classic. You hate this. They're playing to win the game, right? I mean, he gets
So,
that fourth
right,
down,
yeah.
the game's over. They win it. They ice it.
I just find that there's a phrase that's used a lot in sports talk radio is that's an example of a coach that's playing not to lose instead of playing to win. You go for the jugular. Like Marcus Freeman did by trying to throw a pass and stopping the clock in the Ohio State game. It's totally what he did. You and I watched that play again today, Kang. We just decided to go dissect the last 5 minutes of that game. Had they completed that screen pass, they might have taken that to the house. Like that play call, however they set it up against that defense, was an inch or two over Tuimoloau's hands for it being a touchdown for Notre Dame on that screen pass. It was 2nd and 15, correct? And they played to win. That's playing to win, but it stopped the clock. Ohio State needed the timeout, and you got to use the timeout. And had they just run there and punt, they didn't know it at the time, but had they run, punt, they probably would have won the game.
And then last night, Josh McDaniels kicks a field goal when they're down 8.
Weird.
Yeah, that was really strange.
Like really strange. It was terrible.
It was like
well, they kicked it twice.
Well, no, I mean they're down 8.
No, I know, but I'm saying they end up kicking it twice, right? They had the kick for, and then it was the penalty on the field goal, so they got an extra few plays, and they got even closer, and then they end up kicking again because it's like 4th and 4.
It was strange, and
it was like he was thinking, okay, if I get the ball back, we'll just go for 5 and tie it up and send it to overtime. What?
Coach, you do realize you'll still have to score a touchdown after this field goal.
4th and 1 from your own 24 with under 2 minutes to go.
I mean,
which is what Staley did.
So you would say if Dan Campbell does that, you would say fire him?
I might. Yeah. I mean, look, the Chargers the Chargers have been such a disappointment under Staley to begin with that, I mean, what progress are they making? They've got one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and what have you done?
Let's tap the brakes on having a discussion about Dan Campbell going for it on his own 24-yard line with a lead.
I don't think it's a crazy stretch, though.
Okay, but we don't need to, we're going to start taking calls of people ripping Campbell for a call he hasn't even made yet.
Yeah.
So what are you doing back there? Hey, there's no fires. Let's light one. Dang, that's not like you.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It's just been crazy NFL weekend, man.
It has. Hey, snap at the action of the NFL season with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. It's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Doug and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel is the official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Josh is on a cell, and he's on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Josh.
Hey, guys. I had a champ and chump. My champ would actually, I was going to say Michigan, but I actually want to give it to Hutch. He actually balled, pretty good on Sunday. He showed up. Everybody was giving him, slack for just getting pressures and actually, getting sacks, and he actually caused that fumble. That was huge. But the chump has to be Sean Payton. You cannot call a guy, Nathaniel Hackett, the worst coach in NFL history when you gave up 70, and this is for Jansen, 70, bro. 70 points in an NFL game in color television is embarrassing, and you called another man the worst coach in history. That's pretty bad.
I wonder. I don't know. I haven't seen anything after.
Fired like Urban Meyer did.
I haven't seen anything.
I wouldn't give him more time.
Okay, I haven't seen anything after the game from Miami's coach. Is it McDaniel? Is that the coaches? Or what's the coach of McDonald?
Who are we talking about?
From Miami Dolphins.
Yes, Mike McDonald.
I haven't seen any.
McDonald.
I thought you were messing with him, Doug. It's McDaniel.
McDaniel.
I thought you wanted him to start singing or something.
Great. Anyway, I haven't seen any comments from Mike McDaniel after the game, but do you think that played a role at all?
No. Although he's a weird dude.
The Hackett stuff?
He's a weird dude.
I don't know if there's any
cross-germination he was
with
under
that.
some heat, too, for some of the weird things he said and done. But he's considered...
He drops an F-bomb in that Manning cast commercial. It's great.
They put up 70.
I think some people are speculating because he didn't, apparently, I don't know if this is true or not, apparently he didn't even get an interview for the Denver job when it was available.
Oh.
And he was a Denver Broncos ball boy at one point, too.
And they didn't interview him? No wonder he's pissed.
The temerity.
Hey, be careful next time.
I guess.
Might hang a 70 spaghetti on you.
What should 70 be? I think 70, I think you got to go like a single malt.
How about a 70 brisket?
Is it better than burger?
I don't know what a 70
How
should
about
be.
a 70 filet?
Didn't we agree taco was something?
But that's like 40. You gotta,
40 taco?
Yeah,
I think
40.
as you get higher scoring, as you get more elegant with the food.
Do you? Because burger's real elegant.
How about I tell you, as you get old, as you get bigger. So how about a sirloin?
A 70 sirloin? 70 porterhouse?
60 sirloin? 70 filet?
It's so bad we skipped over 60 because they scored 70 points.
An 80 lobster?
It's like a arena football score.
It's it's like a
Madden.
It's a crazy college score. It's a Madden score.
Let's go to Janet. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Janet.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Janet.
I have a champ and chump nomination.
Okay.
My champ is Brian Branch, not only for how well he played yesterday, but for the fact that he stuck around day 2 of the draft so he could have the experience of hearing his name, walking across the stage and hanging out with our fans. So how can you not pull for a kid like that?
Okay.
And my chump is Ryan Day for the post-game interviews that made him look like the ultimate chump. And I agree that Miami coach is a weird dude.
So we were talking about Day and how he's being received in Columbus. Like today, probably he's being hailed as a hero for standing up for his program. And, it's weird. I think it was Ross Dellinger, Sports Illustrated, who made the point that there was a time where coaches would say, I don't read the newspapers, or I don't watch what's being said about us on TV. And I think some of that was true. I don't think it wasn't as easily accessible. But this day and age, all coaches have to be on social media for recruiting purposes. Now, how much they're on there or their assistants are on there, everything is brought to their doorstep. When somebody says something about you or your team, it is brought to your doorstep with the social media world, and it's hard to avoid. And so we hear Dickert out of Washington State going off on what was said about them on game day, Ryan Day, what was being said about them on the Pat McAfee show, Dan Lanning, what's being said about his program at Oregon. Everybody, so during the Friday walkthrough, did the Colorado kids walk out on the field and start stomping on the O?
Mm-hmm.
Used to be do that in the privacy and peace of your own team walkthrough. And They decide to put it on social media. So everything's brought to a coach's doorstep. So now they're all getting super feisty and adding to storylines with WWE type quotes. And I think it's what Ryan Day wants to believe is true. They did some. I got to like the McCourt
Lou
kid.
Holtz didn't. I mean, Lou Holtz made comments that were disparaging of Ohio State, so he, takes it personally, plays it up for the team, and it's a legendary coach that's doing it. It's not like, some bit player.
To be honest, right? Okay, how does it impact us? Does it mean that Ohio State is back to being the Ohio State pre-Michigan beating them the last 2 years, where they're going to be a major issue and Michigan's going to be doomed? Probably the most significant thing that came out of that game was McCord stepped up and made a few throws. And that was the big question going into this. One of a couple for Ohio State, but they still didn't tough out a lot of third and fourth down and short situations.
No, I think the most significant thing that came out is they won. They went on the road and won at Notre Dame with all the bright lights and everything going on, game day, everything else happening there. They won.
Well, I guess it's like our sub-headline for the Lions. Obviously, the big story is them winning, but I think McCord making some throws for them was probably the most important development.
Yeah, Ohio State's going to be a much better team in 6 weeks from now than what they are today. They'll be improved if they can stay healthy, definitely.
Well, you're right. The big story is that they won, and that's why it was so weird and dumb that Ryan Day went on that rant. Like, let the story be the fact that your team won. Who cares what Lou Holtz said about your team? And you know what? You went into a hostile environment, and you pulled out a victory where your quarterback came through for you. That's the big story, and that's where it should be. That's where the focus should be.
248-539-9797. Jake is next on 97.1. Hi, Jake.
Hey, happy Monday, fellas. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, so my champ would be Travis Kelce, just because he was able to swing Taylor Swift. And my chump would have to be the Denver defense. Oh my God, was that horrible and embarrassing. I want to get your take on why McDaniel didn't go for the 3 points there at the end, and held, I guess, respect. He says
there's just 30 seconds left in the game, and
I think he said, "Look, we got enough." That had become the story of whether or not he should have done it, and now it's kind of buried, and everybody can talk about his team's performance. So that's probably why. That's why I wouldn't do it. But Rico's made his way in studio. Hello, sir.
What are you not doing?
Kicking a field goal if you're Miami with 30 seconds
set the NFL
left.
record or points scored.
Yeah, I would have done it.
You would have done it?
Absolutely.
Really?
And you know what? I would have went to the press conference and said, hey, guys, you don't get 70 that often. I'll probably never see this in my lifetime. Since we're here, why not set a record? And I would tell the other coach, nothing personal, but we wanted the record. Just be honest about it. Don't pull the whole, really? We were up. We had 70 points? No, we knew. And we wanted the record.
Well, they knew, and that's why I think it makes more sense for them not to. We could have gotten the record, but hey, we didn't. 30 seconds ago.
Different strokes.
Yep, we're all done. Rico's just a jerk.
You know what? I'll be a jerk in the history book.
I'll be a jerk in the record book?
Right. Nobody's going to and he was a jerk. Nobody says, who had the last one? Was it the Packers or whoever? You don't call them jerks. You're like, hey, they have the record.
It was Washington, actually.
Okay, Washington. And we don't call them jerks.
Or something.
They're revered.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
So, okay.
What do you got planned coming up next?
Oh, we're going to break down Stoney and how long he stayed. No, I'm just kidding.
You want me to tell you? Should I tell the audience?
Yeah, tell the audience.
He left at halftime of the Notre Dame Ohio State game.
That's disappointing.
We went and.
Did you guys lose some money?
Yeah.
We had a couple drinks, watched the first half of the Michigan State Maryland game. Then I wanted to get back so we could take in Michigan State Maryland and Alabama Mississippi. So we had the multiple TVs going, and
I mean, we were all wondering what he was going to cook for breakfast.
He was fatigued, and he had to work on Sunday. So
was he going to borrow Doug's robe or not?
Right. Wake Doug up.
Birchie, same thing. Probably the headlines that Birchie left at halftime.
That's crazy.
Because Birchie is
he's a change man.
He is a change man. He's got about a month left. Yeah. So before he has his first child. That's what we're referencing for people who don't know.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe I shouldn't have said that on the air. Is that private information?
Not anymore.
Sorry, Will.
Don't worry. Nobody's listening. It's just us three.
That's right.
And Kang.
All right. Have a great show.
And 1,000 people that are streaming it on TV right now, but it's okay.
Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right, good Monday afternoon to you. Hope everybody can take a deep breath. I know I can. Oh, man. Oh, that was just really nice. Gritty, gutty, shorthanded. But honestly, it really begins for me. You guys were unbelievable. I could not believe, as good as the crowd was against Seattle, Rico, it was better yesterday.
Yeah.
It was chaos. And it's really about, you can have one of the great home field advantages in all of football with these fans behind. Dude, it was crazy.
Oh, no. Mike, I picked that up last year just listening. The fans started believing in this team, I think, before the team started believing in themselves. Early on, when they were 1-6,
right,
they showed up and they got it done. That told me, if you just start putting victories out there, they'll blow the roof off this place, where it will become the place I don't want to come. And you know what? Congratulations, because I do think that the fans helped. You helped contain Desmond Ridder and just made him Ridder. He looked full lost out there. Like he had no clue to what was going on.
It's an intimidating place to play.
Yeah.
And look, and I'll throw the number up, because what I do want to know is just kind of, are we back on the rails now? Like, I think we all needed that. Yeah. We were all starting to get a little hangry. We needed them to bounce back, play really well. And that game yesterday, you're down 10, 12 guys. You lose early in the game, Nelson. Now you're playing another dude no one's ever heard of at tackle. Didn't matter.
Bringing back Skipper.
Yeah, Dan Skipper's back. Yeah. Defensively, again, I don't care if it's Desmond Ridder. I don't care who it is. They played aggressive.
Yes.
And I thought it was interesting, Derek Barnes repping at edge and getting some D-line snaps. Again, James Houston out. We got to create something across from Aiden. But honestly, the biggest takeaway, you ready, people? Biggest takeaway, maybe Dan Campbell learned. Did you notice yesterday it wasn't the willy-nilly we're going for it all the time stuff, taking the points early, punting the football? I mean, I'm not telling you to play conservative, but I'm telling you there's a middle ground between all in on analytics and chaos mode, and then playing like you're in 1980. Be in the middle.
Yeah.
And I thought yesterday Dan Campbell did nothing egregious. Nothing.
What I saw with Dan Campbell was he was a coach, Mike, that I think realized we were the better team. And as the game went on, Aaron Glenn saw the same, we're just going to dial up this blitz. They can't stop it, and we're not going to stop ourselves, because that's normally the biggest thing that coaches do to just really – it just ticks you off, because it's like, okay, why did you stop doing this? They didn't. Pressure came all the way to the very end. And you're right. Campbell saw, let's score points. Let's just kick the field goal. Let's be smart about this. Let's not give them any extra possessions. Let's not do something stupid, which I do applaud him for. But yeah, watching that game, I did the pregame show with Cookies yesterday. It was a crossroads game. I don't think it was a must win, but it was a fork in the road. You win this thing, you feel comfortable about this team again. You lose this thing, and now we're spiraling, and you're going in a direction you don't want to go. You won. Now you feel a lot more confident heading into Lambeau to go play Green Bay this Thursday.
Yeah, it was far from perfect, but that's the NFL. I know we're going to get calls today. Well, the offense needs to be better. Well, the offense was missing some parts. Guys, you're down 3 starting linemen.
Yeah, you want perfection, go see Miami.
Well, right. That's just I've never seen anything like it. They put in people off the street, 80-yard touchdown.
They covered that 89.5-point spread.
What was the flight back if you were a Broncos? I've never seen a professional football team play that way.
I mean, at this point, if you're a coach, either you just say, guys, F it, this game never happened.
Burn the tapes.
Enjoy yourselves. Or it's just, I don't want to hear peep. No, they don't want peanuts. No, they don't want anything to drink. Just, no, we're going to sit in our seat and we're going to fly back.
But look, here's the other takeaway. And this is the fun of the NFL. And it is overreaction. And it is, guys, there's a very good chance your second-round picks are better than your first-round picks. Okay, Laporta is taking a step forward every quarter of every game. Brian Branch stepping into a little bit more of the C.J. Gardner-Johnson role. Splash plays everywhere. Guys, Gibbs and Campbell, Laporta, Branch. I know which two have wowed me so far. That was really nice yesterday because if Laporta, I told you, eventually, if you're not throwing it downfield to Amon-Ra, you're throwing it downfield to him.
I like him, man. He's so far ahead of schedule. Normally, tight ends don't make that big of an impact their rookie year. But
sign Michael Mayer, Las Vegas.
Yeah,
What?
Yeah.
Sorry.
You may have something here in this guy. And the fact that Goff, you would think that he and Goff have been playing together for years, the way he's targeting him. I'm like, okay, I like this. He's open. He's making the catches. Yeah, I expected this type of play out of Laporta maybe next year. I didn't think 3 games in, that he would be this good.
No, and they schemed it up. He was so wide open on that play pass. He commented after the game, he goes, I was so wide open, I thought I was going to drop it.
Man, when they did the replay, he caught it off his shoulder pad. I'm like, bro, don't drop this pass. You will never hear the end of this one.
And Branch looks like a potential difference maker now. It's 2 of 3 weeks.
You know what?
He's flashed a major play or a TFL's. Brian Branch looks to be a real player.
If you did not know, and I told you that they took Branch with the number 12 pick, you would be like, oh, they got a good job with him. No, he was in the 2nd round. He was the 4th of the 4 draft picks that they got. But, yeah, he's looking to be special in that secondary. I mean, to me, he looks like a captain in the making where he's going to be that guy. He's going to get that second deal. You're going to make sure you're not going to let him go. I like what I'm saying. Like the 2nd round picks,
they look like the 1st round.
They do.
And look, my whole point is you earn the right for your next game. Now it's a showdown for first place in the NFC North and a critical tiebreaker. You know, the Bears and Vikings, their seasons are over. This is you and Green Bay. Thursday night, it's a Spider-Man meme. The 2 teams are incredibly similar from a differential standpoint, points scored, points against, strengths, weaknesses, you name it, injuries, all of it. So Thursday night, you get a couple days of a reprieve. You got the win at home. It's what needed to happen. And now let's just see how close to being the team that I think you are. Let's see how close you are to that. Because Thursday night, I don't care if it's by 1 or 100. I don't care if it's not a work of art. Go and get out of there with a win, and you're sitting at 3-1, tiebreaker over Green Bay, and Chicago and Minnesota are out of it. That is as successful a first quarter of the season, 4 games, as any of us could have asked for.
You're right.
Thursday night holds the key to either being good but not quite there, or the Lions are for real.
Yep.
If you can go on that short turn and beat them, Rico, and think about 3-1, and you had the Chiefs, Seattle, Atlanta, Green Bay, potentially 4 playoff teams.
Yeah, and you're fortunate enough to play the Green Bay game, not in the frigid cold, but you actually get good weather.
Yeah,
playing it at night.
Short turn, man. Thursday Night Football is such a dishonest product to the players.
It is.
It's not right, but they got.
But here's the thing:
got to find a way through,
and it ain't going anywhere. So we can complain all we want.
You know what's interesting? How the people call when the team loses, but what? You have nothing to complain about, so you don't want to talk about your team today? People, the takeaways from yesterday are numerous. You decide what you want to do. But the offense, I thought that was shorthanded. It was Ben Johnson's best game. From a sequencing and play call and attacking standpoint, I thought the RPO down on the goal line, you saw Calais Campbell go, wait, did he seriously just pull the ball and go? You go against tendency to the point where no one respects Jared Goff, and you run that read option, and Calais Campbell was like, are you really? That's a brilliant call.
Well, but the call worked because Gibbs had 2 great runs in that series. So now everybody's focused on him. Like, you're going to give it to him again at the goal line. Nope. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Defensively, you got the aggression you wanted. Maybe Brian Branch announced his arrival on the scene. Did Dan Campbell learn his lesson? Because I think it was his most even-keeled coach game. They just took care of business, take the points early, don't be silly, and then really the last point of it. Can you relax? Can we? I know I needed that Atlanta win badly in order to recenter and believe. And now Thursday night, look, this is going to be a very difficult ask. The game's essentially a pick'em. It's 72 hours to get right and go play a divisional opponent. Now, I'll tell you this. Jordan Love is not Desmond Ridder, but he ain't that much better. He's okay. He's got a better grip on things. But I want the aggression on Jordan Love.
Yeah, I mean, because the defensive line is what really impressed me. They did a good job containing and slowing down Bijan. And, from Benito Jones, Derek Barnes, it was other than Aiden. They brought pressure. They went after. They made Ridder so uncomfortable by the end of the game. He just wanted to hop the next flight back to the ATL. Now, yeah, you're right. Love, in my opinion, won't miss as many wide open guys, but he's not this great top tier quarterback. So I like what I saw from the defensive line. Bring that pressure. I don't know if you could dial it up as much as you did, because I think it was smart of Aaron Glenn to realize Atlanta has nothing left in the tank. Let's not help them out. Let's just go in here, beat them up, and then send them on their way. He did not let off. I don't know if you could play that aggressively against Green Bay, but bring some of that heat.
You have to. I think what they did against Seattle's a losing formula long term. And part of the identity of this team is they want to be physical. They want to be attacking, aggressive. It follows the coach. Look, the truth will always lie in the middle. They just can never do what they did against Seattle again, right? And maybe you can't be quite as aggressive against Atlanta, but unless I am facing a quarterback that I care about, it's not even a thought to me. Let's attack. It felt like they were more comfortable in that mindset.
I mean, Atlanta is Bijan, and you held Bijan Robinson to 33 yards. At that point,
well, the game flow dictated it.
Right.
You jumped on your opponent and got them out of what they wanted to do. That's your best defense.
So now they have to rely on Ritter's arm. Good luck with that, Atlanta. Because
he's terrible.
His
He's
only strength is when he breaks containment and keeps drives going. But if you keep him in the pocket,
and again, when you and guys, if you think I'm being hard on Desmond Ridder, not that you care, just understand something. When you are inaccurate with receivers, that's an automatic non-starter for an NFL quarterback. But when you're inaccurate and your receivers are 6'5" each with Mac Hollins and Kyle Pitts and Drake London, and you're throwing balls that these guys can't even get a hand on, no, you just suck.
And at that point,
he's terrible.
You know what? I'm not going to help you get confidence. I'm just going to bring the heat.
That's right. And again, I thought it was interesting with Barnes making the move to putting his hand in the dirt a little bit. Kind of a call out to the other DNs, if you're asking me. Hey, if none of you bums are going to go get the quarterback, we'll take a linebacker and put him down here. It was something interesting to watch because Derek Barnes, look, that was a guy a year ago who was going to get cut. Maybe you can remake him into something because a lot of these other guys are not stepping through. 248-539-9797. Did you know there are over 282,000 auto accidents in Michigan last year? Many of them ending with someone dying or being critically injured. Distracted driving is a huge problem, and you need life insurance. National benefit plans. Over 70 different life insurance carriers in the portfolio. They'll shop them all. They guarantee you the best possible rate, and in the event of that car accident or devastating diagnosis, they've got you covered. Longer you wait, possibility of not getting coverage increases. So don't wait. Get it done right. Call Mike Purpur now, 877-734-2200, or go on the web to nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
here's the thing about Gibbs is he needs to touch the ball more. We need to get more production out of him. He's a first-round pick, number 12 overall. And right now, he's got 23 touches. That in 2 games.
Didn't Bijan have around 23 just on this Sunday?
Right. And whether it's, and what Jahmyr Gibbs brings to this offense is the opportunity to be very creative. And that's where TJ and I talked about it yesterday on the podcast. Where's the creativity been in this offense? Last year with Amon-Ra St. Brown, we saw him line up in the backfield. We saw him line up everywhere. And we saw one play on a 4th down conversion to Amon-Ra St. Brown. One play that we look at and we say, okay, that's creative. We saw the flea flicker. That was creative. It created a touchdown.
He had one other play because I remember saying a Gator. I don't remember who
but
was
with
the top of my
Jahmyr
head.
Gibbs,
That's a great
I would
play
expect
call.
to see more creativity with how you use it.
All right. To hell with ticket text. We'll get to it later. We got real human beings who want to talk. I think that's how you win. All of us needed a complete win. They gutted it out. Tons of injuries, imposed their will. Kind of a cruise control game. And that's a good football team in Atlanta. Not great, but they're good. They're going to be playoff caliber. And you took them out. And I think, again, defense showed aggression. Let's talk about it. Brian Branch might be that next guy, and that's encouraging because, man, he's a heat-seeking missile. Laporta on offense, same deal. I mean, Sam Laporta really is stepping forward with every week to be a guy that you're kind of expecting 6, 7, 8 targets a game. That's important for a team that lacks wide receiver depth. Marvin Jones, are you alive? Dan Campbell learning on the job. Well, you know what? For a day he learned. Yeah. It was professional. And then the last piece is just, okay, now, am I being unfair? No. I don't think so. You want to be the team I believe you are. You go Thursday night and you gut one out. Get to 3-1, top of the division at the end of the first quarter, some brutally difficult games coming up. Green Bay is fine enough, but let's be fair. If Derek Carr doesn't hurt his shoulder early in the third quarter, up 17-0 on Green Bay, they don't win that game.
Famous Jameis.
If Desmond Ridder could complete a single ball in the fourth quarter the week prior, Green Bay does not win that game. Ridder was 0 for 6 in the fourth quarter. Or Green Bay's not even, so look, just please. Come on, go beat this team.
I look at this and I'm also, Gibbs didn't get quite the amount of touches that I wanted, but it was close. It was very close. I think he ended up with like either 19
touches.
Yeah. So okay, I wanted 25.
Game was decided. That's why I'm not freaked out.
And that's what you said. Because you didn't really need him at the end, that's fine. But 80 yards, okay, that's what I want to see. Maybe a few more passes to him, but you didn't need to break those plays out just yet.
To the people, Alex is on a cell, 97.1. What's up, Alex?
Good afternoon, guys.
How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you guys?
Excellent.
So yeah, you guys did just touch on it, but Green Bay, that should be a win because it was so visible, obvious that Branch is the steal of the draft. Laporta is going to be that next tight end that we've been desperately seeking. We had a good one with Hawkinson, We got some good trades out or some good picks out of them that we ended up, making good picks out of. The defense, I think they had 7 sacks, forced fumble with a recovery, just pressuring Ritter. They just didn't let him get comfortable at all. Not that I don't think that he was that good of a quarterback. But Green Bay losing to Atlanta, almost losing to the Saints, it came down to a last-second field goal that they ended up missing. I think that we should have this in the bag, and I just hope that
right
was
there.
turnaround.
You can't the in the bag stuff, Alex. Come on, we're a week removed from getting cut in half by Geno Smith, and you can't do the in the bag thing.
Fair.
The Cowboys thought they had it in the bag yesterday as 2 touchdown favorites in Arizona. I mean, cutscene. You have to approach every week that it's going to be a test. We got a treat yesterday that wasn't a game that ended up being close. But that's not a bad football team that you played. But you had the right recipe. You played from ahead, which I think is incredibly important for this team to do. Mm-hmm. And you guys were awesome. As a home field, you guys were incredible yesterday. But don't call up going in the bag, short turn, on the road in division. Please don't do that.
No, and they also treated a bad quarterback like a bad quarterback. You didn't let him all of a sudden look like he was out there and he was the next Tom Brady. You contained him. You said, you know what? Beat us with your arm. We don't think you can, and he couldn't.
And I got bad news for you. The Packers, from an analytics standpoint, one of the rare teams in this league. They're going to be top 12-0, top 12 in D. They do not turn the football over. Guys, it's going to be a war Thursday. If you go up to Green Bay and you win this game by more than a score, hell, win period, I tip my cap. But Green Bay's not going to beat themselves. And they may not have a star quarterback. I got bad news for you. Neither do you. Come on now.
No, as
go
you
look
say,
at the analytics, man. Green Bay is rock solid in every phase, and they're at home.
Yep. And before the game, you might as well have both teams pointing to each other like this.
They're very similar in that regard.
Yeah.
Go to Matt, 97.1. What's up, Matt? How you doing?
What's up, boys? Hey, what's up, Rico?
Hey.
Hey, Michael, I'll tell you, I was at the game yesterday. Can I get a siren?
Absolutely.
So I'm hearing you talk about Ritter, and first of all, before I start, that Stoney sleepover stuff and the Bill Belichick stuff, that's radio malpractice. You know what I mean?
What?
From a reset from last week. But do you think that we made a difference? Not us, but can you imagine being a player on that field? They must think we're all psychos because it was psychotic. We never stopped. I mean, the whole stadium. I couldn't.
No, it's crazy.
It was unbelievable. And then, first of all, T.J. Hawkinson couldn't carry Sam Laporta's jockstrap. Let's get that out of the way. All right.
Well, I mean, hold on. Now, Hawk is a solid player. I don't just slander the guy.
there can be more than one good tight end in the league.
I'm just happy that Sam
Let's not
Laporta,
be jealous boyfriend here.
Sam Laporta makes pennies on the dollar and is a really good football player. Very nice.
But do you think that maybe that the crowd made a difference yesterday? Because I really
absolutely I do. You're talking about the communication from the sideline to the quarterback to his teammates. Ritter looked frustrated. He looked panicked.
Second-year player. I mean, come on.
And, Matt, you always know the crowd is affecting the game. When the quarterback has to almost run down the line to tell everybody to play individually, that means they can't hear. So now there's a chance that somebody heard it wrong, runs the wrong route, and now you can get the fumble or you get the incomplete pass or they miss a block.
No, I thought you guys were awesome, and that's why I led the show with it.
But the fans have been that way since when they were 1-6. The fans showed up. So
that's why the fans deserve it, man. These people care and they want it. And it's all this team has to do. When you really think about what I'm asking this team to do, it's a low bar. I'm not even asking for a Super Bowl right now. I'm not even asking for, the higher tier of things. I'm asking you to win a bad division and exemplify a level of professionalism 4 of every 5 weeks.
Yeah. Next year in the first home game, you're raising a divisional banner.
That's what I want. And Thursday night is a big step to that. Sunday was a big step to it. It's the journey. This is what you do.
Right. I don't think this is going to be easy, but yeah.
Here's the other thing. You got to look at the injuries. Is David Bakhtiari going to play on Thursday night? Is Elgin Jenkins going to play? Look, you could see two teams with two good offensive lines missing two of their top O-linemen each. Obviously, I don't expect Taylor Decker to play. Clearly, I don't expect Vaitai to play. Now you have Nelson. We got to see what happens there. Elgin Jenkins for them. Aaron Jones for them. Is Christian Watson going to play for them? Their best wideout. Aaron Jones on a short term.
You're exactly right, because you don't know how many were sat out just because of the Thursday game, or if they're really, really hurt.
Or if they approach it the same way you'll approach it with Montgomery. If I get through Thursday without you, I get another 10 days to rest you and get you back.
Right. No, that's true.
So a lot of this will come down to that. I mean, clearly, if you see all of a sudden out of thin air 4 or 5 of these guys are back, game looks a lot tougher. But even without those guys, look at what you're missing.
Yeah.
It's going to take a lot, but they have the ability to win a game like this. I believe in them. That's why I got so pissed when they lost to Seattle. 248-539-9797. We will get with your phone calls, and we will do it next. 97.1. America's favorite place to watch football, Stadium Swim. That's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience that's built for fans. It is 6 pools, 3 different levels, the largest viewing screen and largest sports book in America, and it's all right at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book that spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, so while the Lions clearly are the main dish, we just at least want to mix in a couple of things, including I'd like to duct tape 2 coaches to 1 rocket and send it straight into the sun. Let's do a football today.
Well, can we start with one of those coaches in here? It's Brandon Staley. How lucky he is.
No, he should still be fired.
Still be fired. Okay.
Yeah, Go ahead, tell the people, and then I'll tell you why I'd fire a guy after winning a game.
He goes for it on 4th and 1 on his own 24-yard line with 1:51 left on the clock. Just punt the ball, Staley. Well, he got lucky because the defense bailed him out, and the Vikings are stupid. And the Vikings still couldn't score, but Brandon Staley is an idiot.
Brandon Staley's the same guy who played Mike Williams in a meaningless game last year and got him hurt for the playoffs. He's the same guy who's a defensive guru who blew a 28-point lead in said playoff game. They showed their ass in week 1. He had a ridiculous late-game decision against Cleveland last year. This guy's a bum. He's a grifter. Get him the hell up out of there before they ruin Rico's godson, Justin Herbert. Brandon Staley, F you.
It almost looks as if he's trying to get fired. Where you're on your own 24, you just punt. You're up 4. You punt the ball. Minnesota has to score a touchdown, not a field goal. You make him drive, and it's like,
oh, but wait, there's more. David, double dose of coaching malpractice. Can I offer you Josh McDaniels?
Please do.
Explain to me. I don't care if you got a GED or a PhD from Harvard. You're down 8 with under 4 minutes to go in a football game, and you've got 4th and 3 at the 7. Kick a field goal? Huh? But hold on. He already tried to bleep himself earlier in the drive when they settled for a 48-yarder. It made even less sense. They get the reprieve. They get down there. Here's how bad Josh McDaniels' decision was. No coach in the last 25 years of the National Football League has made that decision in a regular season game. Yeah. None. No coach in 25 years, down 8, under 4 minutes, and you've got a 4th and short in the red zone. Nobody's done that except Josh McDaniels, a coach who now started 6-0 in his coaching career and is 12-31 since. As Stoney says, get out. What a bum.
Too many coaches rely on this analytic stuff instead of just using that thing called, what is it called? Oh, yeah, common sense. God, you know what? Let's just go ahead and try to score and worry about a 2-point conversion later.
Josh McDaniels should be fired.
I guess in his world, let's just take the points so that we can score a touchdown and have a walk-off victory.
But you have to look at the game. I'm not yelling at you. You have to look at the game in a matter of possessions, not score.
Keep yelling. I like that. That's passion.
He's so smug. I don't like him.
Well, he's come from Patriot lineage.
Did you happen to hear what Devontae Adams said, though, after the game regarding his team? He says, quote, "It's not my mentality to sit here and try to take all season and figure it out. We're not doing things the right way to establish a winning culture. We've got to go out there and do it."
Yeah,
your coach is Josh
this
McDaniels.
Is Josh McDaniels, handpicked. And by the way, it's the same thing. The fact that Jimmy Garoppolo's so damn handsome actually angers me because he's a bum. I don't want to hear about how all he does is win. I don't want to hear about the completion percentage because it always comes back to this. When the play's not perfect and the play's not on schedule, Jimmy G's going to Jimmy G. And it's a disaster. With McDaniels. Next.
70 points in an NFL game. Wow, Miami did that yesterday against Denver. Miami racked up 726 total yards. Tua had only just 3 incompletions the entire game. They are 3-0. Is this the best team in the NFL right now?
Yes. Now, doesn't mean it will be at the end, but no one's been more impressive. No one has played at a higher level offensively. And frankly, don't get mad at me now, I don't know if anyone's as connected to their quarterback and their weapons as Mike McDaniel is right now. He is operating at an efficiency level on offense where you know this. You lived a privileged life.
I was about to say, it makes me proud when I see him.
This poor man was your running game coordinator. It
just makes me proud when I see him go down to Miami and have such success.
He's an assassin.
You know what? I would love if Thursday night, would have been a great game, would be to see the Dolphins and the Niners play. That, I think, would be just a potential Super Bowl preview.
And they scored 70 without Jalen Waddle. Just throwing that minor detail out there.
I mean, mistakes were made.
Yeah, mistakes were made, Sean.
Yeah, including if you're Sean Payton. You took this job to coach this team. You could have had any job in the league. This is what you decided to return to? What?
Yeah, Garrett Bowles after the game crying, basically.
He did not cry. He was angry.
All we've done is lose since I've gotten here. Well, maybe it's your fault, Garrett.
Leave Garrett Bowles alone.
I'm sorry, holding. Number 72. Let's go to the Dallas Cowboys. They decided to, I guess, not show up, take it easy, and lose to the Arizona Cardinals. They were once thought to be the best team in the NFL. Any thoughts on that game yesterday with them?
You know what, David?
Overlooking their opponent?
And I'm going to say, this is what happens when you don't fully prepare for an opponent. They went in there thinking that Arizona is so bad. And here's a news flash. There was probably more Cowboy fans in the stands than there were Cardinal fans because it's transient city.
But see, this is the problem I have, though. The NFL's got to stop. How many teams are we going to have that can't draw a home field? The LA Chargers get no fans. The LA Rams get no fans. There's 2. Right. It's always a home game for somebody else. Phoenix, there's 3. Vegas, there's 4.
Still yellow and black and yellow going around.
It's just like, for God's sakes. Sorry. It's so annoying. And your fans are annoying too.
Why?
Well, first of all, you're a bunch of animals fighting each other in the crowd. That was an embarrassment.
Yeah, what is that about? Another week, another fight.
David, everybody fights.
Sure.
That's the new thing now. You want a hot dog, you got to fight. I got one left. You two battle it out.
What is this, Escape from New York?
It's Hunger Games.
Good Lord. Go ahead, David.
Well, it is Hunger Games in Chicago. A report from Jay Glazer before the game saying that right now the jury's still out whether Justin Fields is their quarterback of the future. Well, he went out.
No way.
50% of his passes were completed, only threw 99 yards, and struggled throughout the game. Well, he wasn't drafted by the GM or the coach. He gone.
You know what? The only thing missing in Chicago is the New Orleans Jazz funeral procession, because at least it will be upbeat when they bury this team.
What, like when they're partying down the street with the casket
and the umbrellas? Yeah, because that's the only thing missing. At least make it fun for the people of Chicago, because this is painful to watch. Your DC may or may not have had the FBI raid his house. Like, what is going on? Your quarterback calls out his coach, but then he comes back and says, "Oops, just kidding." But then, this is a team that's going to end up with a top pick, and I do think that this is it for Fields in Chicago, because you're just going to take one of the new quarterbacks and just start over.
Done. So Eberflus, done with him.
Yes, he is done with him. So I asked you about the best team in the NFL. I want to ask you, is this
so disrespectful?
The best defense in the NFL? No, not the 49ers.
No, it's Cleveland Browns.
It's the Cleveland Browns.
You can laugh at it and make fun of Deshaun and make fun of the little, Fudgy the Whale or whatever the hell that guy is in the middle of the field, the elf.
The elf.
The cookie puss.
Fudgy the Whale.
Yeah, shout out Carvel. Their defense is unbelievable.
Secondary especially. It's like they revamped it.
Yesterday, Myles Garrett moves, we move. They had 2 guys shadowing Myles Garrett, and he moves to the other side, and they go, "Oh, Bob, we got to move." And they get up, and they run to that side. Myles Garrett's like, "Wait a minute." And he runs over here, and he's like, "Pete, we got to move again." And they run.
Ludicrous. When I move, you move. Right. Just like that.
Right. But Jim Schwartz might be a bum of a head coach, but he's an elite defensive coordinator. And they are, and by the way, nobody wants to do it. Ravens at the Browns this week. Browns are 2-point favorites.
Yeah, Schwartz has revamped that.
Where was Super Lamar yesterday? I thought he was Joe Montana all of a sudden. That was weird.
You had 2 teams
trying to lose.
Exactly. Like, Are you guys? No. You have it. No. You take this game.
Oh, wow. You're exactly right. And that is in football today.
Thanks, Stoney. Time to get off the sidelines. Moran Buick GMC. Schedule's packed this fall. Youth sports. I mean, the 24 Enclave from Moran seats up to 7. If you got projects around the house, maybe you're a hunter, whatever it is, maybe you just like a truck. All right, the 23 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation, $277 a month. Whatever it is, they got stock arriving daily. And if something's off with the current car, take it in for certified service at Moran Buick GMC. Unlike others, Moran offers you that free loaner when you schedule a certified service appointment. So if you're having engine trouble or brake problems or anything in between, go to MoranExpress.com. Get it fixed. Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Luke walked in, and I think this is interesting. And it's going to be, I'm going to make you a deal. Now, I'll make you a deal that I will give you this coach right now at Michigan State, but you have to forego all other possibilities. That means we just did the hot board, the hot seat, or whatever the hell Rico called it. What if one of those names became nope? Oh, this NFL coach has gone public and said it's his dream to coach and cut. Nope. What if a name that's not even out there becomes the new hotness? Nope. I will offer you.
Pat Narduzzi says, I want to come home.
Go to hell. Show me you don't know anything about anything. Have Pat Narduzzi on your list. So here's my point. Luke waltzed in and brought up a name. And it has nothing to do with the name. I think this person actually has the right age, sub 45 years old. He's got the right pedigree, meaning the stops along the way are proper. He's been a coordinator, important to me. He's gone to some of the best places in the world and been a coordinator, important. Well, it's actually quite nice of Jim to join us. I didn't know if he had any time with all the shilling he's doing for U of M. We'll get to that at 4.
Funny he didn't bring any of that up yesterday.
Oh,
For
dear.
the pregame when I was sitting with him.
You just hate to see it. Let's go to Anthony. We'll go on the board. It's all Lions. Hold on, I hit the wrong button. I'm an idiot. Anthony, go ahead, buddy.
How you doing, Mike?
Good, pal. What's on your mind?
Listen, I was at the game yesterday, and it was nutty. I was in the third down zone, and you couldn't hear anything. My ears were ringing the rest of the day after.
I really believe, Anthony, before you get to your point, I really mean it. We've always known there was an ability for this place to be one of the hardest places to play in the league. We've only seen flashes of it. Only recently have we gotten to a point where I think together we believe this team's good enough to deliver on it, and man, are you seeing it from the fans. You're right. Yesterday, you would have thought that was an NFC divisional round game.
Yeah, it's amazing what happens when you put a good product on the field.
I know. Wild.
I know. Crazy thinking. But listen, a second ago, you said something, and I always agree with you, but I got to disagree on one thing that you said a minute ago. We do have a star quarterback. Jared Goff played great yesterday. He's played, I wouldn't say great, but he's played pretty darn good this whole season. And last year, towards the end of the season, he was damn good. And I was looking at it. I think he's the best quarterback in the NFC. I'd rather have him than Dak Prescott. I'd rather have him than any other quarterback in the NFC. And really, if you look at it, there's only like 3 or 4 quarterbacks that I'd say for sure that I'd rather have instead of Jared Goff right now.
Whoa, in the league?
Falling out.
So, Anthony, you would rather have him over Jalen Hurts?
No.
Not Jalen Hurts, no, but
he's in the
I'd
NFC.
Say, okay, so that's
I'm
the
fine
one.
if you want to
That's the
say,
one.
how about this? How about this? He's in the conversation as the second best guy in the NFC. Where you run into trouble is he'd probably be the 7th or 8th best guy in the AFC.
Well, even that, like, would you rather have him or would you rather have
Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, Tua Tagovailoa? I mean, come on now.
I'd rather have Goff than the Bills QB. Did you see him play a couple weeks ago?
Listen. I may not like Josh Allen's occasional brain fart turnovers. Josh Allen is still one of the 5 to 7 weapons in this league now. I mean, Anthony, come on. What are we doing here? Don't make me speak negatively about Goff when I'm the one who defends him. But you cannot have a conversation about Jared Goff and Josh Allen. You can't do it.
Anthony is excited that his team won. And you know what?
I'm excited.
But
doesn't mean I'm on crack.
He likes what he sees from Goff, and he feels like Goff's being disrespected. Mike, there's a lot of people out there that feel like, you know what? We don't give Goff enough credit.
I'd rather have Goff than Rat Purdy, that's for sure.
Why did I take a stray?
We all saw last Thursday night. That's all I'll say.
All he does is win. I'm sorry.
He's trash.
All he does is win.
Can we
he
go
might
down
as well
the
put
board?
Khaled on the back of his jersey.
Let's go on the board, please. All right, so you're probably going to want to fade this pick because there's no way I'm going to keep going the way I'm going. On the weekend, cash the ticket plays plus the one I gave you Thursday and Friday on this segment, 10-1-1. It can't continue. But if you want to know, you know what to do tonight, people. You know what to do. I'm the same guy who told you to bet the Browns and bet the Texans and bet all the garbage yesterday. You got to ride and bet the Bucks. You have to. Bucks currently sitting at a 5-point home dog. Philly is all kinds of beat up in the secondary. The Bucks passing game has been very, very good. And look, yeah, Philly probably wins the game, but that doesn't mean you win it by double digits. I'm going to take the points, take the home dog, and take the healthier team, to be quite honest. I'll take the Bucks tonight. It's ratty, so be careful. Go ahead, Rico. Got a Rat Purdy parlay for everybody?
Just a disrespect on that man. No, but Jalen Hurts, very simple. I got 2 for Jalen Hurts. 1, Jalen scores a touchdown and the Philadelphia Eagles win. That's plus 180. Philadelphia on the money line. Or you could simply go, Mike, because he steals touchdowns from Swift and everybody else. Hurts to score 2 or more touchdowns plus 800.
Hatchet Man, talk to me now. I mean, you're flying high. Your team got a big win. Talk to You're sad about Coach Prime. I'm not.
I'm not sad about Coach
How
Prime.
come you don't talk about his quarterback? With
What
the
about my
tiny
quarterback?
hands?
Everyone knows he sucks.
That's the difference.
Everyone knows.
No one's playing pretend like he's actually good the way that your privileged quarterback is. I could have Paul Sarah start at quarterback for the Niners, and he would have a QBR of 80. I want to hear about Rat Purdy. Right. Get out of here.
Man,
All
just
right.
works hard.
So here's what I'm going to do, because I find it a little strange that in the Rams-Bengals game, the anytime score is plus 120 for Jamar Chase. That leans in the direction of Joe Burrow not playing to me.
Or the fact that when he has played, he's got like one completion of 12 yards or more.
Yeah, so I'm going to go +3 Rams.
Oh, boy.
Plus adding Kyron Williams anytime score. That would be plus 186.
I saw Puka Nacua is questionable, correct?
Yes, he is.
He's been a revelation, too.
Yes.
That's what happens, though. You draft those dudes out of BYU. They're all 30 with 2 kids in college. I mean, you're drafting a real adult there.
They
out
got
of
mouths
BYU.
to feed, right? Coach, I'm here at 6 a.m. I don't want to be at home.
They got that old man strength.
Right.
You draft a dude from BYU, it's like playing hoops against your dad when you were 12.
Right. Did you go hang out? No, I didn't. I had to change diapers. No.
Eating dinner at 4:30.
Right. Discount theater.
Wife drops him off at work at the practice facility.
Steel lunch pail. That's BYU football. All right. That, and as I said, be careful. There's no way I'll keep the run going. If you don't want to bet the Bucks, you don't want to play the game, don't. You don't have to do anything stupid. But you got to bet the Bucks. Just like you had to bet the Texans. You had to bet the Colts.
Did you bet your Giants last week?
Hell no. What are you, nuts? That's like Cookies asked me, well, are you going to bet Maryland? I'm like, no, I'm already going to hate my life watching the game. I don't want to bet against my own team.
But Rat Purdy.
David said it all. You don't even think he's good.
Yeah, it's good. He wins.
He'll be good enough not to win a Super Bowl.
Hall of Famer. Gold jacket is being pressed.
Yeah, for Iowa State. That's it. I don't want to hear about it. That's on the board.
That's pretty good, Mike. That was pretty good.
Rico will be attending Brock Purdy's Ring of Honor at Discount Rate Stadium in Ames,
I'll be at
Iowa.
Canton in a few years when he's there.
New customers, $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. And FanDuel, more ways to play. The same game parlays, overs, unders, totals, anytime touchdown stuff. They got it all. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the NFL season with FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. Luke walked in, and I think this is interesting. And it's going to be, I'm going to make you a deal. Now, I'll make you a deal that I will give you this coach right now at Michigan State, but you have to forego all other possibilities. All right, 3 o'clock, quick reset. It's simple. Lions. That's as gritty and gutty a win as you'll get. They're down 1 million guys. That's a physical team that came to town. You jumped them early, took them out of their game. Offense did enough. Coach didn't do anything stupid. Nice step forward for Dan Campbell. And defensively, a level of aggression we were yet to see. It was perfect. And really, it sets you up now for, if you're the team we really believe you are, you go out Thursday night and you win. And you take command of this division, and you're 3-1 in the opening quarter. There's no discussion of stumbling out of the gate. There's no discussion about the Seattle game. You look at the big picture and go 3-1 in any 4-game stretch in the NFL, elite. Mm-hmm. That's how I look at it. So I want to know where people are at with it. And again, Brian Branch and Sam Laporta really stepping forward. And frankly, they're just better than Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell thus far.
Yeah, they are. Especially Campbell. Haven't seen a ton out of him. But, yeah, the second-round picks. Laporta, I'll be the first one to admit I didn't expect this soon. I thought he was going to be good. He comes from a great pedigree of Iowa tight ends. I thought maybe next year we would start seeing this.
Is this your roundabout way of us having to hear about George Kittle? So tired of you.
You know what?
So sick of you.
How did you take this from me giving Laporta praise?
Well, because I just read a note that the Niners are now the Super Bowl favorites instead of the Chiefs.
What did I have to do with this? I'm talking about Sam Laporta.
Your existence.
Okay. You know what? I'm out of here.
My power rank right now is Staley, McDaniels, Beard.
Wow.
Get me a coach on Saturdays.
Okay. You know what? I'm out of here.
You didn't kick the field goal. It's not your fault.
I'll see you guys tomorrow. 97-1.
Respectfully. So let's get to the people. People have been very patient, want to know where you're at. And was this was the comfort food for the soul. That win was massive. It's now, can they really announce themselves to the world and cement first quarter of the year complete success Thursday night? Let's go to Josh on a cell, 97.1. Josh, how are you?
Good afternoon.
Yeah. What's going on?
Hey, have you seen Brian Branch hit?
Bijan definitely did.
Well played, Josh. Well played.
Yeah, because those two hits or tackles, I don't care if they were penalties. I really like the messages those sent. That horse collar and then that one that popped his helmet off. I was all about that.
Now, I wasn't big on the horse collar because you're a great player. You're a young player. I like how you hit. You don't want to be known as a dirty player.
I don't think it was dirty, but he reached out and one arm just yanked the guy down. You know, that says a lot about his physicality.
Yeah.
But last week, I was pretty close to pushing that panic button because that defense was really showing its ugly head, and I thought we were going to have a repeat of last year. But, man, they pretty much played almost a perfect game yesterday. So 7 sacks, 4 of those, I counted, I went back and watched. 4 of those, they only brought 4. And one of those, they brought a 5th guy, and he fell back to cover the screen. So I think it says a lot about that defensive line.
Well, it does. And look, they made some interesting moves. Again, Derek Barnes playing D-end on rush downs. It's something new. They tried something. You know, we're not going to look at Charles Harris wasting our time.
Back when Sue was here, they used to do that. That one year when Terrell Lawson had this defense looking real nice, they used to move Sue around. So, yeah, I'm all for it. They got to mix it up. So good on Glenn for doing that, you know. Good on Brad for drafting those players. And with the way the injury report looked, I was pretty nervous, I'm not going to lie. But
you should be.
I feel pretty good about the team. I feel pretty good about the team, though, because the top to bottom, everybody made plays.
Right, and now here's the thing. This is like what being a good team is. You're on to Green Bay Thursday night. What you did yesterday beyond today means nothing.
Yeah.
Because now you have an opportunity, own the tiebreaker, steal the game at Lambeau. That means they have a return trip here. And you have an opportunity to be in first place at the end of 4 games. Bears and Vikes are basically out of this deal.
Yeah.
You know what, guys? That would be a rousing success. That would be an A+. Yeah. You want to forget that Seattle game and all the grievance? Fine. Win Thursday night.
See, I look at it the other side of the coin. I mean, coming up to the quarter turn of the NFL race, worst case scenario now is you're 2-2, one game out of the division that you can still win. That's why this game was so important. You did not want to turn Desmond Ridder into something that he wasn't. Instead, you made him look exactly like the quarterback he was. He was uncomfortable back there. He could not hit receivers. You stopped Bijan. You played from ahead. Dan Campbell played smartly and punted the ball and kicked field goals. You didn't have to take chances because you take chances against teams that you wonder if you can beat or you see them as neck and neck. And I think the Lions saw what we all saw. You were just better than Atlanta, and you were better than them. You brought the pressure. You didn't let up, which and again, gold star for Aaron Glenn. Just keep the blitzing packages up because this team is bad. They're reeling. Don't let them off the mat. That's what I applaud. Just like the last caller said.
See, you know what? It's easy, though. You want to sit here and peacock at home with the crowd behind you. Bring that energy to Lambeau. I'm not paying Jordan Love any respect. Put him on his ass. Now, he's got receivers that can make plays, right? Romeo Doubs had an unbelievable catch yesterday. Maybe Christian Watson comes back. Jaden Reed, Sparty, has been good. Look, the point is this. He ain't Pat Mahomes.
No.
Bring the aggression. That was the best version of this defense. And if you're going to beat me, you're going to do it under duress.
Right.
Christ almighty, I don't ever want to see that Seattle game plan again.
No, just drop back and play zone.
Oh, my God. Awful.
I mean, that to me, when the defense is like that, you're just telling everybody, we don't think we can beat you, so we're just going to try and slow you down.
Let's go to Paul and Shelby, 97.1. Hi, Paulie.
Hey, my old friends. How are you guys today?
Excellent, Paul. What's on your mind, buddy?
Well, I got to tell you, Mike, when you got a guy like Brock Purdy throwing to Kittle, I think Taylor Swift is dating the wrong guy.
Please, this Brock Purdy stuff, enough.
I know. Rico just plays that to death. He just finds roundabout ways to...
I don't even bring him up.
It's disgusting, isn't it?
It is. Hey, listen, I called you guys last week, and I never had a doubt that we were going to beat Atlanta. I mean, you may remember we were talking. I know you get thousands of phone calls, but about Brian Branch had to play a ton. He's a game wrecker, and he proved it yesterday. All four rookies contributed unbelievably. I haven't seen that I don't think ever with the Lions. But the way the game unfolded, I didn't expect it. The defense to be that dominant after the meltdown with Seattle. And I really expected the offense to get in a winning shootout with the weapons that Ridder has. But it was exactly the opposite. We did everything right. Campbell managed the game perfectly. Big shout out to Aaron Glenn for that game plan. That was just unbelievable. We were sitting here watching the game, me and the lovely missus, and, it was like we're going, the way this defense is playing, we can beat anybody. We can beat anybody.
Now, remember, they played better, but you have to take into account who the quarterback is.
Right.
No, I get all that, Mike. I do. But he's not without his weapons. And I mean, we just shut him down.
Yeah. No, and if it matters to you, like if we were doing Atlanta sports radio today, I'd be telling you we got to bench this guy.
Yeah.
Ritter's going to kill them. Heineke's no great shakes, but Desmond Ridder, when you can't put it on a 6'5" receiver anywhere in the catch radius, you're terrible.
Yeah, late in the game, you knew he was out of it when he's just sitting on the bench, took his helmet off, and he's all by himself. No one wanted to talk to him because he knew, and everybody else knew what we all were thinking. Dude, you suck.
You're terrible.
Right. Now, here's the other thing, too, why this Green Bay game is so important, because not only will you end up being 3-1, Mike, I think you'll end up being 4-1 because 10 days later, you get the Carolina Panthers here.
No, you don't. You know what?
Yes,
no,
I do.
As a Niner fan, you do. But we're in Detroit.
And you do.
Detroit is about struggle and strife and a full day's work.
No.
You're not doing auto wins. This team hasn't earned it.
This is an auto win. You heard it here first.
Dave, you see what I mean?
The Carolina Panthers?
You're so detached from reality.
You said it
The
yourself.
same team that steamrolled you in a vital game at the end of last year, and you want to take them lightly? See, now you've been in Calistoga too long. You are sitting here with that Napa Valley attitude of yours.
The Carolina Panthers.
It doesn't matter.
Is a dub.
There's a lot
Rico.
of pride in that locker room.
Bryce Young will be back, and he's not that good.
Okay, look, and I know we shouldn't do this all the time, but I just did
This is when you can.
And I gave this to Paul. You cannot just put a win in the bag for the
Thank
Lions.
you.
Their history doesn't
You know
allow
what?
that. I'm
You
sorry.
haven't
Honestly,
earned that right.
I don't know who you two are right now because really, that's the Carolina Panthers.
Right now, we are on to Green Bay. I have no idea
I'm
what's
saying,
after Green Bay. We're on to Green Bay.
You win at Green Bay, you're 3-1. You might as well chalk up an extra one. You're now 4-1.
No, then we will enjoy the win. We have a 24-hour rule on this show, and then we are on to Carolina.
We're on to the Bucks.
I'm going to Ethan, 97.1. What's up, Ethan?
You know, it must be a real privileged life that Rico's living over there because he's chalking up wins that are 2 weeks away.
Oh, yeah. Auto wins, gimmies.
I'm sorry. When did the Carolina Panthers become this juggernaut?
The sexy Brock Purdy 49ers. I apologize,
That's
Rico.
right.
Goodness gracious.
Isn't it a disgrace?
Ethan, I'm giving props to the Lions,
He
and I'm
has
still
forgotten
taking
his
shots.
roots, Ethan.
I'm still taking shots.
Listen. You've already betrayed us. Don't dig us in an even deeper hole, okay? All right.
Ethan, if you can't beat the Panthers, trust me. Call now for that Monday show.
We got problems. That is true. Listen, I'm working, listening to you guys, and doing a film study for the Lions all at the same time. So the biggest thing that I've taken away from this game so far, and obviously you guys have already touched on, the rookies and how well they all played, and that's awesome. Guys, the Lions have done something that is a renaissance from how they were last year. They have taken themselves from a bottom 5 defensive team against the run, and they are now bordering on top 5, if not top 5, against the run this year. This team will not let you run the football against them. And the way that it's not just the defensive line. It's the linebackers and the corners and the safeties coming up to help in the run game. I'm watching it on film right now, and I don't want to get all nerdy about it and formations of whatever. That's not what I'm trying to do. But the ability to stop the run in the NFL, and you guys know this, you guys understand the game, it is a massive, massive advantage when you can take that element away from somebody.
Everything builds off of it. Without that, you can't even begin to have a semblance of a defensive plan. If you can't take that away, you never get to the next step. Right. And you're right. They did it the last 10 weeks of last year, and they've done it the first 3 this year.
Yeah, because when you take away the run, you take away the play action pass, because now we know, if you fake the
you guys are talking about Green Bay being a reflection of the Lions. What do the Lions feast off of? They feast off of those play action passes. Look at what Jared Goff does in play action passes. Look at what Love is doing in play action pass scenarios. If you can shut down that run game and you can eliminate that from the equation,
and it would just be a damn shame
or anything like that.
It would be such a shame if Aaron Jones just couldn't make it to Thursday.
Oh, that would be devastating.
You'd hate
I would
to
be
see
devastated.
it. I know. And it'd be even a bigger shame if Bakhtiari and Elgin Jenkins just
I think
couldn't give it a
Bakhtiari
go.
will be back. I think he was
10
almost
extra
on track
days
to
of
be
rest.
back on Sunday, but
Ethan,
I do think he'll be back.
Ethan, we have a 24-hour rule. Let me dream, will you please? Let's go take him out.
He's
without
got the
Bakhtiari.
clicker in his hand. He's
Listen,
he's watching
I
film.
expect the Lions. I expect the Lions to go and win this game, and I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that you saw this week there was a maturity level. There was an understanding of, hey, we had a bad game plan last week. We're going to change it. The Lions never have done that in the past.
I thought
It's
everyone
stubbornness,
behaved.
It's all bullheadedness. This was a change of game plan, and recognizing the faults that you had, they went out there, they addressed it, and they attacked Atlanta all game long.
It was professional. It was adult. That's what I want. And now we're on to Green Bay. And yes, I expect to win the game. There are very few games I don't expect to win. It doesn't mean you win them all. But the difference between me and Rico is I respect the opponent.
No. I'm saying Green Bay is a BOGO. Buy one, get one free. Beat the Packers.
This is
You
not
also-
Mr. Allen.
you-
What the hell are we doing here?
2. For 79.
Right, you do not get 2 NFL wins for
Not one, but 2.
Okay, 248-539.
2 for $49.99.
97.97. Rico, take him to church. I'm just take him to church. I'm not even acknowledging.
You heard me talk about specs at LTU. Well, guess what, guys? It can be for you as well. All you got to do is head to the website, ltu.edu/specs, and you can learn more about the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and the graphics communications program, all through specs at LTU, located on the campus of Lawrence Tech right here in Southfield. So you've been listening to us on the radio, and you're like, you know what? I want a career in that. Great. Specs at LTU can help you achieve that goal. Or you want to go into television, or you want to graphics design artists and design web pages. Specs at LTU can help you achieve your dreams. It's very simple. Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. And while you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. Remember, head on over to ltu.edu/specs to learn more. ltu.edu/specs.
Here's the thing about Gibbs is he needs to touch the ball more. We need to get more production out of him. He's a first-round pick, number 12 overall, and right now he's got 23 touches. That in 2 games.
Didn't Bijan have around 23 just on this Sunday?
Right, and whether it's and what Jahmyr Gibbs brings to this offense is the opportunity to be very creative, and that's where TJ and I talked about it yesterday on the podcast. Where's the creativity been in this offense? Last year with Amon-Ra St. Brown, we saw him line up in the backfield. We saw him line up everywhere. And we saw one play on a 4th down conversion to Amon-Ra St. Brown. One play that we look at and we say, okay, that's creative. We saw the flea flicker. That was creative. It created a touchdown.
He had one other play because I remember saying a Gator. I don't remember.
But with Jahmyr Gibbs, I would
play call.
expect to see more creativity with how you use him.
Hi. If you've been injured in an accident, whether it's auto, truck, motorcycle, slip and fall, you name it, David Femininio is the guy you need to call. We've told you, when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. And David will personally make sure you get every dime you deserve. And again, he won't take a fee until you get paid. So if you're injured or know someone who is, tell him to call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH, or just go to the website, getdavidgetpaid.com. mean, Jim Costa doing ads for TV stations. I mean, what a world. When's his ad coming up for the Michigan Alumni Association? Oh, wait. That was him on the morning show today. We'll get to that later. Don't worry. You think Ohio State went out and beat the Windsor Surgeons Club? Oh, didn't look pretty. It wasn't easy. Yeah, they were at Notre Dame at night, you pinhead.
Yeah, but it just didn't. They didn't do enough to really impress me.
Right. Signed Michigan playing the Wilford Brimley diabetes schedule of all cupcakes. Get your diabetes supplies. Play Michigan schedule. You'll need it. You'll go into insulin shock. They should do a Nike Pro Combat diabetes helmet for all of the sugar spike they're getting playing that garbage.
Put the needle on the helmet.
Right. Little insulin baggie. Go Blue written on it. I mean, it's just amazing to me. And we'll get to it in the 4 o'clock. I listen to him and John skirt the real issue here. Oh, Ryan Day flipped out. Yes, Ryan Day's a boner. Did they go on the road at night and get into a damn street fight with Notre Dame and win it? Yes, they did. So what are we doing here? It's okay to just say, hey, that's a little different. Hey, they grew up a little bit. But you're right. Let's focus on Ryan Day's shoe polish beard and having a Howard Dean moment.
When you win, you can get away with saying a lot of stuff in post-game press conferences.
Diabetes.
Yeah.
I mean, that game against Rutgers put me to sleep. Yeah, you're right. You faced a big test against Bob or Pete Winsett or whatever his name is. That guy sucks.
He does. I thought he was going to be that Rutgers quarterback.
Yeah.
That,
Right.
He wasn't.
Right.
He's not.
Yep. Ticket tech, shall we?
Let's go.
David's in his I'm the best dad ever t-shirt. Go ahead.
Rico, you have to chill on the Panthers. They ran for like 400 yards.
That was last year.
Another one, Rico, no auto wins in the NFL.
That's right.
Week in and week out, you better be prepared.
David, we are on to Green Bay.
No. Green Bay is buy one, get one free. You win Thursday, you get an extra one for free.
I thought that was MSU's coordinators.
No, that's dragging it out to the curb. Just take them.
I actually walked away from Saturday feeling better, knowing, you know what? At least this all ends. Like, we hated these coordinators, but we had to remain somewhat hopeful. Like,
right.
Can they possibly get this right? No, we have a staff of grifters.
I told you, at the end of the season, they're all going to meet at the edge of the Bellagio smoking cigars because they just pulled off Ocean's 11. They did. It was the greatest con ever.
Hazelton dipping his beard in the fountain.
Right. They all just show like, I can't believe we took MSU for over $120 million.
Jay Johnson's got Ruben's smoking jacket on. It's perfect.
Right.
Go ahead, David.
The Lions played the closest to a complete game I can remember. Only negatives were Campbell's bad challenge.
Yeah, but
Jeremy from Detroit.
Jeremy, overall, Dan Campbell coached a really buttoned-up game.
Yeah, and I think the challenge happened because the people upstairs didn't tell him, and he had already thrown the flag.
He had a Schwartz moment. He lost his temper.
If he
you
could
can see him on the sideline like, oh, I can't believe I did that.
It was just like, do we have a slight? No, you don't. It wasn't it.
Hey, at least they had 11 players on the field.
Well, that's true, too.
Let's go to Shane, 97.1. What's up, Shane?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Shane.
Yeah, great weekend. Just kind of unpacking all the great football games I watched here and started my morning off looking at the box score for the Lions yesterday. So besides St. Brown and Laporta, Khalif had a couple catches. Gibbs had one. One name hasn't been on that sheet all season is Marvin Jones. Kind of wondering what your guys' thoughts are, and is he in the doghouse with Goff? What's the story with that guy?
What, Marvin Jones?
Yeah. I thought we'd get some production out of him coming.
Yeah, but I mean, by NFL standards, he's a senior citizen. It was a safety signing. You were hoping to get just a little something out of him.
It was the wide receiver we were hoping to get to kind of go out there and do something while J-Mo was down in case anybody got hurt, but he's not living up to that standard
Well,
at
I get
all.
that, but he's just, I think he's got 2 catches, the same as Brock Wright all year. But I guess the bigger picture is, and they got it done yesterday, don't get me wrong, I'm real happy with that, but first couple of games, a lot more distribution to different players. like I said, you take St. Brown and Laporta out yesterday. There was really no one else getting any balls. So I'm wondering. I'm just Reynolds. He's in the mix always, and then Jones.
But this is who you are. This is the story of who you
true.
are. You're gonna spread the ball around where a high degree of your target share will always be Amon-Ra.
Mm-hmm.
He's a 150 target guy. And then you piece it together.
And now you got Laporta who's going out there getting, 11 targets. And, yeah, I like what I'm seeing out of that. I mean, I think that this kid could be special. That second-round selections that they had could be really good for the Lions.
Look, it's early, but they've clearly outplayed your first-round ones.
They have.
I mean, Gibbs is fine, but we haven't seen what I know is there. I know he's a lot better than this.
Yeah, I guess he hasn't had that moment where you're like, yep, and that's why you took him.
Oh,
12.
Kansas City, there was that moment when he did that half pirouette.
spin guy.
And you go, okay, that's what I drafted.
But Branch then said, wait, watch this. Pick 6. There we go. I got a jersey in Canton now.
And again, the only reason he's got this big of a role, maybe C.J. Gardner-Johnson's injury. No, it's never positive, but a blessing in disguise is, all right, look, if we need someone to cheat up and play that box safety role on rundowns, yet Branch can cover people on passing downs.
I think he was going to have this role whether C.J. stayed healthy or not, because they kind of, I'm not going to say they lucked into him, but you're right. He's a corner safety. He could do a lot. He could cover.
Piece.
Right. He could cover a top receiver. He can cover a tight end, or he could just go after the quarterback. You saw yesterday when he stopped and he just kind of blew up the play and stopped Bijan in the backfield, and it was just like, wow, that was impressive.
What, David, what's the issue? What's the issue?
No issue at all.
What? Yes, there is.
No.
You have a stupid look on your face. So what is it?
I just always have a stupid look
No,
on my
that's
face.
not true. You're a man of elegance. What's going on?
No, I'm good.
You're good. All right. Apparently, David doesn't want to share with the classroom. All right, we'll move on.
I was about to say that had nothing to do with anything. That was all Lions that I said.
Go to Brian, 97.1. What's up, Brian?
Hey, guys. Rico, enough with the auto wins, or I might have to come after you like Coach Day came after good old Lou Holtz.
That's right.
Come on, man. That's Carolina. Okay? This is buy one. I'm offering you buy one, get one free. You'll be 4-1 after Thursday.
And that'd be great. But I am focused on Thursday night.
That's right.
I have waited my whole life for this. That may sound quite dramatic, but I grew up in Michigan's Upper Peninsula as a Lions fan. All my friends, all my family, ignorant Packer fans that don't even appreciate the fact they had a Hall of Fame quarterback for 30-plus years. And last year was fun. Last year was fun going in and being the spoilers and getting that W. But I'm done with that. I think everybody's done with that. We have to go in there, like you said, Mike, I don't care how we do it. Get the win. It'd be nice to take Jordan Love down a couple times, get him a little razzled. But this is the game I've been waiting for my whole life.
Yeah, you earn a right to play games like this where in week 4 it can mean this much. Or you want to take control of a division. You want to go on the road and steal a divisional game. It's hard work. Now, for some people, Rico, you take it for granted because all your team does is win. But for the rest of us out here,
this team is going to go to Green Bay, and then when you get that win, you can go ahead and just count the Panther win. I'm sorry, I got more faith in the team.
It's not how it
it's
works.
Buy one, get one free.
I'm not even thinking
That's a
about
bad
it.
Panther team.
By the way, the opening line is 4.5. Such a sure thing for Rico. Lions minus 4.5 in the futures market against Carolina. But, hey, they're favored by 34.5. We're playing Jacksonville State next weekend.
You got this.
We're on to Green Bay. 248-539-9797.
Buy one, get one free.
We will have some college football in the 4 o'clock because I have I think, a pretty basic question. Anyone want to tell me why Michigan's ranked number 2 overall? When every weekend I'm watching teams play real opponents and do real things? Like, what's the point of rankings if it doesn't matter who you play? And please spare me the John Jansen, it'll all shake itself out topic. I don't want to hear that. We're in the here and now, so let's have fun. Like, give me the reasons, because every week I watch you and I see one thing. And then I turn on the telly, as they say, and I watch other teams do real things, and I'm like, And
then you start thinking, if this team played that team, who would win?
Texas minus 9.5 over Michigan.
Where at?
And the moon, anywhere.
Would you play him in Ann Arbor?
I'd have Texas fly here tomorrow and put it on him. Texas is a wagon.
Yeah.
Oh, but then again, they actually have done something and have a resume. We'll talk about it because I want to give Michigan fan a chance to tell me why they're number 2.
I mean, anybody could beat Alabama, but can you beat Rutgers?
Woo! All right. How about some pizza for dinner? You get home, you lift the lid, you find a single slice missing. Did the delivery driver eat it? Is it time to post a picture on social media? No. But this month, let's just breathe. This month, Hungry Howie's is asking people to imagine if their pizza came with one of 8 slices missing. It's a reminder, one of the 8 women who you could lose to breast cancer. It is their big month, a big fundraising month, and they have a big goal at Hungry Howie's. They are looking to raise over $5 million for National Breast Cancer Foundation. And this month, if you see your pizza, hey, know that part of it is going to a great cause. It's Hungry Howie's. They're doing their part to make sure that 1 in 8 becomes a smaller piece of the pie. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza. Luke walked in, and I think this is interesting. And it's going to be, I'm going to make you a deal. Now, I'll make you a deal that I will give you this coach right now at Michigan State, but you have to forego all other possibilities. That means we just did the hot board, the hot seat, or whatever the hell Rico called it. What if one of those names became nope? Oh, this NFL coach has gone public and said it's his dream to coach in nope. What if a name that's not even out there becomes the new hotness? Nope. I will offer
Pat
you.
Narduzzi says, I want to come home.
Go to hell. Show me you don't know anything about anything. Have Pat Narduzzi on your list. So here's my point. Luke waltzed in and brought up a name. And it has nothing to do with the name. I think this person actually has the right age, sub 45 years old. He's got the right pedigree, meaning the stops along the way are proper. He's been a coordinator, important to me. He's gone to some of the best places in the world and been a coordinator, important. Mm-hmm. And now is in the steps of building a program. But he hasn't built it. He's building at a non-traditional school, a place that's very difficult to win. All right, let's get to the people. A little football today. We'll mix some of the college in. We'll get to, look, I thought what Ohio State went and did was impressive. I was not surprised, but just, I guess, a little just taken aback by the morning show. I mean, yeah, the focus on Ryan Day and that mini rant, I get that. But, I mean, Ohio State going on the road and doing that with a quarterback that's unproven and having him be the one who needs to make those plays, I go, all right, there's a level of toughness to doing it. Well, not in the mind of Jim Costa.
And I don't even mind the mini rant because he just went out there and he stood up for his team. I think it's because he's Ryan Day. It's Ohio State that we're making fun of it.
No.
But he didn't do anything different from what you saw in Colorado or Oregon or for the past weeks. Like, coaches are just doing this now.
Well, Michigan did it to him. And Michigan fans should take great pride in that. But the reality is, unfortunately, he wasn't talking about you with the one bad half remark.
What do you mean?
He's talking about Georgia. But thanks for asking.
About Michigan. Come on.
Let's go to the people. We'll get to it in the 4 o'clock. Oh, and I got a fun way to make fun of MSU, so we'll do that too. Andrew, 97.1. What's up, Andrew?
What's going on, fellas? Always a pleasure.
How you doing?
Mike, you got to cut Costa some slack. I mean, the guy wears Hawaiian print button-ups in public on purpose. So
it's tough. It's just tough. I expected better from him this morning. I did.
Yeah, it wasn't a great take, but it is what it is. Actually, so what was it? 3:47 on Saturday. I was cutting my lawn with scissors instead of watching that. An absolute embarrassment in East Lansing. Because it seemed like more fun to me, honestly.
I know.
Hopefully you didn't cut yourself.
We'll get to it, but it's.
Oh, that wouldn't have been terrible.
I actually took a silver lining out of it, which is at least we know they're all con artists.
Yeah.
The kids tried, and the fans showed up and did their best. This staff is really, they're all a collection of grifters.
Rico, just go Jim Taft for the whole thing. Just drive. You got an hour drive. Go Jim Taft for the whole thing. Just shut it down.
John Taffer.
Yeah, just show up. Actually,
what is this? Look at this. No, shut it down.
You don't deserve to sue artisanal pretzels.
You call this an old-fashioned?
All right. That hot dog's been on the roller since '86.
This is disgusting.
Andrew, what do you got on the Lions?
All right. We'll go Lions. So, yeah, luckily Sunday happened. That was the most complete game I've seen them play in forever. Every single facet was perfect. Branch is an absolute heat-seeking missile in the secondary, which stopped them from being able to throw the ball. That's why we had 7 sacks on it. Hutch finally got his highlight play on the sack fumble. Amon-Ra playing with 1 foot, and Goff throwing absolute darts in double coverage on crossing routes. And then Campbell punting the ball when he's supposed to, kicking the field goal when he's supposed to, because he knew after the first 5 minutes the defense was going to shut them down. They couldn't do anything. Why would we go for it on 4th? They can't score points. Our defense is money right now.
He did the right thing. He coached it like an NFL coach. It's what I want. Same thing. Go to Green Bay and do the same damn thing. I don't think this team needs to get willy-nilly. I don't think they need to do some of the hyper-aggressive stuff.
No,
Right,
I was
and then,
okay for that in the Kansas City game because that is Mahomes. But now, you're better than these teams. You don't have to do that.
And they showed it on Sunday.
Right. If you
And that's
can't get a
exactly what
stop
it is.
against
We don't have to
Ritter,
get
you
cute.
can't get a stop against Jordan Love, or in 2 weeks you're playing the Red Rifle or Bryce Young. No, then the really good teams don't need to go for it on fourth down. They don't need to do it. The desperate teams, the teams on the margin, do. I think you've taken a leap. You don't need to play that way. So I'll be very interested to see what this Thursday night brings.
I know he's tempted to play. He wants to go for it. He wants to be aggressive, but you're right. You don't have to.
Go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, boys. It's been a minute since I've called in. I got a question for you, Mike, on the Lions, but really quick, I want to give a shout-out to Caden Ellis, the son of Luther. I know, Rico, you remember Luther Ellis. He's a really good defensive tackle for the Lions, and his son was playing middle linebacker for the Falcons. He was the dude that had that suplex WWE tackle, and that whole family shows a lot of love to Detroit, so it was pretty cool to see him play in the building.
Luther's coaching D-line at Utah right now, isn't he? Or am I
he's
hallucinating?
He's coaching at Utah, and his other son, Jonah, is at Utah playing DN. He's going to the draft this year.
Come on, Mark. You know Mike knows who every coach and every assistant coach is.
No, it's because I was watching the Florida game against him, and I swear I saw him on the sideline.
It was in your Streets and Smith.
But it was just super cool to see Caden, out there playing backer, and his love for Detroit's huge. So it was cool. But anyway, regarding the Lions, Mike, the last time I called in was in the spring, and we had a disagreement about whether you give Goff an early extension to kind of get ahead of the trend. And I just kind of want to ask, how you feeling about him? Would you extend him now? Where are we at? Because I personally, I'm a Costacrat, very anti-Goff, because I just don't think he's that Burrow, that Mahomes, that Stafford guy where you need 6, he's going to get you 6.
All right, so what are you going to do? So
Mark,
hold on.
I'll say this. If you re-sign Goff, you have to realize he's not going to change. He's not going to become any of those guys. He is what he is, and you got to be willing to accept that.
Yeah, my point would be, Mark, if you want to call up, we can have this conversation as long as you like. But until or unless you offer me a solution, then there's nothing to talk about. Because if you want to go into the wilderness and acquire Garoppolo or give Derek Carr a bunch of money, or I mean, what exactly do you want me to tell you to do?
I think it.
Oh no, I mean, in my opinion, look at the last 25 years. The only 2 guys that have won Super Bowls that aren't that guy is Nick Foles and the guy for the Ravens with the Ray Lewis defense.
What about Brad Johnson?
I'm not saying there's an easy solution, but what are we doing here?
Hold on. What about Brad Johnson? What about Eli Manning? I mean, come on, man. There's several. Eli's a 500 quarterback with horrific analytics. There have been a half dozen guys in 25 years to do it. And if you factor in that Tom Brady essentially won the other 15, I mean, Mark, bring up whatever name you want.
No, here's
what
the thing.
do you want me to offer the listener if I say don't re-sign the guy?
The unfortunate thing is the Lions.
Hold on. Entirely fair. It's fair.
Mark, the Lions are too good to get a high draft pick, so you're going to be stuck with a free agent. You're not going to get one of these quarterbacks coming out in this year's draft.
I'll tell you what I wouldn't
Unless
have done.
you're willing to give away next year's number 1.
I wouldn't have wasted a third-round pick on a guy who's not going to play this year. That I wouldn't have done. I wouldn't have drafted a quarterback in a wheelchair.
Can you say that for the people in the back?
There you go. How's that third-round pick treating you, Jim?
Draft and stash.
Stash what? You think you're turning the keys over to Hendon Hooker, totally unproven after Jared Goff leads you to a division title?
I wish I could say that Jim's in the minority, Mike. I've had this conversation multiple times. Oh, just wait till Hendon Hooker is. You can't resign Goff. I'm like, guys, you absolutely have to resign Goff because where are you going to go? Unless you're willing to give up a ton of draft capital to move up in this year's draft.
That's a different conversation. Moran Buick GMC schedules jam-packed this fall, whether it's youth sports, the Buick Enclave seats up to 7, or maybe you're more of a truck person, the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation 4x4, $277 a month, 24 months, $19.99 down. They've got it all. New stock arriving daily. And if something is off with your current car, you take it in MoranExpress.com. You know the drill. Easy scheduling. Get the service. Get the free loaner. MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Here's the thing about Gibbs is he needs to touch the ball more. We need to get more production out of him. He's a first-round pick, number 12 overall, and right now he's got 23 touches. That in 2 games.
Didn't Bijan have around 23 just on this Sunday?
Right, and whether it's and what Jahmyr Gibbs brings to this offense is the opportunity to be very creative, and that's where TJ and I talked about it yesterday on the podcast. Where's the creativity been in this offense? Last year with Amon-Ra St. Brown, we saw him line up in the backfield. We saw him line up everywhere. And we saw one play on a 4th down conversion to Amon-Ra St. Brown. One play that we look at and we say, okay, that's creative. We saw the flea flicker. That was creative. It created a touchdown.
He had one other play because I remember saying a Gator. I don't remember who
but
was
with
the top of my head.
Jahmyr Gibbs, I would
play
expect to see more
Yes.
creativity with
Exactly.
how you use him.
All right. We'll get back to the Lions momentarily. Let's get a little more NFL. Wild weekend, including a 70-point game, which I've never seen. Rico, what do you have?
Mike, watching the NFL yesterday and just here locally, I realized there are a lot of bad quarterbacks in the league. I mean, a lot of bad quarterbacks. So what I would like to do is have you and David, we're not keeping receipts on this, but just simply tell me, in 2 years, will this person still be in the league?
Oh, God.
Okay?
Just hitting people with garbage cans? All right, let's go.
Let's start off. Let's go to New England.
Oh, yeah. Don't
Mac Jones.
Tune into the Costa Show on Channel 7 nightly.
Mac Jones.
Yes, he'll be in the league. Mac Jones has been okay. They just don't have great weapons, but Bill O'Brien has shown Mac can be a low-end starter in this league.
No, he won't be around in 2 years. I'm sorry.
I kind of with you, David. I don't think he's.
Wait, guys, when you say not around, do you mean Johnny Manziel, you're
Starter.
a pool boy, or you're a starter?
He won't be a starter.
Mac Jones could be a bridge starter somewhere. I'll say yes. That's crazy.
Okay, well, Mike. Sam Howell.
Oh, dear.
They are killing him every week.
What do you mean?
He getting sacked and getting
Oh,
rushed.
I mean, it's he may not be alive, but he flashed ability. But here's my thing. I'll always bet on pedigree. That kid's been taking a ton of hits for 3 years. His last year at Carolina, he got murdered too. I'll say no.
I sense a lot of David Carr, where he just became so gun shy.
I'm going to say no. That organization also has a terrible track record with quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's a no for me, dog.
Mike, in 2 years, well, I guess they signed him to the big deal, so Daniel Jones will be there. I'll scratch him off the list. But coming off of an injury, will Aaron Rodgers still be in the league?
No. I think he'll give it one more shot next year, and that would be it at the most. No.
Well, he has to do the Brett Favre thing, so yeah, he'll be here in 2 years.
Okay. Derek Carr.
Wow. Also, his shoulder injury is week to week, sprained AC. They just released that. I will say yes. Again, low-end starter if it didn't work out in New Orleans, or he's their starter.
Yeah, I can see him landing somewhere else and being the guy before they draft the rookie or letting the rookie sit or something like that. So, yes.
So he'll become the next Teddy Bridgewater type of guy. Okay.
Sure.
Don't think money, but I think money's the only thing that's going to keep him around in 2 years. Kyler Murray.
Al Michaels. Yes, he'll be around. The contract requires he be around.
But will he be a starter?
I mean, does Al Michaels even want to go to work Thursday night on these broadcasts?
No.
Can we please?
He's making comments about the city in San Francisco
Jesus.
here in the broadcast. I'm going to say, can he still play baseball?
No, come on, David. The contract requires he be in the league.
I know. Yeah, he'll be there because of that.
All right, let's go to one where you're kind of wondering, his wife kind of makes it seem like he's not happy playing anymore. Is Matthew Stafford.
No, he will not be in the league. I think he'll retire.
Yeah, I think he'll join his family and just raise the kids.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. You'll get to see this guy tonight for the Buccaneers, Baker Mayfield.
God, I feel like he's resurrecting his career.
Is he pulling a Geno Smith?
A little bit. But the problem is, can he really be a starter? There's no way Tampa Bay. Oh, man. I'll say no. It bums me out, but I'll say no.
I want to say no, but I'm going to say yes. I can see a team like Tennessee taking him on and not being happy with the rookies they have or whatever. And yeah, he'll be there in 2 years.
Okay. These are all starting quarterbacks. And we just brought up his name, Geno Smith.
No, will not be in the league. This man is a pumpkin. No.
He has to be here in 2 years to beat the Lions again. Yes.
Oh, so you're saying he will be here?
Yes.
Okay, he's found a home in Seattle. All right. David, how happy are you with Kenny Pickett?
I'm not happy with Kenny Pickett.
Is Kenny Pickett around in 2 years?
Sadly,
No.
yes.
No.
Yes, sadly, yes.
Oh,
he may not
David.
be in Pittsburgh, but he'll be somewhere.
Pittsburgh's the only place he could exist.
Well, we thought Trubisky can only exist in Chicago.
And that's true.
And yeah, you're making our point here.
Kenny Pickett will be here in 2 years. Yes, he will.
I'll say no.
I say no as well.
Trash.
All right. Jimmy G. Is Jimmy G still in the league in 2 years?
No, I don't know if he's still in the league in 2 weeks. I hate him.
He is also in concussion protocol. That's what his coach said today. I'm going to say yes.
Wait, concussion protocol?
Yes.
He played the whole game.
Exactly.
Oh, dear. I know the play it happened on. That was that dirty player of yours, Mr. Minka Fitzpatrick.
Stop
again.
it.
Mm-hmm.
He hit him in the shoulder.
Wow.
Minka is dirty, David.
No, he's not.
He murdered Nick Chubb. He tried to take Garoppolo's knees out, and then he tried to break his jaw with his helmet.
He's playing football.
A dirty player. Dirty player. Not a nice man.
Well, then fine him, NFL.
He's a dirty player. When you have to say you're not a dirty player, you are in
Or
fact
he's answering because people
a
are
dirty
calling
player.
him that. He's just responding.
dirty player.
That ranks right up there with I'm not a racist, but. All right, I think this one will be
There's
interesting.
nothing I can say now.
No, there's not. Yes, Rika.
In 2 years, will Justin Fields still be in the league?
No. No, a fall from grace. This year has shown you he ain't serious about his business. And the Bears are going to get rid of him, which means he'll have to go somewhere and fight for a gig. No, I'm going to say no. And it breaks my heart.
So you said he would have to be a starter somewhere.
Yeah.
At running back, Justin Fields.
wow.
No,
David,
he won't
what is
be
this,
here.
1975?
He will not be
He's
here.
athletic.
Come on.
I should have thought about that after what you just said.
No, I meant guys used to change, like
Right.
Rich Gannon
No,
came in the league
yes.
as a safety and they made him a quarterback. That doesn't happen anymore.
Taysom Hill was a tight end. He was a quarterback.
I'm going to tell you, there's another guy I'm tired of. That Taysom Hill bit, that's got to end.
I think this one's fairly easy, but I have to ask it anyway. Zach Wilson.
No.
No.
Just no to all of it.
Desmond Ridder.
No. Also no. And I'm able to say this because this is how the quarterback position works. Like if you're not a star, you generally don't get to hang around. You're nothing more than a placeholder. Desmond Ridder was awful yesterday.
Yeah, they'll love him in London this week. No, he won't be.
And finally, Russell Wilson. You both did the same reaction at the same time, and you're both rubbing your forehead.
I still feel like Sean Payton is going to
kitchen
smother him with a
closed?
pillow.
Is the kitchen closed in 2 years?
I'm going to say yes. He looks baked. I got to say yes, David.
I think
he's
he's a politician, so he'll be gone.
He'll be gone as well. And this was a little bit less than half the league starting quarterbacks. I threw Kyler Murray in there. You know what, Lions fans? You should feel honored that you have a quarterback who was not on this list.
See? That's my point to the callers who call in and get mad at me. What do you want me to tell you?
Because all of these quarterbacks played yesterday. That's how bad it is.
We're killing off quarterbacks left and right on this show.
97-1.
Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now? What exactly have you done in any of these games that leads you to believe that you are better than, well, for 1, Texas, 2, Florida State, 3, Ohio State, 4, Washington? I mean, tell me why again, other than our helmets have wings. You have played the most embarrassing 4-game schedule in Power 5 college football. You haven't looked dominating doing it. Don't pretend you have. You haven't. You know it. You've watched the games like I have. And yet, a team like Texas has gone on the road multiple times, including to Tuscaloosa and on the road in the conference, and they're destroying people. Mm-hmm. Florida State played LSU neutral site and went to Death Valley this weekend where Clemson's back is against the wall. Mm-hmm. Beat them in overtime.
A place that they hadn't won in like 10 years or so.
The point I'm making is taking the lazy way out, which is what I heard Jim and John do this morning of, well, it'll all shake itself out, so who cares? No. We do sports radio for a living. Have a conversation about it. Michigan, Georgia being number 1 and Michigan being number 2 to me is hilarious. They are the 2 most embarrassing schedules, and they haven't even looked that great playing these embarrassing teams. So if it doesn't matter who you play, why have a poll? Now, could Michigan end up being great? Sure. But the other problem I have is the conversation all centers around Ryan Day. Instead of Ryan Day just went down to Notre Dame at night and won a damn street fight, which is the epitome of toughness. Mm-hmm. Oh, I know he called the jet sweep on 4th and an inch, and it was stupid. I understand that. And I had this argument with Cookies this morning when we were doing the podcast. I'm like, Jim, well, define tough for me. Tough is when you're down on the road late with your unproven quarterback, and I need him to make big throws to get me to the point where I can win the game, and they did that.
At night in South Bend.
Tough is I need my defense to come up with a big play at a big moment late to get the football back, and they did that.
At night in South Bend. Yeah,
standing up against 2 NFL tackles in Fisher and Alt, and holding that ground game to somewhat about 50 carries for about 170 yards. They did that. Now, I'm not telling you there's some finished product. And I don't know if it's going to hold when they play you. That's the last mountain they have to climb. But this idea that we're minimizing what OSU went and did this weekend, when you're sitting here playing the Wilford Brimley Diabetes schedule, getting loaded on cupcakes, I'm sorry. I think that's a laugh factory to me. Oh, it'll shake itself out. Yeah, well, great. Then why don't you just take 8 weeks off the air? Come back when it's relevant. Right. In the here and now, I'm watching teams across America make statements.
Mm-hmm. Because even against bad teams, there's certain – you look at what Washington is doing. They're destroying people. Michael Penix is throwing 400 yards, 4 touchdowns in 3 quarters, and then he's done. His day is over. But you see the utter dominance. They're not letting teams hang around. Yeah, you see Florida State have gone out and played 2 tough games already. Yeah, I've seen with my own eye, like, this team is good. And then when you look at Michigan, it's like, okay, you're winning games, but in the 3rd quarter of all your games, it's still somewhat of a struggle. Yeah, you're probably going to beat Rutgers, but Rutgers is driving. And then you got the pick 6, I think by Sanders still, and now you blow the game out. But that's in the middle of the 3rd quarter, not the 1st quarter. Like you're going into the half was 7-6, and then you finally score right before the half. I don't see how they're number 2, man. But Mike, apparently, and then I was looking it up because I just look at the AP voters, the pollsters, and who voted for who. Robert Cessna, he writes for College Station, actually has Michigan ranked number 1. They got one first-place vote this year.
I would love
that
to.
That tells me you're
not watching games.
No.
And again, the ranking long-term does not matter. But in the here and now, it's a conversation as to why we even have a poll before the month of October. If you took the rankings off of the teams, and I said to you right here, right now, looking at the resumes, the same way we do to make the playoff, the same way we do to make the NCAA tournament, make your case for U of M. Where would you be right now? Because to me, they'd be no better than 5 or 6. There are teams that have done very legitimate things. And you might be better than them teams, but we have no way of knowing.
No, I mean, I even look at what Penn State did, and my goodness, Iowa, thanks for showing up.
What, 4 first downs?
Yeah, what, like 76 total yards?
Problem for Penn State. Listen, the advantage Michigan has over Penn State and Ohio State is they have a quarterback who's back and experienced. Drew Aller is still a kid. McCord grew up Saturday night. You have to make big throws in that game, big moments. That's experience you draw upon when he's going to have to do that in Ann Arbor. I just make the point. I laughed. Cookies and John's big takeaway was, well, it wasn't easy. It didn't look good. You went on the road to Notre Dame at night. What the hell was this supposed to be?
Yeah. You're not beating them by 3 touchdowns.
You have people talking about Notre Dame being a contender for the playoff. I'm supposed to waltz in their house and blow their doors off? I'm just making the point. The schedule you're playing is the most dishonest thing on the planet. You and Georgia both ought to be embarrassed.
Yeah.
And Kenny's not here today because he's under the weather. But, I mean, give me a break. If you're Georgia, why are you number 1? What have you done?
Exactly. You haven't played anybody. But I think a lot of the slander for what Ohio State did just simply becomes because they're Ohio State and you're Michigan, and you can never give them credit. You can't just say, you know what, that was a good game. They played, they went on the road, they beat Notre Dame. Because if it was the other way around and Michigan goes to Notre Dame and Michigan wins with 1 second to go in the game.
They would have had to have put a tarp down on John's chair and give him a box of wet wipes.
Right.
Get out of here with that. He would have talked about conquering heroes and the bravery and what it took to go to Notre Dame.
JJ hung in the pocket. He made the call. Blake Corum crosses the goal line.
Get out.
Yeah, right, but a lot of times if you just swap teams and put your team in there and then you see how ridiculous you sound sometimes.
Well, that's why I'm the best source for your news, because I hate you, but I respect you. I mean, Michigan's a really good team, but I'll be damned. I watch more football than anybody, and I just know when you have teams going out, I'll give you an example. Now, I don't know what will happen this weekend, but work with me for a second. Like this weekend, if Duke beats Notre Dame and is sitting at 4-0 with wins over Notre Dame and Clemson, I mean, no, Duke shouldn't be in the top 5, but Duke should be a top 10 team.
No, actually, Mike, I think they should probably be in the top 5. Because here's the thing. Then what are you rewarding? Why do you have a poll if you're only basing it off what you think they're going to do in the future? If you've gone out there and you've beaten these 2 teams, yeah, you deserve to be in the top 5. It can change week to week, but I'm not going to sit here and downplay you like, well, Georgia did win the title. Yeah, they did, but play somebody.
Like, again, a great example of how funny it is. Why is Ohio State not ranked ahead of Michigan? At least they've left home. Done it twice, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because Michigan, they started off 2, and
who cares, though?
I mean, it's why
early season rankings should have wild swings based on what you've done.
It requires people to actually watch games instead of just already. It's like Mad Lib, for the games where you already know the story. They already know who they're putting 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
See, the problem with the rankings is it's always the back end of the top 25 that changes so much because of what happened.
Right.
Correct.
Colorado jumps up because of what they did. They lose. They jump out. Well, why doesn't the top of the ranking change because of that?
Thank you.
That's what should be adjusted.
That's what I want. And I'll make an example. Let's say Michigan's undefeated and they drop a bomb on Penn State. Well, I really don't care what anyone else has done. You can make a case Michigan should be number 1 in America.
Right.
But in the here and now, This downplaying of what OSU did against Notre Dame, when in fact what they did is take a step closer to beating you. When you've got live fire and real reps and you got to go on the road at night and prove it, and things don't go your way and your coach is kind of a boner, I think that's going to help you when you got to go into Ann Arbor.
Mike, when you're sitting at 1-2, you're pretty much untouchable until you lose. Case in point, USC goes on the road. They win a game at Arizona State. They fell in the polls because of that. They won. It was not pretty. Defense ain't there. They dropped. But 1-2, you have to lose a game. It's an unwritten rule, or else you just stay. It's status quo. You start your ballot off with those two there, and then you figure out the rest.
No, and I watch Georgia and I watch Michigan, and it's the same thing. If you're not going to play anybody, I don't know what your claim is. Now, if you're going out and winning 62-0 and your starters are out in the early third quarter, you're putting forth a level of dominance.
Right.
Well, that ain't Michigan.
Well, that's why I look at Washington. I'm like, okay, that's what you do. Pretty much you just go out there. You can't cover. I don't even think Penix has been sacked this year. And his receivers are just out there making circus. We talk about the Ohio State receivers, but you dominate your team that they are never in the game.
Right.
Florida State, playing LSU. Okay, well, they almost lost to Boston College. Okay, it was a look-ahead game, but then they bounced back, and they did something they haven't done, and they beat Clemson for the first time in, over 10 years. You deserve to be ranked higher.
It would just add to the intrigue of the season to have legitimate, fluid rankings where what you do actually – now, again, if you're going to call up and go, well, what have we done to fall from number 2? Well, what did Ohio State do to fall? They had a non-sexy performance at Indiana that they used as a quarterback competition and fell 3 spots. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, if you don't play anyone and other teams are playing a gauntlet and bombing teams, a.k.a. Texas, why the hell are you ahead of Texas? It just adds to the fun of the season. Otherwise, why have these?
It's the beauty of the college football playoff poll, because that's the real – when that comes out in week 8 – okay, now they can base it off of everything. But unfortunately, even if you're ranked artificially high, you still get you're still ranked.
Well, then no one's ranked until then.
I have always said I wouldn't do a ranking till the first week of October. Get some data points, get 5 games in the mix, and then I can put something together for you. Because I tell you right now, Georgia and Michigan wouldn't be 1-2.
No.
You want to play these hee-hee and ha-ha schedules, what the hell am I taking out of that? 248-539-9797. John Jansen weight loss fiesta. If you're looking to lose 10 or 100 pounds or anywhere in between, go to idealu.us right now. Don't wait. Idealu.us today. You book the free consultation. You sign up, you get a $200 Visa gift card, 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. It's that simple. And it worked for John. John lost 10 pounds the first 10 days, 63 overall, and he did it with Ideal U. If you want to weigh less, go to idealu.us. You can see a big difference just 30 days. Lose the weight and get a $200 Visa gift card. It's 15, 20, even 30 pounds in 30 days. John did it. So can you. Weigh less. Go to idealu.us. Ah! We're going to take it to New Hampshire, and then we're going to take it to the White House. Ah! You got to get a Howard Dean reset in there. But again, here's what I would say before we go to the people. Because unlike some at this place, I can give credit to a rival. You did that to him, people. That's not Lou Holtz. I told Cookies, you're a moron. It wasn't about Lou Holtz or attacking a 90-year-old. Michigan did that to him. You did this to him.
It's a good way of putting it. Lou Holtz was safe because you don't have to play Lou Holtz. So, but everything, you can just, all the stuff that you heard for year after year, the last couple of years, that Michigan is beating you, you're soft, your fans. Lou Holtz said it, and that's the last straw. You will not say this to me.
Yeah, Ryan Day's trying to get that rallying point, and Lou Holtz just gave him the wood to start the fire. So here we go. Let's do it now.
Yeah.
But
he sounded like a moron.
But in theory, when he said he played a bad half, he was talking about Georgia. He plays a better second half against Georgia. They're national champions. I don't think he was talking about Michigan.
Oh, we scored again.
David, you do realize. Okay, you know what?
What do I realize?
No, you don't realize it because I think in this particular debate, you play dumb. Marvin Harrison gets taken out on an illegal hit or they win a national title.
I know all that, but can I just brag
you showed your ass against TCU. You know what you can do? You can STFU and go home.
Oh, okay. So I can't brag that we beat Ohio State.
Because their goals are bigger than that, just like yours should be.
All right. Go ahead, take a call.
Hey, why don't you win something in the postseason somewhere? Your coach is 1-7 in the last game of the year. Go do something. The whole point is beating them is now expected. You got to win a playoff game. That's where they operate from. Do you think they cared about losing to you? No, they cared that they lost to Georgia because their best receiver got speared by Chuck Cecil.
I hate when mommy and daddy fight.
No, you just can't communicate to Michigan fans.
No, because we've had this conversation. Of course I want bigger. Of course I want to win in the playoff.
Right. What I'm saying, before it gets lost, him talking about they had a bad half, it was not you, Michigan. You don't take credit for that. He's talking about Georgia because had they beat Georgia, they win a national title. They tell you your little Big Ten trophy's cute, but we're going to put the natty right here. We're going to put that trophy. Yeah. Good.
Great. Doug's in Walled Lake. Let's cook. Doug, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, Mike. How are you, sir?
I'm good. What do you got?
Well, I was going to talk about the Lions, but
talk Lions.
Interesting enough, I would love to comment on the Michigan stuff actually now because I'm not a Michigan fan, but I agree. It's like my mom asked me this weekend. She's like, "Are you watching Michigan?" I said, "No." Why? Because they're killing everybody. It's the freaking Liberty medical schedule. It's Wilford Brimley, like you said. There's cupcake after cupcake. They might as well open up Crumbles down there in Ann Arbor. These games are not worth watching. And why are we not scheduling other big games within the out of the conference? I can't even watch Michigan. It's 31-0 at half. Why am I going to bother watching those games? They have not beaten anybody credible. They have not even scheduled anybody with resembling a game. What Ohio State just did was a big statement, and now they're out for blood. And Michigan better be scared, and Michigan fans better, button down the hatches and get ready for a storm. Because they're coming, and as I'm not a Michigan fan. I mean, I root for them, but I only watch the Ohio State game because that's the only game that freaking matters on their schedule up to that point.
Well, the Penn State game
will
point
mean
taken.
Something, but
yeah, no, and understand something. I don't think Michigan should fear anyone. I don't agree with that word. I think you got to respect certain opponents, Penn State, Ohio State, but outside of that,
that's it.
You watch football around the country, my concern would be, why do we look so flat? Why are we not dominant? Where's our explosiveness on offense? Why are we in a game with Bowling Green near halftime? Why are we in a game with Rutgers near halftime?
Man, you know the answer to that. You're saving the plays.
That's the biggest myth in all of sports. You don't save plays.
I understand, but that's what you're going to get. We're just saving up all our plays. We don't need to show our playbook.
All right. Drake's on a cell. What's up, Drake?
Hey, how's it going, Mike?
Good, buddy.
Hey, so I want to talk Lions with you, and maybe you can help me out with this. I'm really trying to trust and believe in this Lions team, and I'm really trying to trust and believe in Jared Goff, but I'm just struggling. Like, honestly, I need this guy to push the ball down the field more. If our team is what people say it is, this high-powered offense, he needs to get the ball down the field. I can't watch this guy on 3rd and 10 throw another 3-yard drag route. I can't watch it.
Drake, here's what you got to come to grips with. Jared Goff is who he is. And the reason why the offense works is because he distributes the ball, he finds the open man, he works the play action, and occasionally when you're not paying attention, he'll just do a naked bootleg right into the end zone. But he's never going to be the guy who throws the ball down the field, and you have to be okay with this.
Can I let me just say this, 2 notes. Drake, if and when Jameson Williams comes back and you have a legitimate deep threat, because you don't have that right now, and you're not getting any shots down the field, or Jahmyr Gibbs isn't that, I will be more accepting of it. Here's what I would tell you in the here and now, all right?
Okay.
Jared Goff right now, according to PFF, because so many people love it, where do you think he ranks among quarterbacks according to PFF?
I mean, I'm not sure what all goes into that, but I bet, listen, he's playing very efficient ball. I bet he's probably in the top 5 or top 10.
He's number 4.
Okay. See, let me say this, and tell me if you agree with this. And 2 things. One thing, as far as Jameson Williams, I mean, it's crazy to me. I'm at Ford Field yesterday. I see all these Jameson Williams jerseys. People think this guy's going to come in and be our savior. We have no idea what this guy's going to do. And
he's a wild card. He's an absolute wild card. And I think, look, a lot of people, myself included, I loved the player in college. I think he could absolutely turn you into an unstoppable force on offense, but he's got to want it. He's got to practice. Remember, He can't even practice until after week 6.
Agreed. Now, tell me if you felt the same way yesterday. I feel like if we're this team that we're supposed to be, and people talk about us like we are, that game should not have been that close yesterday. And that's on the offense. Like the offense was just so uninspiring yesterday. I mean, they should have put up way more points than they did.
But the problem is,
I can't help but feel like a lot of that is on. I feel like the success or failure of this team is on Jared Goff's shoulders. And the only thing I can think is, well, unless we can put a team as good as the LA Rams put around him, we're not gonna get there.
That's exactly what you're doing. And second of all, you're smart enough, Drake. You're missing your left tackle. Then the guy filling in for the left tackle dies. You're missing Vaitai. You are down multiple starters that take your offensive line from being a strength, and now you're trying to just keep it together with duct tape. Mm-hmm. No, I don't think any. Oh, and by the way, you're missing your pace setter. You're missing David Montgomery, who's the hammer to Jahmyr Gibbs' lightning. You're also limited because Amon-Ra's not 100%, and J-Mo's not playing. Look, if you want the offense to be operating at full capacity, then can I at least have the parts back? I mean, this thing is built that the offensive line's the strength. Well, when you're missing 2 guys to start the game and then you lose one of the primary backup, dude, they were starting a guy, I had to Google who he was. Okay? The offense was fine.
He's never going to be Mahomes. He's never going to be Josh Allen. And he's never going to be Jalen Hurts. And if that's what you're expecting, you're going to be disappointed every week. You have to understand he's a different type of quarterback, and you can win with those types of quarterbacks in the NFL. Plain and simple. But people are just constantly like, but I need him to be this. No, you don't. You need him to run the offense the way he has been running the offense for the last, 12 games.
Well, how about the last 27 games? Take the sample size over 27 games. He's the second best quarterback in the NFC. Now, I get it. Stylistic. Well, then get him the tools to change the style.
I think even stylistically, he's just who he is. But you know what? He's comfortable with that. I think Ben Johnson is comfortable. Yeah. Okay.
No, I'm just doing it so I don't have to look at him over there and get yelled at by him.
You're number 1, too.
Thank you. Go Blue. The perfect temperature to sleep is 68 degrees. It's not a debate. It's very simple. So pick up the best mattress on the market, the iComfort Eco. It's supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while you maintain a balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for over 110 years. All you need to do, go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. All right, Lions are in the mix. Michigan is in the mix because I think what OSU did this weekend was impressive. No, not everything has to be a shootout in today's day and age. In fact, if you're OSU, you didn't want it to be. You needed to know, could our defense hold up? Mm-hmm. All I had to hear going into that game is Sam Hartman for Heisman, and Notre Dame's a playoff team, and Notre Dame's got it right. Okay, well, here's what OSU did. They went in against one of the 3 or 4 best O-lines in football, and I thought went toe-to-toe.
Yeah. Kyle McCord having to convert 4th down plays on a final drive, that was huge, man.
That's huge for a kid that we really, and I still don't feel awesome about
Not
him.
at home, yeah.
But it's a step forward. So my question would be, if you bothered to watch it, since so clearly so many people did not, what do you take from it? And if your answer's nothing, then tell me what you've taken from your schedule. That's the whole point. God, I mean, the idea, if I'm a Michigan fan, that I don't get to play a ranked team until November 11th, that's obscene.
Yeah.
And I don't have to sit there and value what you're doing against nothing. I don't have to.
No, because you literally have practice, and you just got to make sure your players don't get injured, don't get hurt. You haven't looked impressive. You haven't covered the point spread. You've struggled in the first half of every game, slow starts, which shows me you're not making improvements, because each game, it's like it picks up in the third quarter, and that'll win you a lot of games, and that was kind of their MO for last year, but eventually that caught up to you against TCU.
Let's go to Eric on a cell, 97.1. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. Hey, so my thing with the polls, I agree with you. They should be a lot more fluid at the top. And here's where I'm at as a Michigan fan. It goes along with what you're saying. I look at the top 10, and I ask myself, honestly, do I feel confident that my team could beat any of those other teams in the top 10 right now? And my answer is no. So that's kind of my justification for why they should fall.
I mean, I can't make a blanket statement like that. Like, look, I think USC is all sizzle and no steak. I think you beat them. I think you and Notre Dame would be a war, and it would look a lot like what the OSU game just looked like.
But see, here's the thing about if you play USC would jump out early and score points. You've struggled to come out the gate fast. So at this point, USC's playing downhill. So if they can go up by 2 scores, they just got to match you for the rest of the game.
Oh, I would just let me know if those 2 teams play. I'll bet the world on U of M. USC's fake. Eric, all I'm saying is, I laugh that these other teams get to go and play these schedules and have these tests. And when you leave Georgia at 1 and Michigan at 2, you're devaluing doing these things. And for people who say, well, the ratings don't matter, really? Well, if you are lower in the rankings and you lose, guess what happens? You get punished for it, and it becomes harder to work your way back up the polls, because I have bad news for you. The playoff committee thing has a lot of resemblance to the regular polls.
And if you are lower in the ranking and you're outside of the top 4 and you win your championship game, you need other people to lose so that you can claim that 4th spot, even though you may have the same record as them.
But, I mean, as far as saying they can't beat other top 10 teams, I don't think that's fair.
I think it'll be interesting.
Me saying that they shouldn't be number 2.
All right, you know what? Let's just play a little game. You want to do it?
Go ahead.
Utah?
Michigan would beat Utah. Hell, Cam Rising's not even playing.
Oregon.
I'd still take Michigan. I got to see Oregon's defense against someone I care about.
All right, you already said USC. Washington.
I got to be honest. Washington might be the best team in America.
I think that they are. They're the best team that no one's ever seen.
They're just gutting people, and they've got arguably the best quarterback in America with a trio of NFL receivers and I can't say Kalen DeBoer's the best play caller in the land.
But you know what he does?
One of the handful.
He does something you don't see any sense in. He puts his players in great situations. Florida State.
I would take FSU. I've seen him go neutral field against LSU and go to Clemson. And FSU's one of the 4 or 5 most talented teams in America. Oh, hook them by double digits.
Okay. Now, I don't know what Georgia is, I left out the other Big Ten schools because we'll find that out. But you also have Penn State and Ohio State. So
I will always take Michigan to beat Penn State because I think James Franklin is actually a stupid person.
He is. He's very.
I don't think James Franklin is any good.
The fact that you're going to play them in November is when Penn State normally folds up the tent. So
I'd probably have Michigan at 5 or 6 until I see them play a team with a pulse. And again, the Big Ten still
Oregon,
probably.
you think?
Oregon, I can't figure out because Bo Nix away from home is one thing, and Bo Nix at home is another. And defensively, they didn't play well against Texas Tech. And beating up on Colorado, I mean,
what are you talking about, man? It's Colorado.
Colorado's trash.
They were the favorite to win it all. Come on, man.
Okay, Gus. Thank you.
What? I was told that's they're the traveling road show this year.
I'm going to Mitch in Ann Arbor. Mitch, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon, Mitchell.
I love the show. I'm just calling to talk about the Lions. I was glad to finally see Campbell just take the field goals. I'm just, kind of getting a little sick of the playing Madden when points are available. Now, do you think this is going to be a permanent thing, or do you think this is going to be a game-to-game thing with how he's going to?
It's week to week until he establishes a pattern of which way he's going to go.
Mitch, I would like to think that this is a new thing, but Campbell is kind of the consummate 2-step forward, 1 step back. So I expect more games where he's just going to go out there and be the riverboat gambler again.
Sure. So we don't think he's learned his lesson at all.
No, it's TBA. It was a nice bounce back from the Seattle game where the 4th down stuff was a little iffy, the time management was iffy, and I didn't like their defensive game plan of being so passive. It was a nice bounce back. And now, and Mitch, we'll get into it more in the 5 o'clock, Thursday night sets up your first opportunity to take this division. Go to Green Bay, take it. Take the tiebreaker, take a road divisional game that are hard to get,
and then
be 3-1, as we would then have 10 days to focus on Carolina.
Buy one, get one free. Beat the Packers.
There's no such thing.
We're going to throw in the Panthers.
There's no such thing.
This time it is. I have faith. I have confidence.
You know what? So did Jacksonville fans yesterday when they were 2 touchdown favorites over the Texans.
That's Jacksonville.
Oops.
You got a
so
real
were
quarterback.
the Ravens when they were 9-point favorites against the Colts.
You got Goff. You
Dallas
got a real
Cowboys.
quarterback.
Thank you, David.
You got Jared
try
Goff.
to help this man, and it doesn't work.
I believe. Lions fans, I believe.
You're the equivalent of the royal family. You are so out of touch with real people.
I believe.
Because you're a Niners fan.
I believe.
Okay, Prince Harry. The whole point is the rest of us are down here in reality. Nothing for granted. 1 by 1. Green Bay's on the clock for Thursday. Stop with this future casting.
Buy one, get one free.
Playing his best role of a meteorologist right now. Looking into the future is what the weather will be. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and much like a meteorologist, they're never right.
Exactly.
248-539-9797. NFL, FanDuel, fun. New customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. And if you've thought about joining FanDuel, no better time to get in on the action. The app is easy to use. Wide range of betting options, more betting markets than anybody else. Even some of these pre-built same-game parlays people go nuts for. FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. All right, so while the Lions clearly are the main dish, we just at least want to mix in a couple of things, including I'd like to duct tape 2 coaches to 1 rocket and send it straight into the sun. Let's do a football today.
Well, can we start with one of those coaches in here? It's Brandon Staley. How lucky he is.
No, he should still be fired.
Still be fired. Okay.
Yeah, Go ahead, tell the people, and then I'll tell you why I'd fire a guy after winning a game.
He goes for it on 4th and 1 on his own 24-yard line with 1:51 left on the clock. Just punt the ball, Staley. Well, he got lucky because the defense bailed him out, and the Vikings were stupid, and the Vikings still couldn't score, but Brandon Staley is an idiot.
Brandon Staley's the same guy who played Mike Williams in a meaningless game last year and got him hurt for the playoffs. He's the same guy who's a defensive guru who blew a 28-point lead in said playoff game. They showed their ass in week 1. He had a ridiculous late game decision against Cleveland last year. This guy's a bum. He's a grifter. Get him the hell up out of there before they ruin Rico's godson, Justin Herbert. Brandon Staley, F you.
It almost looks as if he's trying to get fired. Where you're on your own 24, you just punt. You're up 4. You punt the ball. Minnesota has to score a touchdown, not a field goal. You make him drive, and it's like,
oh, but wait, there's more. David, double dose of coaching malpractice. Can I offer you Josh McDaniels?
Please do.
Explain to me. I don't care if you got a GED or a PhD from Harvard. You're down 8 with under 4 minutes to go in a football game, and you've got 4th and 3 at the 7. Kick a field goal? Huh? But hold on. He already tried to bleep himself earlier in the drive when they settled for a 48-yarder. It made even less sense. They get the reprieve. They get down there. Here's how bad Josh McDaniels' decision was. No coach in the last 25 years of the National Football League has made that decision in a regular season game. Yeah. None. No coach in 25 years, down 8, under 4 minutes, and you've got a 4th and short in the red zone. Nobody's done that except Josh McDaniels, a coach who now started 6-0 in his coaching career and is 12-31 since. As Stoney says, get out! What a bum!
Too many coaches rely on this analytic stuff instead of just using that thing called, what is it called? Oh, yeah, common sense. God, you know what? Let's just go ahead and try to score and worry about a 2-point conversion later.
Josh McDaniels should be fired.
I guess in his world, let's just take the points so that we can score a touchdown and have a walk-off victory.
But you have to look at the game. I'm not yelling at you. You have to look at the game in a matter of possessions, not score.
Keep yelling. I like that. That's passion.
He's so smug. I don't like him.
He's come from Patriot lineage.
Did you happen to hear what Davante Adams said, though, after the game regarding his team? This quote, "It's not my mentality to sit here and try to take all season and figure it out. We're not doing things the right way to establish a winning culture. We've got to go out there and do it."
Yeah,
your coach
this is Josh McDaniels, handpicked. And by the way, it's the same thing. The fact that Jimmy Garoppolo's so damn handsome actually angers me because he's a bum. I don't want to hear about how all he does is win. I don't want to hear about the completion percentage because it always comes back to this. When the play's not perfect and the play's not on schedule, Jimmy G's going to Jimmy G. And it's a disaster. With McDaniels. Next.
70 points in an NFL game. Wow, Miami did that yesterday against Denver. Miami racked up 726 total yards. Tua had only just 3 incompletions the entire game. They are 3-0. Is this the best team in the NFL right now?
Yes. Now, doesn't mean it will be at the end, but no one's been more impressive. No one has played at a higher level offensively. And frankly, don't get mad at me now. I don't know if anyone's as connected to their quarterback and their weapons as Mike McDaniel is right now. He is operating at an efficiency level on offense where you know this. You lived a privileged life.
I was about to say, it makes me proud when I see him.
This poor man was your running game coordinator. It
just makes me proud when I see him go down to Miami and have such success.
He's an assassin.
You know what? I would love if Thursday night, would have been a great game, would be to see the Dolphins and the Niners play. That I think would be just a potential Super Bowl preview.
And they scored 70 without Jalen Waddle. Just throwing that minor detail out there.
I mean, mistakes were made.
Yeah, mistakes were made, Sean.
Yeah, including if you're Sean Payton. You took this job to coach this team. You could have had any job in the league. This is what you decided to return to? What?
You got Garrett Bowles after the game crying, basically.
He did not cry. He was angry.
All we've done is lose since I've gotten here. Well, maybe it's your fault, Garrett.
Leave Garrett Bowles alone.
I'm sorry, holding. Number 72. Let's go to the Dallas Cowboys. They decided to, I guess, not show up, take it easy, and lose to the Arizona Cardinals. They were once thought to be the best team in the NFL. Any thoughts on that game yesterday with them?
You know what, David?
Overlooking their opponent?
And I'm going to say, this is what happens when you don't fully prepare for an opponent. They went in there thinking that Arizona is so bad. And here's a news flash. There was probably more Cowboy fans in the stands than there were Cardinal fans because it's a transient city.
But see, this is the problem I have, though. The NFL's got to stop. How many teams are we going to have that can't draw a home field? The LA Chargers get no fans. The LA Rams get no fans. There's 2. Right. It's always a home game for somebody else. Phoenix, there's 3. Vegas, there's 4.
Still yellow and black and yellow going around.
It's just like, for God's sakes. Sorry. It's so annoying. And your fans are annoying too.
Why?
Well, first of all, you're a bunch of animals fighting each other in the crowd. That was an embarrassment.
Yeah, what is that about? Another week, another fight.
David, everybody fights.
Sure.
That's the new thing now. You want a hot dog, you got to fight. I got one left. You two battle it out.
What is this, Escape from New York?
It's Hunger Games.
Good Lord. Go ahead, David.
Well, it is Hunger Games in Chicago. A report from Jay Glazer before the game saying that right now the jury's still out whether Justin Fields is their quarterback of the future. Well, he went out.
No way.
50% of his passes were completed, only threw 99 yards, and struggled throughout the game. Well, he wasn't drafted by the GM or the coach. He gone.
You know what? The only thing missing in Chicago is the New Orleans Jazz funeral procession, because at least it will be upbeat when they bury this team.
What, like when they're partying down the street with the casket
and the umbrellas? Yeah, that because that's the only thing missing. At least make it fun for the people of Chicago, because this is painful to watch. Your DC may or may not have had the FBI raid his house. Like, what is going on? Your quarterback calls out his coach, but then he comes back and says, "Oops, just kidding." But then, this is a team that's going to end up with a top pick, and I do think that this is it for Fields in Chicago, because you're just going to take one of the new quarterbacks and just start over.
Done.
So
Eberflus, done with him.
Yes, he is done with him. So I asked you about the best team in the NFL. I want to ask you, is this
so disrespectful?
The best defense in the NFL? No, not the 49ers.
No, it's Cleveland Browns.
It's the Cleveland Browns.
You can laugh at it and make fun of Deshaun and make fun of the little, Fudgy the Whale or whatever the hell that guy is in the middle of the field, the elf.
The elf.
The cookie puss.
Fudgy the Whale.
Yeah, shout out Carvel. Their defense is unbelievable.
Secondary especially. It's like they revamped it.
Yesterday, Myles Garrett moves, we move. They had 2 guys shadowing Myles Garrett, and he moves to the other side, and they go, "Oh, Bob, we got to move." Right. And they get up, and they run to that side. Myles Garrett's like, "Wait a minute." And he runs over here, and he's like, "Pete, we got to move again." And they run.
Ludicrous. When I move, you move. Right. Just like that.
Right. But Jim Schwartz might be a bum of a head coach, but he's an elite defensive coordinator. And they are, and by the way, nobody wants to do it. Ravens at the Browns this week. Browns are 2-point favorites.
Yeah, Schwartz has revamped that.
Where was Super Lamar yesterday? I thought he was Joe Montana all of a sudden. That was weird.
You had 2 teams
trying to lose.
Exactly. Like, Are you guys? No. You have it. No. You take this game.
Oh, wow. You're exactly right. And that is
All right, 5 o'clock. Great to have you. We're going to get right to the people. If you're tuning in, here's your kind of two storylines. A, the Lions. Gritty, professional, really, really nice win yesterday. Top down. Defense more aggressive. Derek Barnes playing D-line on pass rush downs. Interesting. Dude, Brian Branch. Awesome. Awesome, encouraging. Like, okay, maybe we maybe the loss of C.J. Gardner-Johnson, maybe we can lessen that. Offensively, look, it was never going to be a work of art. You're missing too many pieces. Mm-hmm. But overall, it allows all of us to calm down, relax a little bit, and now we earn the right. Go Thursday night to Green Bay, you get that win. 3-1 in the first quarter of the season, in first place in the NFC North, holding the tiebreaker, stealing a road divisional game. Guys, everything we ever could have asked out of this team is 60 minutes away Thursday night. That's how I'm choosing to look at it because of what they did last night.
3-1 at the quarter turn, on top of the division, staring down a winnable opponent. Is that safe to say? In Carolina?
That is fine.
Okay.
The other thing we've brought up, it was just a couple notes. I listened to the Go Blue Hour this morning with Cookies and John. I mean, they spent all their time making fun of Ryan Day's post-game meltdown instead of looking at what actually happened, which is they went to Notre Dame and won at night on the road with an unproven quarterback that had to be one of the reasons they got that done late. I took a lot out of that. I think, A, Notre Dame is good. Okay? They are. That's a game I really didn't – you don't feel like someone deserved to lose. But Ohio State, you have to be tough to win that game. You want to laugh at the jet sweep on 4th and an inch? I'm laughing with you.
That was a dumb play.
It's a ridiculous play call. But overall, this idea, you have to be tough to stand in against that offensive line and keep a stable of running backs, not just Estime, a stable of backs. And hey, man, it was the better part of 50 carries for about 170 yards. They hung in.
It was a game that you're just thankful that it's not your team because it's good to watch. It's fun to watch.
It was physical.
Because you're like, oh, my goodness, it's going back and forth. And like 7 seconds left, I probably would have just ran up the middle. Now, granted, if you don't get it, the game's over. But I'm just like, guys, just run it up the middle and score and end this thing.
But the other takeaway, I mean, again, it's another team in this nation that has gone out and played something. Give me your case for Michigan to be number 2 right now. And don't say polls don't matter. Yes, they do. Now, I think they're stupid, but my team's in a dumpster. My point is when the college football playoff poll comes out, it generally emulates real life. You and Georgia have done nothing but spike your insulin levels with cupcakes. Meanwhile, I've watched Florida State play LSU on a neutral field and win, go to Death Valley and win. I've seen Texas go to Tuscaloosa, go on the road in the conference, dropping bombs on people. And now Ohio State, hey, and Notre Dame deserves some credit playing the game and played well. And they lost on the last play because apparently their coach can't put 11 people in the field. The point I'm making is, why have polls before October? Right now, we're building resumes for teams, and you should debut the poll October 1st. Because I'll tell you this, if you're being honest with yourself, is Michigan really number 2? Nah. 5 or 6? Probably. Could you be the best team in America? It's totally plausible. But you scheduled like candy asses. I can't change that. So we're having that conversation too. 248-539-9797. Did I miss anything?
Nope, that's it.
No, but I'll say something, Rico, because you just made a comment. You said that you're watching the game, being glad that it's not your team. I kind of wanted it to be my team, though. I wanted it to be Michigan versus Notre Dame, not Ohio State, because I would have known more about my team. I would have been able to look at things, even if we lost, and say, you know what, either fix this and we can be right back in it, or I just don't know because it wasn't my team in that game. No. And what I'm afraid of for Michigan fans, what I'm afraid of is that 2 things happened during that game. Ohio State found their quarterback, and the rallying point from Ryan Day now builds for them, and they become something that we don't want them to become.
Well, it does help you because you went into South Bend, and look, that I've been there before. That crowd is loud. I mean, that's an accomplishment in and of itself. Even when Notre Dame is just average, you're still not walking in there at night, and they're not going to roll over for you. But yeah, I mean, watching it, if you're a Michigan fan, you would like to know, because I do believe that hurt you in TCU, because that was the first time you really faced adversity and you melted down in that game and you panicked and you did a lot of things that you probably shouldn't have. So it comes with the adversity. But you know, that's what the schedule is. It's not going to change this year.
No, it's
but
also,
you can't ask me to respect it.
No, and also, look, schools like ours have to be better. Like, the Big Ten is horrific. Now, it's you, Penn State, maybe, Ohio State. That's it. The rest of this conference, if you thought it was me being mean in August, okay, as Coach Prime says, do you believe? Do you believe what I'm telling you? The Big Ten is horrible. So it's one of those things. You're damn right I respect other teams more than ours. I do, yes. Because the Big Ten is hapless. Hapless. I mean, Christ, why even have a Big Ten West? What's the point?
They won't this year.
They just won't die.
When the best team in the Big Ten West had 4 first downs and I think 74 total yards.
Rico, Big Ten East champ minus 31.5.
Right.
Don't care who they play in the Big Ten title game.
Right. Oh, by the way.
Yeah, buddy.
Here's a photo of the guy who voted Michigan number 1.
Okay. Let's go to the people, whether it's Lions, U of M, or otherwise. Martin leads off, 97.1. What's up, Martin?
Hey, my man, what's going on, you guys?
How are you, sir?
All right. Hey, let me ask you something, Mike. Have you ever seen that movie, Edge of Tomorrow, with Tom Cruise?
I have.
I have not.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's like he keep replaying the same day over and over and over again. And it's kind of like what I'm hearing with you guys. I remember 21 when Michigan was making his run, and oh man, them guys ain't got no team. They go lose Ohio State, so
Stop.
they beat Ohio State.
Stop. You're lying now.
Okay.
You're lying on my name,
he did,
and I don't like that.
He did say Ohio State was going to lose that game.
I said you were going to beat them.
Not you in particular, Mike. Mike, not you in particular. This is actually more towards Rico, because I know Rico said it.
No, I did. I did.
Okay. Hold up. Okay. And then the next year, oh, man, they got a cupcake schedule, man. Them guys can't even throw the ball. They ain't playing nobody. When they play Iowa and go to Kinnick, they go lose, so they beat Iowa. Oh, man, Ohio State is when they play Ohio State.
You mean
man,
when I
Ohio
picked
State
you to beat
will kill
OSU
State.
again?
No, he's talking about me.
Oh, so you're just going
No,
this
Rico,
is
Rico.
your,
No, this is more
so
for
you're
Rico,
just
not you,
airing.
Mike.
Yeah,
Okay.
you can take this call
I'm going to
off.
sit this one out.
Take
there.
this call off. Martin is just shooting arrows at me. Go ahead, Martin. Continue.
So of course at the end of the year they going to Ohio State and beat them, and here we are in 23, fourth week of the season. I'm hearing the exact same conversation. Oh man, Ohio State played Notre Dame, which they had the same schedule last year. Oh man, they not gonna do nothing with them. And Penn State, they gonna be impossible to beat. And I want to ask you guys.
Hold on. Wait, Martin. I'll let you talk. I didn't say any of that today. I said this schedule has worked for you, but as of right now, you're not the number 2 team in the nation. I don't see it that way. I didn't say anything about what is going to happen with Ohio State. I didn't.
Okay, right. Which goes to the question. You got 1,500 people evaluating teams. What makes you think 1,500 of them are wrong and you two are right?
Oh, I can tell you that.
I was about to say, because Martin, I literally know a bunch of people who do this, and trust me when I say the AP poll voters,
They don't watch games.
ain't watching all the game. You know what? There are a lot of them are writing for newspapers. Guess what happens after their game is over? They're spending the next couple hours writing columns. They're not watching games whatsoever.
But didn't these same 2 teams start out the same place and they ended up at the same place at the end of the year? It's like, more than likely, they are the best 2 teams. That's all I'm saying.
Well, actually, it didn't happen like that last year.
I hope y'all don't go into 24 doing the same thing. But
actually, last year you lost to TCU. But let's not let facts get in the way.
Martin, you don't
I get
need
what
to,
you're saying, Martin.
You don't need to lie on my name. The Big Ten goes to Ann Arbor. How many times have I said it?
I've said it all summer, too. But he wants to throw arrows.
And second of all, the coaches poll, the coaches don't vote on it. They hand it to their sports information director who fills it out. Second of all, the AP poll, you have a lot of writers who cover these games. They ain't watching games.
No.
I've never valued the AP poll.
No, they're in the press box writing their articles and their columns, and they'll look up. And you know what they're going to do? Martin, you probably watch more games than they do because they're just going to look at the box score. And when you look at the box score, Michigan, 37-7, 31-7, they must have dominated that game. Did you watch it? Nah, but I saw the box score.
My whole point is when you watch every snap of Texas and you watch every snap of Michigan, if you think you're watching the same sport through 4 weeks, you're not. That doesn't mean 4 months from now, Texas is better than you. But in the here and now, yes, they are.
Oh, and I promise you, there's probably no writer in the East or Midwest staying up late enough to watch the entire Washington game. They're already asleep.
No, it's an antiquated way of doing it. Let's go to Mark, 97.1. What's up, Mark? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, how are you doing? First-time caller here. No throwing arrows here at you guys, either at you, Mike. You know what? I went to the Lions game for the first time in a long time, and it was electric. It was so loud. I could not believe how loud it was and how much the fans are just thirsting for this team to win.
It sounded like a playoff game. It sounded like a divisional round, fourth quarter. I mean, the fans brought it. It was awesome.
Well, what I loved about it is I was nervous about when Lions had their first fourth down, and I'm like, oh my God, what is he going to do? You know, and my buddy looked at me and I said, man, he better go for the points, you know, because in the last 2 years, he didn't have the team behind him. So he gambled, and I'm gonna coin it right now. You guys need to make a segment, call it Campbell's Gambles every week, because he didn't have a team to back him 2 years ago. And, you know, he had to do that to get a win. You don't need to do that now. He's already proven that he has a team, and he needs to do what he needs to do as a head coach, not as a gambler anymore. And I was so happy that he finally did that, and we got the win, and we got a good win.
I'm with you, because the great teams don't need to go for it often on fourth.
No.
And I like the fact they didn't play desperate. They played smart. We're up 2 scores. I don't need to do this at midfield and do the nonsense.
Because we're just better than you, and you won't get a first down. You'll give us the ball back, and we get 1st and 10 from midfield, and we continue.
Exactly. He's got the whole team behind him now, and he's got the whole state of Michigan behind him. I mean, do what you need to do, and don't do what that bonehead coach did. You know, as I was watching it on the NFL ticket on the way home for Minnesota. Or what was it?
It was the Chargers. It was Brandon Staley, 4th and 1 at his own 24 with a minute 50 to go. It was crazy.
I was like, this guy is the biggest bonehead of the week. I mean, you just don't do that. But then I got another comment to say. I wanted to say about Michigan.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a diehard Michigan fan. I'm sorry, Mike, about U of M. That coach, you know, Mel Tugger, he took matters into his own hands, and he
didn't he?
I was about to say you skating the line, Mark.
Mark,
Let's just move forward.
Here's what I'll tell you. Now, listen, you don't need to be sorry about nothing, because honestly, this is a bit of a blessing in disguise.
It's over.
We don't need to see the red flags and use hope as the strategy. We know that he's gone. We know that this whole train wreck is out. And you're right. We got to spin the church bazaar wheel. We probably won't hire a good coach, and I'll probably need something else to do with my Saturdays. But it's better than staying on a sinking ship.
See, I look at it as it's over. I don't have to hear about the contract anymore, and I'm just going to wait and see what happens coaching-wise, because the coach is probably somebody we're not even talking about right now.
Well, that's why I haven't done that, unlike other people who just...
Hey, man, I got to fill the content of my podcast, okay?
All righty, 248-539-9797.
I'm taking arrows from close range.
97.1.
Well, you know what? If you want your own podcast for Mike to take arrows at, Specs at LTU can get your career started. If you're looking for a career in radio, TV, graphics design, Specs at LTU, located right here on the campus in Southfield of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business like yours truly. So guess what that means? Means not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it takes. Not a bunch of theory stuff, but you're actually going to get your hands dirty in learning what it takes to make it in the broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program through Specs LTU. So what are you waiting for? You need to be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. While you're there, make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. Remember, head over to the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more about broadcast media arts, digital media arts, and graphics communications program. And then while you're there, make the magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
That's the second time in a week I have hit the phone button instead of my microphone because I apparently am losing my mind. When your furnace goes out, you need reliable service. You need Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. And Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, electrical, you name it. And they got generators in stock too. If Mastercraft can't get to you for same-day service, they'll take $100 off your next day service call. Just go to mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's check in with the ticket text. We'll get back to the callers. Lions are in the mix. A little bit about Michigan and OSU. Tomorrow will be definitely a heavier college day. I had an epiphany regarding Michigan State yesterday, and it made me feel oh so good and bad at the same time. We'll get into Michigan as well, and I'm sure Rico will do the hostage situation power rank. Can't wait.
You know what, Mike? I actually thought about doing something that you would enjoy.
Ranking a different conference.
But I don't know if you've deserved it. I don't know if you...
Can we do the Pac-12 power rank?
We could.
With 7 rank? Yeah. If we
you know what? But here's the thing. No one would care. You would know it because... No, I actually thought about just taking the top 3 names, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State, ranking them, and then taking the other 11, put them in a hat, and we just draw them live on the air.
Because they're all the same. They're trash. David, go ahead.
I'm a Michigan fan, and they should not be number 2. I would put them at 5 till they actually beat someone that's not a glorified high school team.
I think that's reasonable. That's probably where I'd have.
And you know what? Here's the other thing about that. If you started doing that consistently, it would force teams to, we can't have a powder puff schedule because we'll just fall in the rankings.
I just don't know how you think you get better doing it.
You play nobody. If you play nobody, you better beat them by 50 points.
I mean, David, when you were watching the game against Rutgers and you're sitting here 7-7, 14-7 deep into the half, you're going, what am I watching?
Exactly.
You're watching Bowling Green, and JJ turns it over 3 times, and I'm in a 7-6 game in the late second quarter.
And I know it's just, you see it over and over again, but then you're wondering, should I be concerned, or is this just status quo? Is this what Michigan does?
Well, what's interesting with the game on Saturday is I'm laughing as it's happening because all I'm hearing is Michigan fans say, well, Jim Harbaugh wasn't here. He wasn't here. So
what does that matter?
They were just bored, and they were waiting on their coach. And now did you just see what happened with your coach here?
To Michigan fans, you really only have one game in your season. You beat Ohio State, and all of this stuff means nothing. You heard the one caller. Well, we beat Ohio State, so okay, fine. Look, well, good luck for the other 12 weeks until that game happens because nobody's impressed.
Michigan fan here, and the eye test tells me they are at least 10 to 15 in the rankings.
Yeah, I think you're being a little harsh, but I'm just scumbag Sparty over here. I'll just tell you right now, if you played Texas on a neutral field today, you'd get whooped on.
Texas,
period.
In Ann Arbor,
I'd take Texas all day.
Texas at Texas.
Texas on the moon. Texas in the trenches is better than they've been in 15 years.
Texas in the parking lot.
Done.
On the concrete.
No, I'm just making a point to you. If you can go to Tuscaloosa and win, you can go on the road multiple times. I mean,
Alabama's bad. They're down.
Okay, well, they went on the road to an in-state rival this past weekend who it was their Super Bowl. And they went down to Baylor and dropped a bomb on them. That's a trap spot. That's a tough game. And you know what they did? Light work. 38-6. Can we leave now?
I'll give you your whole Texas is back. I'm actually seeing the potential national title game, sweatshirt game.
Texas-Michigan?
No, I was about to say Texas-Washington sweatshirt game.
Michigan can't make it to the championship game if we don't beat in the semifinal.
Oh, and but listen, they'll give you a free square like they did last year. Don't worry about it.
And then we'll lose again.
I can't fix everything, man. I'm just telling you how it'll work for TV purposes.
Maybe you could run the triple reverse Statue of Liberty play again.
Look, come on, man. They made a bad call.
Mistakes were made.
Michigan could absolutely get it done. I just think right now I'm watching week in, week out other teams doing real stuff. I have a hard time with it.
David, I just finally realized what happened on that play. It was Scooby-Doo. The offensive coordinator took off his mask. It was Jay Johnson laughing.
Let's go to Rob in Brighton, 97.1. Robbie, what's going on, buddy?
My voice is like yours after the John L. Smith 06 game, Mike.
Rob, you're not going to believe me, Rob, but I mean this. I thought about you while I was watching that game. Man. Oh, dude, for the experience for you and your boys, what an incredible, but to lose that way, I've had that happen to me. 2009 against Iowa, literally on my birthday, get walked off. I think it was Marvin McNutt or whatever his name was.
With no time left on the clock.
I thought of Rob,
because I was just like, I hope they went out and at least had fun and it wasn't sad pizza.
Mike, Rico, I had 3. So 3 of my buddies are all 3 Spartans, and they wanted to go with me because they're like us. They're like the 3 of us. They're college football junkies, and they appreciate it. I always tell people that the 2 greatest sports events I've ever been to was Maglio's walk-off and 2021 Kenneth Walker. That stadium was electric. Notre Dame, Ohio State was the best sporting event. It was everything I wanted and more. And I want to put to bed the Ohio State fan jerk thing. We tailgated next to several Ohio State tailgates, and we had a father and son and a group of buddies in our, right in front of us and next to us. They could not have been cooler people.
Rob, I will tell you this, and I found out Ohio State fan base only hates one team.
That's correct.
That's Michigan. You could be from any other place, and they will roll out the red carpet for you. They are the nicest people. But I know when you say this in this state, they're a scumbag. Actually, they just hate you. Not you,
guys
Rob, but
mentioned,
Michigan.
Yeah. Like you guys mentioned, like Notre Dame had 10 guys on the field the last 2 plays. Mike, it never should have got to that. They converted a 4th and 7, a 3rd and 19, and then DJ Brown, our defensive back, the ball went right through his hands. The game should have been over. But
I'll tell you the other thing I didn't like.
Environment ever.
Rob,
it was unbelievable.
Rob, what I didn't like was the play action pass on the first play of your last drive. It's not something you run. It's not something you do. And you gave them a chance to put you behind the sticks, and it's exactly what happened. I don't know why you didn't continue with that 2-back, almost like QB lead power.
Because our offensive tackles were booty, Mike. Audric Estime could not get any kind of progress the whole game. And it was...
Yeah, I like that kid Payne that you guys have, too. You guys got some hammers. Yeah, you got the track star back there. I think you're undoing, Rob. You don't have the perimeter guys I'm used to seeing at Notre Dame. The 2 freshmen, Flightwood or whatever his name is, and Flores, like they're going to be nice players. You need that one dude on the perimeter, and you don't have it.
Flores scored, so at least I got that right. But
you did. That's when I thought about you when he scored, Rob.
You guys 100% love college football. That's what Michigan needs. Texas, hopefully they keep the game next year because I assume the Big House would be as good
electric
of an environment.
No, and Rob, listen to me. If you handle your business, that's one of the better Notre Dame teams of the last decade. I really like them. It's my fear going in is my fear coming out of it. If you don't have explosiveness, you're never going to be able to put people away. It's really hard to do.
And for Notre Dame right now, Marcus Freeman has to not let one game beat you twice. And you got to go in, shake that off, and go down to play Duke.
That is as trappy as it gets.
Right. I mean, I'm sure when you first saw the schedule, like, well, we got Duke. But now it's like, guys, we lost. Let's move on because I don't want 2 losses.
248-539-9797. We'll get more with the people. Lions are in the mix. Professional win yesterday. Fans are incredible. Sets up Thursday night. All the juice. Lions, Packers for first place in the NFC North. That's in the mix. Michigan's in the mix. We've talked OSU, Notre Dame. Lots. This is why you die for football season. When it's like real stuff. Hey, let's check that baseball hotline. How is this season still continuing?
Baseball or breaking down of the Big Ten West?
Push. It's the same thing. Northville Lumber, oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more than Northville Lumber. In fact, last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. They can move that much product because they got that product in stock. Some of it as low as $1.59. So whether you're a builder, do-it-yourself, or anything in between, stop into Northville, save on the products you need, and get them on time. Get them when you need them. It's Northville Lumber. Call today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year, because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something, because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing. But that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now? All right. We'll get back to the Lions momentarily. Let's get a little more NFL. Wild weekend, including a game which I've never seen. Rico, what do you have?
Mike, watching the NFL yesterday and just here locally, I realized there are a lot of bad quarterbacks in the league. I mean, a lot of bad quarterbacks. So what I would like to do is have you and David, we're not keeping receipts on this, but just simply tell me, in 2 years, will this person still be in the league?
Oh, God.
Okay?
Just hitting people with garbage cans? All right, let's go.
Let's start off. Let's go to New England.
Oh, yeah.
Mac Jones.
Tune into the Costa Show on Channel 7 nightly.
Mac Jones.
Yes, he'll be in the league. Mac Jones has been okay. They just don't have great weapons, but Bill O'Brien has shown Mac can be a low-end starter in this league.
No, he won't be around in 2 years. I'm sorry.
I'm kind of with you, David. I don't think he's...
Wait, guys, when you say not around, do you mean Johnny Manziel, you're
starter.
A pool boy, or you're a starter?
He won't be a starter.
Mac Jones could be a bridge starter somewhere. I'll say yes. That's crazy.
Okay, well, Mike. Sam Howell.
Oh, dear.
They are killing him every week.
What do you mean?
He getting sacked and getting
rushed.
rushed.
I mean, it's he may not be alive, but he flashed ability. But here's my thing. I'll always bet on pedigree. That kid's been taking a ton of hits for 3 years. His last year at Carolina, he got murdered, too. I'll say no.
I sense a lot of David Carr, where he just became so gun-shy.
Yeah. I'm going to say no. That organization also has a terrible track record with quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's a no for me, dog.
Mike, in 2 years, well, I guess they signed him to the big deal, so Daniel Jones will be there. I'll scratch him off the list. But coming off of an injury, will Aaron Rodgers still be in the league?
No. I think he'll give it one more shot next year, and that would be it at the most. No.
Well, he has to do the Brett Favre thing, so yeah, he'll be here in 2 years.
Okay. Derek Carr.
Wow. Also, his shoulder injury is week to week, sprained AC. They just released that. I will say yes. Again, low-end starter if it didn't work out in New Orleans, or he's their starter.
Yeah, I can see him landing somewhere else and being the guy before they draft a rookie, or letting the rookie sit or something like that. So, yes.
So he'll become the next Teddy Bridgewater type of guy. Okay.
Sure.
Don't think money, but I think money's the only thing that's going to keep him around in 2 years. Kyler Murray.
Al Michaels. Yes, he'll be around. The contract requires he be around.
But will he be a starter?
I mean, does Al Michaels even want to go to work Thursday night on these broadcasts?
No.
Can we please?
He's making comments about the city in San Francisco
Jesus.
during the broadcast. I'm going to say, can he still play baseball?
No, come on, David. The contract requires he be in the league.
I know. Yeah, he'll be there because of that.
All right, let's go to one where you're kind of wondering, his wife kind of makes it seem like he's not happy playing anymore, is Matthew Stafford.
No, he will not be in the league. I think he'll retire.
Yeah, I think he'll join his family and just raise the kids.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. You'll get to see this guy tonight for the Buccaneers, Baker Mayfield.
God, I feel like he's resurrecting his career.
Is he pulling a Geno Smith?
A little bit. But the problem is, can he really be a starter? There's no way Tampa Bay. Oh, man. I'll say no. It bums me out, but I'll say no.
I want to say no, but I'm going to say yes. I can see a team like Tennessee taking him on and not being happy with the rookies they have or whatever. And yeah, he'll be there in 2 years.
Okay. These are all starting quarterbacks. And we just brought up his name, Geno Smith.
No, will not be in the league. This man is a pumpkin. No.
He has to be here in 2 years to beat the Lions again. Yes.
Oh, so you're saying he will be here?
Yes.
Okay, he's found a home in Seattle. All right. David, how happy are you with Kenny Pickett?
I'm not happy with Kenny Pickett.
Is Kenny Pickett around in 2 years?
Sadly,
no.
Yes.
No.
Yes, sadly, yes.
Oh,
he may not
David.
be in Pittsburgh, but he'll be somewhere.
Pittsburgh's the only place he could exist.
Well, we thought Trubisky can only exist in Chicago.
And that's true.
And yeah, you're making our point here.
Kenny Pickett will be here in 2 years. Yes, he will.
I'll say no.
I say no as well.
Trash.
All right. Jimmy G. Is Jimmy G still in the league in 2 years?
No, I don't know if he's still in the league in 2 weeks. I hate him.
He is also in concussion protocol. That's what his coach said today. I'm going to say yes.
Wait, concussion protocol?
Yes.
He played the whole game.
Exactly.
Oh, dear. I know the play it happened on. That was that dirty player of yours, Mr. Minka Fitzpatrick.
Stop
again.
it.
Mm-hmm.
He hit him in the shoulder.
Wow. Minka is dirty, David.
No, he's not.
He murdered Nick Chubb. He tried to take Garoppolo's knees out, and then he tried to break his jaw with his helmet.
He's playing football.
A dirty player. Dirty player. Not a nice man.
Well, then fine him, NFL.
He's a dirty player. When you have to say you're not a dirty player, you are in fact.
Or he's answering because people
a
are
dirty
calling
player.
him that. He's just responding.
Dirty player.
That ranks right up there with I'm not a racist, but. All right, I think this one will be interesting.
Nothing I can say now.
No, there's not. Yes, Rika.
In 2 years, will Justin Fields still be in the league?
No, a fall from grace. This year has shown you he ain't serious about his business. And the Bears are going to get rid of him, which means he'll have to go somewhere and fight for a gig. No, I'm going to say no. And it breaks my heart.
So you said he would have to be a starter somewhere.
Yeah.
At running back, Justin Fields.
Wow.
No,
David,
he won't
what is
be
this,
here.
1975?
He will not be
He's
here.
athletic.
Come on.
I should have thought about that after what you just said.
No, I meant guys used to change, like
Right.
Rich Gannon
No,
came in the league
yes.
as a safety and they made him a quarterback. That doesn't happen anymore.
Taysom Hill was a tight end. He was a quarterback.
I'm going to tell you, there's another guy I'm tired of. That Taysom Hill bit, that's got to end.
I think this one's fairly easy, but I have to ask it anyway. Zach Wilson.
No.
No.
Just no to all of it.
Desmond Ridder.
No. Also no. And I'm able to say this because this is how the quarterback position works.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're not a star, you generally don't get to hang around. You're nothing more than a placeholder. Desmond Ridder was awful yesterday.
Yeah, they'll love him in London this week. No, he won't be.
And finally, Russell Wilson. You both did the same reaction at the same time. And you're both rubbing your forehead.
I still feel like Sean Payton is going to smother him with a pillow.
Is the kitchen closed in 2 years?
I'm going to say yes. He looks baked. I got to say yes, David.
I think
he's
he's a politician, so he'll be gone.
He'll be gone as well. And this was little bit less than half the league starting quarterbacks. I threw Kyler Murray in there. You know what, Lions fans? You should feel honored that you have a quarterback who was not on this list.
See? That's my point to the callers who call in and get mad at me. What do you want me to tell you?
Because all of these quarterbacks played yesterday. That's how bad it is.
We're killing off quarterbacks left and right on this show.
97-1.
All right. We'll get back to the Lions momentarily. Let's get a little more NFL. Wild weekend, including a 70-point game, which I've never seen. Rico, what do you have?
Mike, watching the NFL yesterday and just here locally, I realized there are a lot of bad quarterbacks in the league. I mean, a lot of bad quarterbacks. So what I would like to do is have you and David, we're not keeping receipts on this, but just simply tell me, in 2 years, will this person still be in the league?
Oh, God.
Okay?
Just hitting people with garbage cans? All right, let's go.
Let's start off. Let's go to New England.
Oh, yeah. Don't
Mac Jones.
Tune into the Costa Show on Channel 7 nightly.
Mac Jones.
Yes, he'll be in the league. Mac Jones has been okay. They just don't have great weapons, but Bill O'Brien has shown Mac can be a low-end starter in this league.
No, he won't be around in 2 years. I'm sorry.
I kind of with you, David. I don't think he's.
Wait. All right, FanDuel, you got Monday Night Football tonight. New customers get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place a $5 bet. That's $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. And if you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, I don't know. If you haven't joined it now, I don't know what to tell you. It's football season. What the hell are you doing? FanDuel.com/ticket and get ready to roll for Monday Night Football. FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL, 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. Ryan Day. Never change, buddy. Great radio fodder. You know, we're doing Lions, but I'm gonna mix this in. It's important. So, without anybody's feelings getting hurt, let's just have an honest conversation for a second. Let's establish things that we know to be true. You know I don't value the preseason polls because they're based on nothing. They're based on bias. I don't respect the early season polls, and I don't once again this year, because apparently you just doesn't matter who you play. Well, Georgia won it last year, so they're number one. Are they? Well, Michigan hasn't lost. Right, who'd you play? So I wanted to do something, because I could make fun of the clown car in East Lansing, but that's who cares?
Easy. That car's off the side of the road.
It is.
They're waiting on AAA.
My whole question is this. If you're a Michigan fan, can you call in and make a good faith case as that you deserve to be ranked number 2 in America right now? Hatchet Man in his Father of the Year t-shirt or whatever that dad exponent means. Talk to me. What do you got? Injury reports.
Yeah, so the Lions did not officially practice, but they still had to give the designation because of the short week. And Matt Nelson, of course, no practice. Frank Ragnow, no practice. Vaitai, no practice. What's important here would be Taylor Decker was limited. Jonah Jackson limited. Kirby Joseph limited. Montgomery limited. And Mosley was also limited. So if they were to have practice today, all of those guys that did not play would have been limited. So getting closer to playing.
Well, yeah, according to multiple reports, looks like Matt Nelson needs surgery and he's headed to the IR.
Yes, an ankle injury is what he's dealing with.
You got to get this offensive line healthy if you want to get the best of this offense. Now, here's the question. Can you find a way through Thursday and then 10 days from now against Carolina bring back a Taylor Decker or bring back, get a couple pieces back, get Montgomery back. Yeah. The last thing you want is a setback, and then you're not seeing these guys till week 8.
Yeah, I think because the Packers are going through the same thing, if you're Campbell, maybe you just roll the dice.
Well, let me see the injury report for them. They took the field yesterday. No Jair Alexander, no Aaron Jones, no Elgin Jenkins, no David Bakhtiari. 4 massive injuries for them. Now, they got lucky. Derek Carr got hurt early in the third quarter. They were down 17-0. They were not winning that game. Yep. So we'll see. It really, a lot of my viewpoint depends on the injury report for Thursday.
Famous Jameis couldn't keep it going.
God, he
didn't get to eat the W.
Every time he dropped back to throw, I went, oh, my God, it's going to be an interception.
You know what? There's one. Jameis Winston. Will he be around in 2 years?
Absolutely
not.
Here
is your update for the Packers. Alexander did not practice. Bakhtiari would have not practiced. Devondre Campbell would have not practiced.
They lost him mid-game to an ankle injury. Yeah. Their stud linebacker.
Jenkins would have not practiced.
Oh, you just hate to see it.
Aaron Jones would have been limited. And Christian Watson did not practice.
Oh, you hate to see it.
So, that's a little difference from what the Lions have. And let me ease Lions, because I did say Frank Ragnow did not. Well, it was resting players what they put on there.
Right, he's playing for an inoperable toe. Like, they're going to limit his reps. All right, let's get to the people, since I don't know if the other 2 yutzes are going to be here to broadcast today or not. I have no idea if they're Friday. Go to Matt, 97.1. What's up, Matt?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Welcome.
Hey, thank you. So the one thing that I noticed yesterday versus the Seattle game, I don't know if you guys caught this or not, but Aaron Glenn actually used the crowd and moved the defense around and made Atlanta react to guys, because it felt like Seattle. I know where Hutchinson's lining up. I know where everybody's going to line up. I know I'm only going to blitz these 2 linebackers at a given time. It just felt like Seattle didn't have to communicate through the crowd noise. And yesterday, Arthur Smith said in his postgame, hey, they were moving guys around and we just didn't communicate well.
Yeah, the crowd was even better than the Seattle game.
Yeah.
And the defense aggression
Absolutely.
played into it. I agree with you. I never want to see that Seattle game plan again. There's no reason to be passive against any quarterback. It's never going to work in this league.
And Hutch, I mean, I think he's a stud. I mean, I'm a Michigan fan, but Hutch is good because he's high motor, but he's also good because he's not the strongest, he's not the fastest, but you got to put him in a position where he's not going to get. I know where he's going to be every play. I'm going to put a tight end there. I'm going to blast him, and he's going to be done.
He reminds me a little bit of Max Crosby. He's a high effort guy.
He really
he's
does.
skilled, but he's a high motor guy, and he's going to be a maniac. Yeah. They got to get somebody opposite him though. They got to help him out. Right. And look, Derek Barnes taking snaps at the end was interesting, and hell, it's better than Charles Harris, which is the equivalent of starting Wojo at this point.
Hey. Does he need to get tatted up like Max Crosby?
No,
Holy smokes.
I'm just saying stylistically. Like
no, you were talking about tattoos. I know you were.
I quit.
Yeah, I don't know what he.
I
was
saying a compliment, but whatever.
No. I know what you're saying. You know what? It's funny when you feel like you can trust your defense. You don't have to go for it on fourth down all the time.
Weird, right? Yeah.
That's truly all it was, because it wasn't like they were rolling it up offensively.
No.
He trusted his defense for once because they gave him a reason to trust
And I
him.
think the more you do that, I think it's going to yield a better product. I don't need the hyper-aggression. I don't.
No, now it can actually be a surprise again that you spring on someone.
Oh, dear
God. Huh? Can't wait for that.
Oh, come on. Near midfield, 4th and 2.
Hey,
next
by the
game
way,
against the Packers. He's going to go
What were you thinking?
What?
I know.
What?
I know.
How could you take Colorado getting 21? What are you on crack?
I bought into
no, Mike, it gets
the
worse.
clicks.
It gets worse.
I bought into the clicks. Yeah, don't tell him.
No, I'm
Don't
telling
tell
him.
him.
No. This kid, this poor thing, he's in Ford's Field press box before the game yesterday, and I'm like, Chipotle, I can't believe you did that. He goes, double or nothing. Okay, what? I'll take the Bears getting 12.5 against the Chiefs. I said, wait. You're betting again on Justin Fields? Yeah. Double or nothing. I said, well, what about Rico? No, he won't be in this. Just us. Double or nothing. I
What
said,
does he owe you now?
Another Chipotle.
Unbelievable.
I don't even know what I'm going to do with this. I may give it to some homeless person.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, give it to Rieger.
Whatever. Isn't it nice, though? Isn't it nice, by the way? I enjoyed the Michigan conversation. I love the Michigan conversation. I think you guys are dead on, by the way.
It was a wide-ranging conversation.
Yeah, which part?
The part... Well,
you
two
listen to
parts.
the morning show, they acted like Ohio State beat the Keebler Elves. And I'm like, it's okay when someone goes and plays someone. You give them
It was
credit.
a good game. No,
On the
Ohio State.
road at night in South Bend.
Yeah, what did we think of Ryan Day, though, calling out 86-year-old Lou Holtz? Because he's upset it with Michigan.
Yeah, exactly.
Harbaugh's in his head.
Nah, you did that to him. You should feel great about it.
Well, I know.
Oh no, it's hilarious, and he for a big win like that, he got so mocked just because of that. Now that'll pass, and people will forget. But
Well, as long
he
as he
should get
keeps winning.
mocked for 4th and inches running a jet
Jet
sweep.
sweep?
Okay,
short
that's
I was
side.
about to say, but how much is he getting mocked, or is he getting mocked in the state of Michigan?
I think he's getting
Nationally,
mocked everywhere.
I don't think he's
Nationally.
getting mocked.
Like he
nationally.
should have just said, listen, I still think about the Jim Harbaugh born on third comment, because that's what it's about. Everything he does is he's not mad at 86-year-old Lou Holtz.
I just laugh when
He's pissed that nobody thinks they're physical
I
because they
laugh.
can't win that
Every
game.
Michigan fan thought, well, he's talking about us. Is like for that he played a bad half. I was like, that was actually Georgia. That wasn't you.
The whole
No,
point.
They played two bad halves.
No,
Well,
it was
first of all,
Michigan. He
It
said
was
it
Michigan.
It was Georgia. He was talking.
No.
He said in the press
in the press
conference,
conference it
a
was
bad half in Ann
Yeah,
Arbor.
it was in Ann Arbor, but there's two bad halves. He played a bad half
Yeah, but
in Ann
see,
Arbor
look-
and a
look
bad
what-
half in Columbus.
Okay, and look at what you're doing. You played a bad game against TCU. The whole point is instead
Just
of
a bad half.
instead of parsing whatever Ryan Day said,
Yes.
talk about what they went and did, and then compare it to your
no,
Wilford
no.
Brimley diabetes schedule,
And
where you're
Diabetes.
getting fat on
Diabetes.
cupcakes. It's the idea of at what point can we just start the poll the first week of October? Give teams a few weeks of resume. Like, look, how do you rank Florida State below Michigan with their body of work. And then I watch Michigan. I don't even know what to do with these
guys. You
guys.
don't care about the rankings anymore. I thought we've gone over this.
I hate them. But if we're going to do them, let's have fun with them
Right.
and make them
No,
somewhat
they do bring up a good
representative.
point, Wojo. At least make them non-fraudulent because you're right. It's like
why is Georgia number one? Who the hell have they played and have they looked good doing it?
And another thing that Ryan Day should be
what it was.
Another thing Ryan Day should be angry about. They're 4 Michigans too. They just went into Notre Dame.
Right.
I agree with you.
Ohio State's left home twice at least.
Yeah, that's why he's probably going home and throwing darts at his Jim Harbaugh dartboard.
Listen, that's fine. Let him be obsessed with Harbaugh and figure it out. I think they took a step. All I'm saying is when you have a quarterback that's young and unproven, you go on the road and you have to actually throw it a little.
It was impressive.
I thought it was at least a physical dogfight that they didn't fold.
But are we allowed to throw the Mike Tirico asterisk on this game? Because Marcus Freeman coached such a lousy game down the stretch. What are you doing throwing the football to begin with? You got 10 men on the field and back-to-back plays. Take the damn penalty at least to get your right tackle out there. What a joke.
Yeah, what is it where I was afraid we're going to get the penalty? It'll be 3 inches would be the penalty.
Yeah, and there's a second left regardless.
You just punch someone.
Yeah.
Half the distance to half the distance.
Right. It literally, it would have been, it would have taken him to the half-yard line.
His excuse was worse than the gaffe.
But you know what the shame of it is, though? Is we should already have the body of work because we should have seen Michigan play Notre Dame.
They didn't
want to.
No. I know, the handing of the envelope. I'm just saying, in the landscape of college football, what I always liked about Michigan and Michigan State is you played Notre Dame. You had a litmus test game.
I agree with you.
And if Michigan plays Notre Dame, I don't care if it's in Ann Arbor, down there, whatever, we'd have a better idea. Because Notre Dame is physical. That is not a soft ND team. They're built.
I don't know if Hartman is a difference maker at quarterback. He's good.
He's not in. See, here's the thing. I like him. He's not in the scheme he needs to be. Remember, at the claw fence down at Wake Forest, they ran that delay mesh point deal.
Fence.
Dave Clawson's claw fence.
Is this the last year, by the way, that we have quarterbacks in their 18th year? Like the COVID thing's done.
Frank Harris, year 12.
Ridiculous. Rocky Lombardi is in year 7 in Northern Illinois.
Babies can still declare a COVID year in 15 years.
I think next year.
Do you know Hunter Dickinson has 2 more years at Kansas?
Hey, David's telling you your number.
And he'll probably use them.
We will do a lot of college
I was ready
football
to go a
tomorrow.
while ago.
Go get that Chipotle.
Good night, everybody.
Woo!
Hey, I was ready to leave a while ago. You got to read.